Здравствуйте, уважаемые ребятки. Так, вроде сейчас вроде нормально у меня все. Мне смысла нет делать какую-то объяву там где в группе в отдельной, а вот у себя могу сделать в ВК сейчас. Все равно еще 25 минут ждать, пока за это время я посмотрю а, Nintendo Direct про Mario Wonder. Так-то я не глядел ничего. Это было 31 числа прошлого месяца. Так. Сейчас скопирую. Сейчас мы попробуем вот все детали немножечко обсудить. Слухи и тому подобное. В телегу, да, очень моментально приходят благодаря боту, который сразу же своевременно делает пост отдельный о том, что начинается стрим. Но это только на Твиче. Вот поэтому телега самая полезная вещь на сегодня. Так, давайте сейчас я захвачу экран. Так, сейчас еще пару моментов и вперед. Так, ладно. Марио Вондер.
Ooh, so exciting!
Welcome to the Flower Kingdom, a not-so-distant land just beyond the Mushroom Kingdom. Mario and friends were invited here by the benevolent Prince Florian. But Bowser, the king of the Koopas, had other plans. With just a single touch of the mysterious Wonder Flower.
Это не просто так.
Bowser merged with Prince Florian's castle.
Захватил, да, цветочное королевство. У нас теперь не грибы, а цветки. Да, это новый Марио, который будет в октябре этого года.
Now, it's up to Mario and friends to stop Bowser and save the Flower Kingdom.
Кралик? Опять кралик? 4 Йоши, Дейзи играбельный.
What's new in Mario's latest 2D side-scrolling adventure, the Super Mario Bros. Wonder Game. Let's jump in.
Цветочное королевство.
Flower Kingdom. It's made up of 6 distinct worlds that circle the Petal Isles, making a total of 7 areas to explore.
7 миров.
Your adventure begins among the tubular hills of Pipe Rock Plateau. Once you get past the freezing foot of the mountain, you'll be aiming for new heights in Fluff Puff Peaks. Many trials await amidst the picturesque scenery and radiant cascades of shining falls. Traverse multiple islands, dive into the sea, and spelunk through caves at the heart of the Flower Kingdom, the Petal Isles. There's also an arid desert with white sand as far as the eye can see. An uncanny forest lined with giant mushrooms.
Бля, новые механики завезли какие-то очень интересно. О, огненный этот, Спайк.
Move around the map in each world to select a course. You can even walk freely through open areas you find. In these spaces, if you're not quite ready to take on a particular course, you can try a different one instead. Play them in any order you like. Once you've played a course, you can quickly come back to it through the courses menu. It's an easy way to find the ones you want to play again. While in courses, you might notice some talking flowers.
Говорящие цветки.
Onward and upward. How'd you get up here? What a pretty sunset.
They'll talk to you, livening up your adventure.
I wonder what Goombas taste like.
They might give you hints.
Wonder if you can get over there.
Видать, они не будут надоедать.
Or coins.
You'd share your water?
А может и надоест. Персонажи.
Besides Mario, you can also play as
Ёптыть, сколько много.
Luigi, Peach, Daisy, one of 2 Toads, and Toadette. They all play the same, so go with your favorite or mix it up.
У нас 2 Тоуда плюс Туадетта.
The Yoshis and Nabbit, on the other hand, won't take damage. They're a great choice if you're looking for a more easygoing experience.
Ну понятно, кралик точно так же, как и в New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe.
Additionally, the Yoshis can flutter jump, eat objects, and spit them back at enemies. Speaking of
4 разных
here are
Йоши.
some of the new ones you'll find. Hoppycats will copy the player and jump when you jump. Melon piranha plants will spit seeds from their mouths. Condarts will fly at you and stick their beaks where they don't belong. When conchs attack, they'll even plow through goo. Mumsies can be unraveled if you position yourself just right. Mom-Mas will eat anything that comes too close to their gaping mouths. There are plenty more new enemies for you to discover as well. Goombas, Koopa Troopas, Boos, Locky Twos, and other familiar foes are also here.
Поворапы, вот
Next,
про Соника
look at the new
интересно.
power-ups you can find. In elephant form, make the
Вот,
most of your
слон.
nose and your size.
Блять, он
Swing
в
your
трубу
trunk to
залезает.
attack enemies, destroy blocks, and even do this.
Кого
In
нахуй?
this form, you can easily break through blocks and dash across large gaps. See?
А,
Store water in your trunk and spray it out. Who knows what might happen?
Thank you. That trunk sure is useful, huh?
It's not just Mario, though. Luigi,
ебать, еще и... Блять.
Hey,
Peach, Daisy, and Toadette.
О, нет.
all have elephant forms as well.
О, нет!
The bubble form allows you to blow light, floating bubbles. They can be used to
Пузырь
capture
очень
and defeat
интересно.
enemies from a distance.
Хм.
They'll also drift toward nearby foes. You can take care of enemies surrounding you in one go, defeat typically impervious foes, and knock out baddies on the other side of walls. You can even jump off them,
Неплохо.
like platforms.
О,
Bubbles make it a bit easier to get to those hard-to-reach places.
о, о.
While
Плохо.
in drill form, you'll get a
Дрель.
pretty nifty drill. This makes dealing with spiky or hard-headed
Понятно,
enemies
есть.
a breeze.
Всякие
Or
вот
you
эти
can
вот
use it to drill down. It also allows you to
контратаки.
burrow and move through the ground. In a tough spot, dig away. You can even burrow into the ceiling.
Нифига.
Whoa! Wasn't expecting company.
Plus, the classic fire form makes a return.
Огненная Дейзи.
Oh, and you can hang on to an extra power-up.
О, слот для поворапа.
Power up. Or swap them to better fit the situation.
Вот в U-версии не было, а в 3D
This
World
is
есть
a
там
wonder
слот
flower,
под
a plant
айтемы.
that grows in the flower kingdom. It's said they thrive off this world's mysterious power and release it when in bloom. That's the power Bowser was after.
Ну, можно менять, да.
When you touch a wonder flower in a course, a wonder effect will trigger, causing some interesting
Тут, короче, под стероидами, видать, этот
Pipes
цветок.
might start moving.
Тут и трубы вот
A
шевелятся.
stampede of enemies can appear. The terrain may tilt. You could end up in a free fall. Bubbles might, bubble up. Your perspective can change.
Чего? Ведь сверху.
Or you might float through space. There are even
Блять.
wonders where your character transforms. Mario might become a Goomba? Or a spike ball?
Прикольно.
Blow up like a balloon. When you touch a wonder flower, always expect the unexpected. Collect a wonder seed, and the course will return to normal. Some courses need to be unlocked using the wonder seeds you've collected. You'll also earn a wonder seed as thanks from a poplin when you clear a course.
Бейджики. Блин, в 3D World надо
Adventure
собирать
progresses.
еще.
You'll unlock in-game badges that change up the way you play when equipped. There are a variety of badges, each with its own special ability. Let's go over some of them. Slow your fall with the parachute cap badge. Enhance your wall jumping abilities with the wall climb jump badge. Unleash a burst of speed while underwater by equipping the Dolphin Kick badge. You can also break underwater blocks. Charge up a bounding leap with the Crouching High Jump badge. Shoot vines in midair and stick to walls with the Grappling Vine badge. Recover from dangerous drops instantly
Ого,
with the
ничего
Safety
себе,
Bounce
блядь.
badge. Easily find important items
Sensor.
using the Sensor badge. Draw in nearby moolah with the Coin Magnet badge. Become invisible to your enemies and yourself with the Invisibility badge. You will not stop dashing with the Jet Run badge. And you can run in the air for a bit. There are many more badges with different abilities, from the convenient to the unconventional.
Опа, наоборот, блин.
Only one badge can be equipped per course. Equip them from the world map or when starting a course. Or if you don't make it through, grab a different badge and try again. Some badges can be earned by clearing special badge challenge courses,
Go for it.
while others can be purchased from Poplin shops on the world map. Be sure to exchange flower coins you collect in courses for badges.
Играйте вместе. Локальный кооп, это
Up to
понятно.
4 people can play locally on the same Nintendo Switch system. Pick your favorite character and jump into the adventure together. If
Бля,
a player
4
is
склона.
defeated in local co-op, their character will float around the course as a ghost. If another player reaches them before time runs out, they'll jump right back into action. Your group won't lose a life either. And just so you know, if someone is playing as a Yoshi, you can jump on their back and ride them around the course. Even
А,
if you're also playing as a Yoshi,
Йоши на
or
Йоши.
if you're an elephant.
О нет, блядь. За что? Онлайн.
If you connect online, you might see other players on the world map and in courses.
А тут что, призраки?
These are people from around the world enjoying the game in real time, appearing as live player shadows. Just like in local co-op, if you're defeated, you can come back to life by bumping into a live player shadow. Players can send greetings and share in-game items. Even though you won't be playing together directly,
Нифига.
you'll get to experience a subtle connection with other players online as you enjoy this new adventure together.
Ну это что за
You can
30
also place a
FPS гейминг
standee in
сейчас?
a course. Standees can revive ghosts, so place them in not so easy areas and help your fellow players.
Прикольно.
You can purchase standee surprises from the Poplin shops to add more to your collection. You never know which standee you'll get. When you come into contact with an online player or their standee, you'll see their username and heart points. These points show how much they've helped other players on their adventure. Reviving ghosts, gifting items, reaching the goal pole together, and more will earn you heart points. While playing online, you also have the option of creating a room to get together with friends. In a shared room, you can see which courses your friends are playing, enter courses together, and even race through certain courses. Start a race by hitting the race block. Then make a run
Кто
for it.
быстрее, это как в Марио Мейкере во втором.
Reaching the goal pole isn't the only way to finish a race, though. In some courses, you'll need to grab a Wonder Seed or defeat a
Ух ты,
boss
блин, злой
instead.
Боузер-младший.
Whether you're casually connecting with players from around the world or syncing up with
Ну,
friends
походу, да,
for
ты
riveting
в онлайне
races,
как бы...
you can enhance your
ты видишь
experience
призраков
with
других,
online
взаимодействуешь с ними, но как бы играть с, скажем так, со своими, в кавычках, друзьями ты не сможешь. Ну, сможешь, но не целиком и полностью проходить всю игру, как в Mario 3D World. Тут, видать, по-другому сделали. Как бы, чтобы вчетвером играть полноценно, нужно играть локально.
Jump into the unexpected with Mario and Friends when Super Mario Bros. Wonder launches on the Nintendo Switch system October 20th. Plus, a new Nintendo Switch OLED model, Mario Red Edition, is also on the way. If you look closely, you'll find Mario and some hidden coins.
OLED-версия, обновленная док-станция, красные джейконы, ну и да. Вот так. Не, ну прикольно, конечно, блин, только надо... сколько там надо ждать-то? Месяц и 10 дней. И тогда можно игру оценить полноценно. Мне очень прикольно, всякие новые механики завезли, новых некоторых врагов и всего прочего. Очень интересно. Цену на подписке, там, насколько я знаю, там так и осталась цена. Без изменений. А вот не то, что у Sony и у Microsoft там было подорожание на днях. Самое печальное, что по поводу подписки теперь в группе The Family или The Семья, они с 28 августа прекратили оформление подписок, потому что каждый раз, когда оформляется новая подписка, банится консоль, потому что очень часто проводится операция по оформлению подписок и вот этих вот всяких транзакций. Очень печально, конечно, что большая N с этим борется. Увы, конечно. А ведь это было самым таким дешевым способом оформлением. Конечно, да. Но у меня будет до какого месяца? До марта следующего года, по-моему. А дальше уже надо самому думать, что делать с подпиской. Как теперь будем оформлять? Ну, видать, искать 8 человек. И 8 человек. И всем скинуться на одну единую подписку. Хотя до января, ну... Ну, как-нибудь, что-нибудь, может, ты придумаешь, найдешь 8 человек остальных. Ну, в смысле, 8 плюс ты. Там, это уже 9 считается. Значит, 7 человек плюс ты. Вот, все. Это уже 8 будет. Кто-то будет главой семьи, скажем так, добавлять к себе в семейную группу. И этот же владелец оформляет семейную подписку. И там неважно, какую, там, обычную или расширенную. Вот. Если сам подписываешься. Ну да, через eShop закидываешь деньги посредством пополнением кошелька. Вот, и все. И можно таким образом оформлять подписку. Конечно, если на год самому себе, это выйдет дороже. Там, наверное, сейчас где-то под 2000 цена сейчас. Так что да. Банится консоль. Не. Если... Короче, проблема, почему консоль банится. Потому что оплата производится с одного и того же кошелька. И это считается как подозрительный ну, это самое, подозрительные транзакции, вот. То есть ты одним и тем же, там, PayPal оформляешь 10 денежных операций и, короче, на тебя банк нахрен будет ругаться. Почему столько операций? И поэтому у Nintendo же вот эти транзакции-то, они появляются то же самое. И вот они смотрят там, с какого метода оплата была произведена, и там типа какие-нибудь там еще информации. Может там почта какая-нибудь, почта оплаты и все такое. Две тысячи на год норм. А до момента можно было оформить напрямую за 1300 рублей. На самом деле 1400, но 1300 была через Яндекс. Там Яндекс напрямую продавал коды подписки на год. Да, за 1300 рублей. Обычную подписку. Начало у них через 3,5 минуты, так что ждем. Будем смотреть, наблюдать. Я нет. Я, во-первых, еще немножечко восстанавливаюсь. Я, блин, позавчера немного прихватил. Опять прихватил через 2 месяца. Немного горла, хоть я и, скажем так, преждевременно об этом предпринял попытки остановить вот эту развивающуюся болезнь и температуру. Вроде спала опять вчера. Но сегодня более-менее. Ну да, блин, я не знаю почему. Видать, от холода, от ветра на улице. Это очень печально. Короче, по поводу оформления подписок, на самом деле способы есть. Можешь как самому оформлять подписку на год. Обычную, как минимум. Но если ты хочешь подешевле, то тебе придется найти 7 остальных челов и делать семейную подписку. Так что вот, такие вот способы. А сколько сейчас обычно стоит Nintendo Switch Online? Не 20 долларов в том случае. Я не знаю. Да я не думаю, что там по документам всяким и прочее. Ты как бы код покупаешь там, допустим, через eShop. Ну, не то, что код, а прямую покупку через eShop посредством кошелька. Так что да. Сейчас быстренько я посмотрю. Да, 20 долларов в год это обычная, расширенная 50 долларов в год. Семейная у нас 35 долларов обычная и 80 долларов это расширенная. Вот делайте выводы. Так, а у нас практически все готово к старту. Погромче я сделаю, наверное. Хотя у них почему-то и так тиховато, хоть я и на максимум сделал. Да. 50 долларов, почти 5000. Ну, да. Но 20 же дешевле, чем 50, ведь так? Так, сейчас, секунду, мне надо вкладочки отдельные сделать. Вот. Вкладочки отдельно сделать, чтобы я не переключал там окошечки. Ну реально, почему тиховато, даже с компрессором? Вроде сейчас для вас нормально так слышно? Оп, не то окно. Да, специально открыл платиру, чтобы посмотреть цены. Да, $20, если вот смотреть. 20 долларов, ну это 2000, да. Ну, короче, цены, видать, такие. И чё, видать, у нас гонка началась, походу. Чем отличается расширенный от обычной? Ты что, не помнишь, что ли? В расширенный тебе дают два эмулятора. Genesis и Nintendo 64. Плюс еще эмулятор Game Boy Advance тебе дают. Там еще расширение к Splatoon 2, DLC трассы к Марио Карту, какой-то контент к Animal Crossing и вроде бы все, больше ничего. Так что вот в чем различие. Расширено от обычной. Здравствуй, Андрей. Это что за Тетрис? Нет, мы смотрим Big 20. Вот, короче, у нас участники бегают 20 игр на NES, которые отбирались посредством голосования. То есть народ голосовал, какие игры они бы хотели увидеть на вот этом Big 20. Игра, которая набирает большинство голосов, они попадают в этот список. И, соответственно, им давалось на это где-то около чуть больше месяца на подготовку вот этих 20 игр. И сегодня наступил день рейса. То есть игроки или спидранеры, ну, неважно, будут бегать 20 игр за один раз. То есть один присест. Но у нас тут такие игры будут, как Castlevania, Марио, Контра, Тетрис, Зельда, Метроид, Мегамен, Первые Черепахи и Ниндзя Гайден точно будет, и что-то еще. Расширенный ради эмуляторов. Ну, для себя я только за счет трасс в Марио Карте. Да, тут, кстати, наши ребята тоже участвуют. Это у нас Фулгор, это у нас Стэнс, у нас еще участвует Дэмиан, еще Пикачуха тоже бегает. Вот. Можно не париться и взять обычную. Ну, можно и так, в принципе. Если не хочешь там на расширенную брать и семейную. А можно ли обычную потом добить до расширенной за 30 баллов? А я не знаю, кстати. Можно ли так сделать? Вот странно, почему трансляция лагает у них обычно. Все так медленно. Компьютер не тянет. Здорово, Гаррет.
Yeah, the characters thing is really cool because they all play pretty differently from one another. So you can pick, you know, any of the three partners, or if you, you know, just love that,
Лаги. Блин, а точно со стороны обсервера?
which is the majority of what they're. I mean, it is the entirety of what they're going to be doing. The goal ends right when they get their new friend. JSR appears to be in this lead. I have no idea who is actually in the lead. Everyone else is stuck in molasses, whereas JSR is stuck in the muck of this swamp. Has just got through.
Тут у нас еще участвуют и такие вот некоторые раннеры, как Overswarm, Lock Attack, Mexican Runner. Есть еще Приси, известен как зубной мэшер, если вы не знали. Он в Мегамене в третьем мэшет зубами.
Here in this category, but it's currently appears to be JSR in the lead, who is fighting this boss. He's going to be very... Oh no, the bats have gotten away. They're all over the place.
Так, ну, первый играет у нас третье Castlevania, американка. Тут в различных играх есть своя соответственная цель прохождения. Это не обязательно всю игру проходить, а есть для этого специальная цель для прохождения. Тут нужно по пути Аукарда дойти до самого Аукарда, до босса, и заключить с ним союз. И все. Цель на самом деле недолгая, где-то в среднем 10 минут на это уходит.
As we move on, JSR onto the final level of the goal. He's already taken some damage, and if you want to go the top route on this level, you need all of your health to take all of the damage boosts. So we're gonna see JSR take the low route. Probably most people are
Риск я, кстати, не знаю.
Попробуй
Попробуй сам узнать про как-нибудь про обновление с обычной до расширенной. Есть ли такой вообще способ или нет?
Transition possibly to the bottom route, because otherwise before that there's one screen in particular where if you get knocked down too early, then you just have to wait absolutely forever for these blocks to get whittled away. I think JSR just passed it. So potentially use the bottom route, but not too soon.
So
Ой, простите, пожалуйста.
JSR up top.
Сейчас надо воды взять.
These spikes do half damage, so he's gonna have to wait at the top here anyway, which is the whole point of going to the top, is damage boosting on these spikes and getting across. So unfortunately he's not gonna enjoy the benefits of the top route. Level Engine in the top left is, by the way, no, drops down to the bottom actually. So even Level Engine is gonna be taking the safer route here. That just goes to show you how dangerous it is to go down to 2 health going into the boss fight.
Yeah, this game is it is not an easy game, even in kind of the early
Так, надо сейчас еще у себя яркость выкрутить на минимум, чтобы не напрягало меня. Голова не напрягалась. Так, что со звуком? Для вас все слышно, да? Может, еще подкрутить как-нибудь? Я просто когда играл в Дэнди, вспомнил такой же графон. Но это, по-моему, игра 89-го года, что ли? Castlevania 3, так что да, в этом районе, да. Так, ну а тем временем GCR закончил с первой игрой и начинает проходить второй Ninja Gaiden. Тут еще задержка между играми 30 секунд. Еще вот такое вот правило. Задержка перед началом метро 3 минуты. То есть каждую игру нужно подождать 30 секунд, но за исключением Метроида нужно подождать 3 минуты, поскольку в Метроиде нужно пароль там ввести. Вроде нормально слышно, ну, хорошо. Так, ну трансляция теперь выглядит нормальным.
But these races where we ask the community to vote on which ones they want in, they vote for really popular games that are often really dense with speedrun tricks And so we get Ninja Gaiden 2 here on game number 2. This is
О, как не
something
прет,
that,
блин.
well, I
День
mean,
гонки,
there's
да
some
я
install
еще
data recently,
захворал,
you'll see that we'll
малеха.
go into
Ну
all of
вот,
the details,
поправляюсь
but,
еще. Ко вторнику,
Jimmy
может,
Poopins and
будет
Becco,
уже
along
лучше.
with a lot of other speedrunners, are responsible for pushing this game really
Это я
far,
еще
creating
первые
tons and
признаки
tons of
какого-то
optimizations,
появления я
and it's
уже
just
сразу
straight up a
начал
hard game. So,
устранять.
this is a really tough,
Малеху.
demanding, and sometimes really punishing game to have for game number 2.
Yeah, this is definitely not
Вот
a
поэтому
softball game by
лето
any
давно
means,
уже
casually
закончилось,
or
теперь холода
speedrun-wise.
наступают.
I do think, as far as the US versions of Ninja Gaiden go, I personally think casually it is relatively
К тому же
speaking,
потихоньку
the
скоро
easiest of
уже
the
у меня
trilogy, but it
свободное
is
время
still a very
появится.
demanding game.
Для стримов и
Even if you're not
прочего.
doing the speed pack, and then obviously if you are, that just adds a whole other dimension. But
Вот сегодня смотрим
Right.
Биг
Sometimes
20.
doing the
В
speedrun
следующем
strat
месяце мы будем
is like
обязательно смотреть
at least you have a plan to get
чемпионат
through it. You
мира
know where
по
things are gonna be. It can
классическому
be sometimes easier than
Тетрису.
having to react to the
Да.
chaos of enemies
Там
spawning
и
and
новые
respawning and
правила
swooping and
будут
following.
уже работать.
We got the big thing about Ninja Gaiden 2 is these orange ninja clones. We don't have 60 FPS probably on most of these players. It looks like JSR's got it pretty good. So these things, these flickering after images follow behind your movements, but they attack when you attack, and you will use Ninpo, special ninja magic, whenever you use it as well. So they effectively triple
Hello,
your
Mora,
damage
thank you for
output
the
on
good
boss.
luck.
JSR's
I'm
gonna be
watching
coming up
here and
against this boss here,
spectating and
it's just gonna melt. He's
cheering
got the 50
for
Ninpo, he's
the
got the Art
some
of the Fire Wheel,
runners.
so he's just gonna be throwing this Ninpo, and now the boss is gone.
Держится плюс 29. А это где,
yeah, it
интересно,
was
в каком
actually an
городе?
interesting point you made that the
Если Сочи,
especially
то
the first Ninja Gaiden,
то
not
возможно.
necessarily at a top level, but at a, if you will, sort of more casual, quote unquote, speedrun level.
Ай, трансляция, не лагай.
The first Ninja Gaiden in particular, and probably this one too, is almost easier to play at like a casual speedrun clip, if you will, than it is to try to play it, 100% casually, if that makes sense. The game almost is kind of designed for that.
Казахстан.
The real key is basically just go fast before everything can kind of overwhelm you, especially later on in the game.
I'm seeing Infinite Mystery, who joins these Big 20 races often at that casual speedrun level that you're talking about, maybe even a little more casual, sometimes completely blind, has never played it. Definitely these games are too popular that Infinite Mystery has played them before. Is currently in a bad spot. It has 1 health and is proceeding extremely slowly, is whipping everything, looking for some kind of health or secret or something, but Castlevania 3 is pretty light on those wall meets that'll get you and then get.
Кстати, есть вот
does end up going
Oh,
down.
that.
вы видите на экране Infinite Mystery, он каждый раз участвует в каких-то ивентах,
TJ
вот
on
в частности
3-1
Big 20.
of Ninja Gaiden,
И
as well as level engine.
самое забавное,
Lightning strikes
что
will reveal the
он
layout of the level, but it's pretty slow to sit around and wait for him. So the
практически
players
играет
memorize
без
using visual
подготовки,
cues
то
like
есть
the orders and
сразу
stuff,
играет
where
все вот
to
эти
jump,
20
when,
игр.
and,
Он настолько
really
железный
throwing it all out
человек,
there. And it's
что
gone pretty well for everyone so far. The boss of 3-2
он
actually
без
defeated
перерывов
JSR using all
каких-либо может попробовать пройти 20 игр. У него, наверное, часов где-то 40-50 на это уходит, если без подготовки. Обычно он не соблюдает все вот эти вот цели прохождения. Обычно он играет... Просто надо пройти игру и все. До концовки какой-либо.
Yeah, it's a really good backup to note. There's one holy water you can get in stage 3, but once you're past that, no more. So,
ну да, я подозреваю, что он без
подготовки
подготовки играет, так что вот
nice
погибает в каких-то местах различных. Сам откуда? Ну, я от Москвы в 400 километрах.
Oh, level engine is out of Ninpo. No, it does have Ninpo. It's just kind of the boss was way down on the ground, so it's just kind of slashing him for a little bit. Gets the kill. JSR is going to be doing probably a damage boost. Yeah, is jumping up to lure a bird and then gets hit into
Level
a pit. That is
Engine
not the way
умудряется
you
спастись
want a
от
damage
смерти,
boost. You're
просто
looking to
зацепился
get a boost
за
up to the second
стеночку.
level of the screen like this. Now this means JSR just lost both ninja clones, lost the Ninpo. It's going to be on the lookout for those power-ups. You got to know where they are.
And I am actually not sure. Okay, he knows where they are. I was gonna say, I'm actually not sure. There are two
Так,
ninja
сейчас
clones
давайте-ка
on the
посмотрим,
boss.
где у нас находятся
Yeah, I knew there was that one, and I'm pretty sure there's
наши-
another.
наши
This is the
ребята.
kind of thing, though, that it's you don't want this to happen in your race, so you don't really want to spend your precious practice time on being like, here's what
Так, ну
happens.
пика, да.
You know,
Этот
hopefully I will never
Ниндзя
use this, but
Гайден.
I'm gonna spend time learning it anyway.
Стэнс тоже Ниндзя
But
Гайден,
it's
но у
such a
него
good
5-2.
idea. You
Наверное,
really
он пока
don't wanna get
чуть-чуть
caught
впереди.
flat-footed having
Я
to
не
fight a
знаю,
boss
как у
with
остальных
half damage,
дела
which it looks like
происходят.
JSR is actually gonna have to do. This is only one clone. Actually,
still
still
gets through
slash
it.
him.
Still gets through it pretty nicely though. And yeah, in a big 20, that is a
О, еще и
especially for more of the
Джозеф
top-level
бегает,
competitors,
ничего
let's
себе.
say, that is a big consideration is, you know, how much time do
У
you
нас
spend
еще и
practicing
Джозеф
backups,
бегает.
what patterns
Ё-моё.
do you practice,
Во как.
so that, you know, if and when things go wrong, you're ready to hopefully not let
У
things
нас
spiral
еще
too far.
Бухендер какой-то.
Some games
тоже
you wanna do that
бегает.
on more than others, I would say.
So PJ is actually in 5-2. This is
Зенда и
Jor's favorite
Кабан.
stage.
О, блин.
The thing
Сколько
that
наших
Jorf likes
раннеров
about
вот?
this stage is the
А,
ice. You can
записались-то.
attack and slash and stuff
Блин,
on the
прям
ground
очень
without
интересно.
stopping, and it gives this level kind of like a nice sense of
Так,
flow.
Гайден,
JSR got the
Гайден,
damage boost up to
Гайден.
the second level, but PJ is ahead here. Is going to be coming up onto the boss.
Тоже
Ashtar.
Гайден.
There is a legendary Ashtar quick kill that is so
Кабан
crazy
только
bonkers
начинает
difficult,
Гайдена
it's
проходить.
laughable to think that anyone would ever even try
Так,
to
ну
get
а
it
тут
in a
все,
big 20
по всей
race. There's
видимости...
very few people on the planet
А, у Стэнза
who-
только
not like,
уже
oh, they've done it
панч-аут
in their run or
начинается.
whatever. I mean, there's very few people
Во
on the
как.
planet who have ever done it, period. There's people
У
who have
Стэнза
tried for
панч-аут.
hours and have never been able to do it even once. It is so hard. But if
Там
you're not doing that and
начинается
you're just
с
kind of
пароля,
doing some
и
ninja when you wait a
нужно
couple seconds,
победить
it's pretty easy. So
оппонента
he goes
под
down, and
именем
PJ is the first
Баутбоу.
on stream to get to punch out, but again, reminder, there's like
Но там
80
еще и
people
соперники
racing.
Кинг
We
Хиппо,
would like to be
Сода
showing lots of people
Попинский,
swapping them in and out. It
Пистон
looks like we're gonna
Хонда,
be held
и
back
я
a
еще
little bit on the
кого-то
production side of things, so thank
кого-то
you for your
забыл
patience,
еще.
but hopefully eventually we can start to take a look at where some of the other racers are and how they're doing.
Ну вот, PJ играет панч-аут вот против Кинга Хиппо. Его можно убить вот за один раз, и все, это уже автоматически нокаут сразу. Он даже не встанет.
Because the password itself isn't hard, but to activate it, you have to actually hold, select, or start, and then hit.
Ну вот, до 10 отсчитывает рефери, и это
And
все
it is
уже.
actually quite a tight timing to hit A and B at the same time. If you do it wrong, you have to re-enter the password. So
Yeah,
that's really an unintended extra opponent in this.
Great Tiger, о,
it's the
да.
it's the first boxer you got to
Вот
go
он
up
и есть.
against.
Так,
in
ну а
this game. The
Стэнс
second is
тоже
King
Great
Hippo,
Tiger.
who will sort of randomly
Пока
open his mouth.
я
and that's when
смотрю,
you
у
can hit him and
нас
get your shots in. If you are amazing, you can react and hit him in the first 5 frames, and that gets you an
у нас
extra
два
punch.
PJ,
If you do
кстати,
that 4
на
times in a
экране.
row, you can do it in one less cycle.
По-моему,
I
это
don't
кто у
expect
нас?
anyone to get anywhere
Не
close to
Стэнс
getting this.
случаем
But
снизу?
even just reacting to the mouth opening period is,
По-моему, нет.
I don't know. Everyone's probably going to be okay there, but it's not totally free. As well as getting stars here on Great Tiger that PJ is fighting. Managed to successfully get enough stars by delaying a gut punch. And now Great Tiger goes down basically. Before the first minute, if you knock him down with a star punch, he will get up on a 1 count, which means anyone who gets up on a 1 count in the whole game will go down immediately if you hit them with a star. So he's just able to knock him back down, and we're on to the next fighter.
Yeah, the Great Tiger, there's actually a few different ways you can kind of set that
Так,
up. The absolute
Пистон
quickest
Хонда.
being the kind of delayed cut punch. If you also just look at the clock and punch at certain times, you'll also get the stars, although I believe that's a bit... for me personally, it's a lot safer to just kind of look at the clock and punch at certain times. I think it's 7, 14, 21, uppercut twice, 30, 38, uppercut, and then 45. And then he'll go down, and then you just hold start, essentially. Tiger goes down 2 more times.
Yeah, you can hold stuff in this game. You can buffer almost every input in this game. You
Тут уже
just need
что-то
to,
у
you know,
обсервера
if
все
you throw a
посыпалось,
punch,
конечно.
while you're punching, if you release punch and then press and hold it again, you will punch again on the very first frame that it is available. And that means
Да, вот у
you can
нас
be perfect. You can be absolutely frame perfect. So sometimes you can construct a sequence of actions that will perfectly land you on some dodge or some hit, and that's what we're going to see here on Piston Honda. JSR is wasting all his hearts trying to punch Honda in the
Ну, а
face.
Стэн за Сода
It's 20
по-пински,
punches,
видать,
10 left dodges, 4, 5, 6. I'm not going to count them because I'm a little bit out of sync. I
что там,
think.
первый
And then
нокаут,
5
да.
gut punches, and it's going to land perfectly in the middle of whatever his stupid special move is. It gut punches him, he goes down, he does not get back up.
Yep, there's actually a second sequence you can use that will get you the same result, which is, I believe, 20 left gut punches, 16 right dodges, and then 2 left gut punches.
Так, ну а Пика только что сейчас
2010
побил
5 probably a little bit easier to
великого
remember
тигра.
in the heat of race day, but the 2016 2 does also work. That's what I was doing in kind of my practices for this commentary here.
Soda Pompinski is a little bit scary now, much so more so than the other fighters, though JSR does send him to the mat very quickly. He always does things in twos. He opens up with 2 hooks, and then you're hoping for the uppercuts. Whenever he goes for an uppercut, if you are holding block, which you should be, he will kind of freeze down on the ground, and then you can hit him with this gut punch, and that not only will likely earn you a star, but it also sets a special flag that means your next star punch is just going to knock him down straight up. But you need to time that star punch correctly. You need to make sure that he's in the middle of doing something. Otherwise, it's likely, first of all, he might just hit you before you're done your star punch. But after the first 2 star punches, he's going to start dodging them. So you have to either stun him or counter punch him. So there's one. You punch and interrupt him. He goes to hit you, but the star
Так,
punch is
ну а
already coming
Стэн
out.
с
So
тем
that's
временем
exactly what you want to see on
бьет Баутбола. Показали бы лучше Стэнза на самом деле. Он пока чуть в лидерах-то у нас.
Yep, so JSR,
Ну и
moving
GCR
on to
тоже.
Bald Bull here.
Так, все. Стэнз побил
Bald Bull was a
Баутбола
fight I never learned all of the ins and
окончательно.
outs of,
И
but again,
начинает
if you, I believe if you buffer
Доктор
things
Марио.
correctly, you have a chance of getting star punches, just like JSR did
В
there.
Доктор Марио нужно
At certain
пройти
points in the
только
fight,
17 уровень
Bald Bull
на
will kind of move his gloves slowly
по-моему,
up and
на
down, that's
мид
a 3-star.
скорости.
And the other big twist to this fight is Bald Bull cannot typically be knocked down. You can only knock him down either with a star punch or by countering his bull charge that he does at, I believe it's at 2 minutes in the first round.
Yeah, that's right. You can also hit him with a star while he's doing that gloves up, gloves down thing. You can punch him for a star, or if you have one, you can let it fly, and he won't dodge it. But he'll dodge pretty much everything else. So, yeah, this has been a
тоже
really
на
good
Баутболе
bullfight for
сейчас.
JSR. It's the kind of thing where if you are getting your stars on those gut punches, right? You punch him in the face, he counters with a jab usually, and you dodge it, and you punch him in the gut, and you get a star. We'll see it right here.
На самом
Yeah,
деле
there you see
делать
the star. So that's
6
like a
окон
repeatable pattern you can
как-то
do. He follows up with 2 hooks after
очень
that.
странным
And the goal is to
решением,
dodge,
если у
punch him,
обсервера
get him a little bit low on health, and
лагает
then hit him with a star twice, right? So
практически
that's exactly what you want.
все
But if you
трансляции.
mess that up, he doesn't throw 2 hooks anymore. He
Ну или
starts mixing
интернет,
uppercuts
фиг
and
знает.
doing other things. They start to get really scary. They have different timings. So if you control the fight, it's okay, but boy, does it get scary if it doesn't. But JSR is out to Dr. Mario as well as PJ. We got
Надо
Radio
написать,
starting
что там
Soda Popinski.
2
And then we'll
одинаковых
check in with
имени
some of these other racers later.
на трансляции.
So JSR.
По-моему, количество участников где-то около 60, что ли, записаны.
Okay. Once again, we have a ticket into our ticketing system. It is critical priority. We are working on getting things back up and going here.
Yeah, for the meantime, we can check out this Soda Popinski fight. One more knockdown to go. Already has 2 stars. But again, you need to get an uppercut out of him. He always throws 2 hooks at the start. Here's the uppercut, which is not guaranteed. So it's good that we got it so quickly.
Так, сейчас я
And
приду.
that's exactly how you want Soda Popinski to go. So Radio should feel pretty good about that one. it's funny. I know the production crew. They were working on all kinds of cool stuff, and they had all these ideas. They had it all lined up, and then everything lit on fire the moment the race was about to start. It's not the first time. It probably won't be the last.
Yep, that is the nature of production, if you will.
Thank you once again, everyone, for your patience. So Rayo's he's getting a lot of star punches off of face punches. And seems to be, I don't know, if this is not the typical bullfight, so I think we're going to see, yeah, there's the uppercuts now. These are fast. These are not so easy to dodge. Rayo dodges 2 in a row. Is now dodging the rolling jabs. Is just really kind of slow playing.
Блин, интересно, кто у нас обсервер сейчас?
2 minutes, so we get a chance to knock down again when
Так,
this bull
конечно,
trap
блин.
happens.
Все лагает, все такое, блин.
Meanwhile, we see JSR actually almost done with Dr. Mario. Goal here is to beat level 17.
Стэн все время закончил проходить Доктор Марио и стартует Кирби.
Push start to go to kind of the selection screen, and then you immediately press start, or almost immediately after a certain number of frames. You can kind of pick your seed and almost manipulate effectively the capsules and where the viruses are.
Единственная проблема, в котором Стэн сможет
get through this, and JSR is indeed finished with Dr. Mario.
Сойти с лидирующей позиции, это Тетрис. Потому что на практике я очень часто видел его некоторые ошибки в Тетрисе именно. Потому что он почему-то всегда ждет палку. Хотя в режиме Б там палку на самом деле ожидать не надо. А нужно очищать 25 линий в 6 различных уровнях высоты.
Yeah, it's probably the easiest game in the list, but even then, it's really not all that easy. It's just a really tough list overall.
Yeah, especially if you don't try to manipulate it. Level 17, I believe, is actually even for like the Dr. Mario World Championships, which, yes, are a thing. I believe 17 is actually the highest level, even those play at, because if you try and go above that, honestly, you're just sort of at the mercy of the starting, where, you know, most of them you're just going to lose, and there's not really anything you can do about it. The starting position and the starting pieces are just not good enough.
Я бы, конечно, сам попробовал, но, блин, у меня... Но надо больше скорости интернета.
Playing Kirby on the bottom side of the screen. It looked like they got... well, actually, no, we didn't get to see, I think. The plan for Kirby is to swallow the first 2 enemies on the screen that could give you a power. And when you do that, the game will start a roulette and will shuffle through a lot of... almost all the available powers in the game. And so, the third one in the list is the Whirlwind power-up. It's a 4-frame window, like, but you on frames 9, 10, 11, 12 or something of the roulette, you can hit it, and then you will get your tornado when you're really not supposed to have it.
В чате упоминание, что
now I'm pretty sure we do not have
наш рестример имеет
Kirby. I think that was an anomaly.
некоторыми
I'm not sure who it actually is at the bottom
крашами,
but someone is playing Kirby. They got their tornado.
Над этим он работает.
And the tornado is fast. It kills everything. But it's hard to control. It kind of goes on its own. You can control the left, right. You can tap the B button to make it go up. But it kind of sticks to the ground and will lock you into an animation. So you have to plan out well in advance where you're going to be using each of the tornadoes.
Yeah, and you are quite...
Здорово, Селерон, спасибо, спасибо. Ну, очередной Биг 20, очередное комментирование, очередной сайд-стрим, скажем так. Но я смотрю периодически там остальных стримеров там по возможности. У нашего рестримера сейчас проблемы с окнами, видать, что-то долагает, поэтому такие вот технические неполадки. Хотя на прошлом Биг 20 там проблем таких не было абсолютно.
it's gonna cost, I don't know,
That's
it's
true.
about 5-6 seconds or something to move and respawn the
Yeah.
enemies, maybe a little more.
And it is close to the beginning of the game too. If you want to do the a full game category.
Ну, ждем.
I imagine at some point you
Ждем
spawn
починки.
other powers throughout the game. For this category, yeah, you want to stick with tornado essentially as
На
long
самом
as
деле,
possible.
можно было бы в 4 окна делать, а не в 6. Если уж
We're on the radio version now in the Big 20.
А,
Thank you, everyone. It seems like everyone's in
железо не
a
совсем
good
уж
mood.
тянет.
Thank you so much for the. I'm seeing some humor and
Так,
stuff in the chat. Everyone has been very understanding.
что у нас
Thank you
по
so much.
нашим ребятам? Стэнс. Закончил 4-й уровень, у него
So we're
сейчас
gonna
будет
switch
первый
over,
босс. Это
we
дерево.
got some
Вот,
other
кстати,
racers
на
lined
ваших
up.
экранах.
And I'm
Stance.
guessing part of the problem was that we had like 12 people loaded up into memory or something all at the same time. So
Но Приси заканчивает
I think we're
первым, так
looking
что
now at, some of our closer to the lead
будет
here,
второй
in
мир
Stance
сейчас.
and
Тут
Prissy.
надо
Probably
пройти 2
Prissy
мира
for
в
sure.
Кирби. Да.
Prissy is one
И
of, like, 5 people
единственным
who I would
айтемом,
say is a
которым
favorite to
нужно
win this
проходить
whole
быстро
thing.
уровни,
It
это
is close
использование
enough that
торнадо.
I feel comfortable saying there are like 5 favorites
А
who can
трюк
win this
на торнадо, это надо
Yeah, maybe even more
одновременно
than that, but
схавать
yeah,
двух
Prissy is definitely
врагов,
among
у которых
them.
пауэрапы.
Prissy is one of
Вот.
the people who
Замиксовать, и в
has won a
правильный
big 20. In
момент
fact, he
нужно
has won 3 of
поймать
them
торнадо.
throughout
Тут на самом деле так, 30
throughout the
различных
history of the Big 20.
айтемов,
If you're curious, that ties in for
среди
second
которых
all
из
time
них
with
есть
02,
имбовые
24,
НЛО
Yogi
Да.
the Monk, Yogi the off-stream practice
и
10 hours
все
a day
остальное.
monk, is the all-time leader with 4 victories.
Yeah, and in terms of overall placements and stuff too, like if you assign points for getting second and third and fourth and stuff, then Yogi jumps way out in front of the pack. He's not only amazing at it, but he's been doing it basically since the beginning, really consistently. But like if anyone were to like overtake Yogi in whatever these Big 20 rankings are,
Убрать бы вот эту плашечку у
it
Приси
might be someone like
сверху.
Prissy. He's
Мешает
just
немного.
extremely passionate about speedrunning. Especially NES games. Also, Arcus is constantly playing NES games, and he always shows up for the Big 20.
Пока непонятно,
I
кто в
don't
лидерах
think
на
he's gonna
самом
be
деле,
among the
но
very top this time, even though there is some
судя по
misguided
всему,
in here.
Приси пока первым.
But I mean, he could. Like so many things can happen.
У нас
Like,
Приси
there's like 5 or
по
6 favorites or whatever, and then there's like
по
15
статистике
other
вроде
people
бы
who
побеждал в
definitely could do
каком-то
it.
Биг
And Arcus is
20,
certainly on this list.
но в каком точно, это надо
Fireblock
сейчас
is
вот
also someone who has joined a lot of the Big 20s. Doesn't really like take
посмотреть.
the center stage the way that some of our top players do, but has been consistently finishing top 10, and now is starting to finish like 5th and 6th and stuff. So it's no surprise to see Fireblock keeping pace with all the top
Блин,
runners.
это у меня теперь будет
Here,
лагать, да?
already on the 5th game with them as well. And then we got Cantaloupe in the bottom right, who I think was unable to race today, and then found out yesterday or
Так.
something that like, oh wait, no, I can do it. And
Раннеры.
was like, well, okay, and they
Так,
just showed
где у
up.
нас-
So here they are,
Где у нас
completely
Приси?
unprepared,
Блин, ничего себе.
just trying to make it happen
Так
here. in
долго
Ninja
искать,
Gaiden. Love to
наверное.
see it.
Doing it live, you gotta love it. Yeah, it's always that is really the great thing about the big.
Так, он побеждал в 7-м, в 9-м и в 11-м Биг 20. То есть у него в активе 3 победы. У Стэнза побед точно не было, да и, по-моему, топ-3, соответственно, тоже не было. Самый лучший результат — это 6-е место в 15-м Биг 20. Аркус у нас тоже, по-моему, ни разу не выигрывал, но у него лучшее, по-моему, место — это как раз 3-е вроде бы.
It's one of these things where
А нет,
the Big
2-е
20
место
is many
лучший
things to many
результат
people.
в 7-м
And
Биг 20.
it does mean sometimes
Да.
you can't please everyone.
Самый
right? Like,
худший
people got a lot of
13-е
opinions about
место
which
у
games
него.
are in the list. They should be new.
В-
They should be putting a spotlight on the weird games, or like, no,
В
I
его
only
личном
really wanna play
рекорде.
the good games. Or, yeah, but everyone gets something out of it, and some people get a lot out of it, and it's just wonderful to see everyone pour their passions in and come up with something. So we saw Stans doing this clip. PJ just did it as well in Kirby. And then PJ is moving on to probably the single hardest part of the Kirby goal is using the tornado power up to kill
Так,
all of these guys.
второй
in
мир,
in
вот я
a
смотрю.
sequence. So it's like bottom right, top left. Now we're
Приси
gonna kill the top left
потихонечку уже
twice, but
заканчивает.
I
У него
think
сейчас
he
вот
did get him
будет
off
5-й
screen, maybe.
уровень и босс.
Without the audio, it's hard to tell. But the tornado, you can hit the button on the tornado to go up to the next level while you're still in the tornado, and getting the enemy kill, then getting up to the next level, it's just really hard. So I think that was,
Кенталупим,
like,
я
maybe
знаю,
2 extra
он
tornadoes
обычно
in order to get
спидранит
that
первую
done,
Зельду.
compared to the,
Вот.
you know, the perfect
Не помню,
strategy in
что
that room,
еще
but I
он бегал.
don't think
По-моему,
we'll
Супер
really see
Метроида
today.
вроде как.
Now, the tornado, if you don't know
Но
how it works,
самое
even if you
забавное,
do know
насколько
how
я
it works, it
помню,
actually can be a little
это
bit tricky to control. I think,
это
like you
то,
were saying, whether
что
you kind of tap or hold the B button, will sort of determine
подавал
where on the screen you
заявку
go
на
over.
партнерство Твича, наверное,
If you
раз
don't have
таки
that
с
particular ease of
13-го,
knowledge,
что
it
ли.
really just sort of seems
Да.
random where you bounce along on the screen with the tornado. So.
Если это про него, конечно же, я помню. Но очень забавно, конечно, стримить там 30 различных дней, иметь при себе в среднем больше 75 и при этом не выдать партнерку ни хрена. И вот где-то раза с 13-го ему выдали все же. 82 участника у нас. И Приси заканчивает с Кирби, убив второго босса. Так, далее у нас, по-моему, Супер Контр следующим.
So lost a little bit of time dropping down. That's the kind of thing where, like,
Да, Супер
I mean, I
Контр.
look at it, I'm like, it's pretty good, and but someone like Prissy would be like, oh man, I can't believe I lost 3 seconds on this boss.
Супер Контр пройти
It's just the mindset
5-й уровень.
of some of the people who
Можно тут
really,
использовать
really try to
код
go
на
in.
10
So,
жизней. Поскольку это
very
американка,
close
тут
behind
10
is,
жизней.
is Stans and PJ.
Если бы
Marcus
они
also
выбрали
not too far
японку, там
behind.
было бы
But it's
30
Prissy
жизней
in
на
the lead
старте.
on to Super C.
И поскольку в американке другой вот кода, тут не обычный стандартный Konami код, а там по-другому вводится, и тебе дадут 10 жизней на старте.
I don't think Percy is going to need it, but it is allowed and doesn't actually cost any time, so, you know, why not take a shot at least putting in the
Так,
code
Стэнс
to get
почти
Yeah, it's
разбирается с
easy.
боссом.
This is a one-hit kill game, right?
Ну, Торнадо,
Especially
конечно,
someone like Prissy is
имба
likely to
против
really
боссов.
push
Ну вот.
it, and you can play safe here. You know, these guys spawn on the left
Пока
side,
что
the right
он,
side of the
наверное,
screen
сейчас где-то
in many
вторым
levels,
все-таки
and you can just turn around and get rid
идет.
of them. Indeed, Prissy does actually. It does reduce lag sometimes, but for the most part, you can just run forwards, let them catch up, and then sort of jump and shoot down to clear them out. That's what, you know, the world record would do. But this is the big 20, right? It's like 10-15 frames you're going to lose if you turn around and shoot that guy, but it's just so much safer.
И, блин, перед боссом Приси умудряется умереть, потеряв самое имбовое оружие в игре. Но теперь придется на дефолте валить вертолет.
Going to cost some time, but hopefully not going to be a huge issue. No, guns go down.
Но кое-где нужно бегать чисто на дефолте. Это уже будет потом.
But I mean, Prissy's mashing is as good as any, especially I have to tell, if anyone doesn't know, Prissy will often mash.
Но он зубами
with his
мэшит,
teeth.
да.
He will bring the controller up to his mouth and press it against his teeth so that he can have his thumbs properly on whatever buttons.
У нас зубомэшер, у нас Приси, он показал на каком-то GDQ способ применения мэшинга зубами. Это страшно.
Strong control over his character. So he's going to lose less time in this situation than probably others. But even as good as he is, it's just so much slower to be fighting things, fighting bosses in particular with a suboptimal weapon.
Ой, Приси взял лазер.
Laser.
Интересно. Я что-то проморгал момент, как он умудрился взять лазер.
Now I realize, oh yeah, you on spread all day, every day. So in Super C, an interesting thing about the spread is that it
Ну,
actually
опять на
gives
дефолте
bosses
придется
extra
валить
health if you have the spread.
очередного босса.
It's still quite a good
Ну да,
weapon,
главного зеленого вот этого человечка. И все.
And to
Ну,
keep
Стэн
in
сможет
mind, if
догнать.
you're at that sort of top
Помалеху.
level of Super Seed,
Но самая проблема, что
that's one
у
of the big reasons
Присси
the F is
максимум. Он
actually so
может
good, not just the absolute damage,
взять
but
только
because it
машинган,
doesn't give the bosses more health.
дойти до
That's what it does.
паука и
Right.
каким-то образом быстро
Yeah,
его
and the
убить.
charge shot available as well on the fire power up is really good for sort of front loading damage. As soon as a boss is vulnerable, just like bam, like it'll blow up the turrets on the helicopter boss in one shot. So that's pretty good. Now Prissy's gone ahead and lost that laser, so we'll see this in Contra later on, where we are actually forcing the players to use low percent. But when you lack
Присси
the
снова
firepower,
погибает.
things have a way of lingering on the screen a little more.
Quick
And
kill
suddenly you
Стэнза,
find yourself having to
замечательно.
worry about a lot more
Вот
as you are
машинган.
trying to run to the right, and you run out of room. You
Но
run out of room
машинган,
to do your
по-моему,
jumps,
сейчас
your dodges, your
исчезнет.
wiggles,
Не,
and
подобрал.
you just get got. So, along with a slightly untimely death running
Вот
into the
главное до
explosion of
паука
that
не
thing there,
сдохнуть.
Prissy's losing some time, and Stans is coming. Has just begun stage 3. Is now just half a stage behind. PJ is halfway through.
Вот мне всегда мне кажется, что машинган хуже, чем дефолтное орудие.
Super scene now. Fire Broth late into Kirby, and then Cantaloupe still trying to make it happen here in Ninja Gaiden.
Вот
A really
всегда
tough
мне
game to
кажется.
try to make your way through blind.
Yeah, like I said, I did say, earlier that I regard Ninja Gaiden 2, at least in the US, as being kind of the easiest of the trilogy. But like I said, that is very much a relative to the other two games.
Yeah, relative
It
to
is-
some of the
It
hardest
is not a
games
game I
ever.
would want to be trying this Big 20 in blind.
Has done a heroic job of getting all the way to 4-2 here already. So we got Prissy
Ну, и убивать
fighting
паука,
this guy.
на
He's
самом
got
деле, да.
the machine gun, it
Вот
looks
тут
like.
можно
He would
взять,
like to have either spread or fire
взять
here.
F-ку.
But he gets the boss kill on the right side of the
После
screen. This is where you want to
барьера.
be. You're gonna be running to the right here.
А
and
F-ка
then
у
the
нас
game
снизу
developers
находится.
have planned this
Да.
elaborate sequence where the
Подбирает.
ground is giving way beneath you, but because you
И
were
Стэн
already
сейчас
on the
будет
right
делать
side of the
quick
screen when
kill.
it started scrolling, you're
Да.
already ahead of everything that they carefully
И
planned.
уже
So you
сокращает
get a free walk to
дистанцию,
the end.
на
Oh no,
самом
it's the
деле.
firepower Prissy had. Yeah, it's available during that sequence, right? So Prissy just got the firepower up, and he's going to use it to shred this gigantic, menacing square that
Yeah.
pops out of the ground.
Yeah, you can see just how good the charged firepower is. That was what?
Сейчас будет рискованный момент, как будет пробегать через пузыри,
Arcus has got the pea shooter,
при
by the
этом
way,
сохранив
lost
орудие.
the firepower up heading into the helicopter, kills it all the way in the bottom right. Remember, Prissy killed that helicopter
Да, он
boss with the
стреляет
pea
еще
shooter,
сразу вверх,
like, kind of
чтобы
more in the middle of the screen.
пузырьки не
So that's just,
вылетали.
a testament to,
Ну, тут
his,
теряет, конечно.
ability with mashing and like not just straight up like hertz, like the number of button inputs, but the maintaining control of the character. and
Сейчас
everything on top
посмотрим,
of it
будет
is
делать
just as
элеватор
important.
глич. Самый сложный трюк в этой игре. Стэнс тоже теряет F-ган.
We saw Percy and Stans actually both get
Так.
bubbled there in stage 4. These bubble shooter things.
Нет, не
they just
делает
kinda shoot
первый
out
глич.
sorta randomly.
Но можно сделать второй на самом деле.
You can if you're willing to take a small time loss. They do eventually, I believe, either stop or can shoot at the
Самое главное
generators and
S-ку
stop
подобрать.
them. But, yeah, honestly, the fastest way through them is just sort of run and hope everything works out. It did not for either of them.
Стэнс?
Yeah, we got some pea shooters.
Нет, не делает.
lining up
Не
here.
получилось.
We'll see if Stans is
Да,
gonna
очень
try for the
сложный
elevators here.
глич,
I
на
think he
самом
did
деле,
try
очень
for it, but he
сложный.
didn't get it. It's really
А если при
complicated.
идеальном
There's a
исполнении
sequence of
можно
jumps you
сделать
can do
два
to
глича
manipulate
сразу
the screen
и
position,
сократить при
and
этом.
then it's, I think, a frame per
Очень
kill
много
on a
времени.
little capsule thing, and if you
Believe
get
so,
it,
yeah.
then the screen just starts scrolling upwards, not locked the way that it is for these two players. It scrolls up without the elevator, so there's no floor and you die. So you do have to forfeit whatever weapon you have, but you can get the spread on the climb,
Так.
and you speed up this elevator.
Где
look
у
how
нас
slow it is, right? Any
наши
chance you have
участники?
to make this thing go faster is something the players would
Пикачуха-
probably at least try to go for, and then if you miss it, no big deal.
Не, Пикачуха не делает первый глич на
Right, and I
лифте.
believe there are actually two skips, one for each of these
Ну, короче,
elevators, and
где-то
I
да.
believe if you miss
Бок о
the
бок так
first,
вот
then the
бегают.
second one just will not work.
Джозеф на Кирби.
Okay.
Дэмин у нас на
Sometimes they've
Кирби
not
тоже.
available,
Фулгор.
for either of these players. We'll see if maybe PJ can get it.
Фулгор Супер
Currently has
Контра.
the spread
Первый
gun.
уровень
Did
только.
not lose it to the bubbles.
Пока что держится, пацаны.
We got Arcus on stage 3, who is not turning
Так, а
around
там
to
еще
kill these,
наши
guys
какие-то
chasing him
бегают.
from behind, by the way. And I
Нас,
think he's actually running intentionally
у
into,
нас
yeah,
кто?
the mortars here. He only had the pea shooter, and he's like, I'm not gonna stop and kill this thing with this pea shooter. Heck that. And just
Вот
took the death
Бухендер
and ran through it.
и
Yeah, actually,
Зейден
actually quite a
Кабан.
heads up play there from Marcus. You know, presumably
Кабан у
like, he, in
нас
fact, also went the 10 life code. So he
на
have lives as a
панчауте,
resource, why
Балдбол.
not use them?
Oh, actually, he's got
Бухендер,
fewer now.
Доктор
Everyone else
Марио.
you can see has 4 medals to indicate
Yeah.
their 4 or more lives, but Arcus has less than that. So that is
Пока
just
вот
3 lives left. That is not a strategy
вот
Arcus
такая
can
вот
rely on
ситуация.
too much for the rest of this run.
Right.
All right, we're going to do a runner switch. Take a look at some of the other racers who are going. I know we're going to get Darko on screen here. Darko, I think, has had the lead, if not still has the lead in this race.
О, Дарко
We
РТ,
have not
ничего
really
себе.
talked too much about
А.
Darko. There's a lot of focus on people.
SBD Wolf тоже неплохо, кстати, играет.
Pikachu is playing, Chrissy is playing. Lack Attack has done extremely
Пикачух
well
там
in the
тоже
last
на
few,
пятом
and has
стейдже
times
уже.
very comparable to
Прям
all of
сейчас
them.
бегает.
But so does Darko.
Аркус у нас только
Darko is
к третьему
like,
боссу
he's also one
приближается.
of my favorite speedrunners. He joins a lot of these events, a lot of speedrun tournaments and stuff. He'll just hop in and give it a go, and he does his
Так, и
own
вот здесь
thing.
сейчас мы
He
убиваем
will
пятого босса и
sometimes just, like, not
переключаемся
care, like, what is
на
the best strat,
на
what is the
другую
most
игру.
optimal strat.
У нас,
He cares about
по-моему,
what his strat is, and he just goes his own way.
у нас,
So
по-моему,
sometimes
какая
you will see
следующая
him
игра
do
должна
things
быть?
that are like really surprising and unique and like just as good, maybe a
Чип и
little bit
Дейл.
worse than
Ну,
what other people are
Чип и
doing.
Дейл там
So
any
he's really
процент,
surprising. He's a
Окр
really fun
НГ
player to watch, and
разрешен.
he's just damn good as well.
Подожди,
So
какой
he
any
is right
процент?
here with the best of them. Right
Не-не-не-не-не.
at the end of Contra, we got SBD Wolf as
Пройти
well in the top
уровень,
right, and stands now in the bottom right.
уровень
These three look
H
to be
вроде бы.
our leaders, at least on stream, finishing up Super C.
Ну или до ракеты.
Yeah, so moving on
Это
to the
же
next
уровень
game,
казиноши
Dale
H,
Nazi
по-моему,
Rangers.
или G. По-моему, все-таки H.
Oh no, are we on opposite teams?
Oh no!
I'm a chip guy. Oh,
Так, Приси
no, we're
бегает
out of sync.
чипом.
We didn't think
SBD
about
Wolf.
this when we set up who's going to commentate with who.
Так,
Does that, well, maybe
Дарко
we'll make a
чип.
good team.
SBD Wolf чип. Но на Стэнсдейл. Хорошее разнообразие.
That's also a good
So,
pick.
hi everybody.
Yeah, you know what?
It's,
Fair.
This is
А вы
Stom
за кого
coming in.
топите? Чипа
Ordinarily,
или Дейла?
I'd be coming in here to try and give you like a silent report. I'll do my best on that, but
Хотя, конечно, в играх
it's absolute chaos out there.
нету особого
Overwatch
такого
Fire,
различия между персонажами.
I've been trying to
Вот.
gather up canned goods. But what I can tell you is that we have a lot of racers.
Опять
all on
экранчики,
Super
экранчики
C.
пропали,
At
блин.
least 13 right now.
Обсервер, не
Probably
падай.
more. It's
Ну, Рокфор,
been such a crazy,
я
exciting
подумал
race,
про
that
первую
I had
часть
an idea
Чипа
of, like,
Дейла.
trying to keep a running list of our top 10,
За
and
какого
I'm not even
персонажа
sure what our
играть?
top 5 is right now.
Любимого,
I
точнее.
Yeah.
do know that it's slowly starting to separate out, but still the majority of our players, I think, are on Kirby or Super C. So it's still a really, really, really crazy tight race. We definitely had some names that we had not been talking about popping up. Some of these
Всё-таки G.
you've seen on screen. I know Darko, you said, was not someone that we talked about as much. PJ stands. So yeah, like this is gonna be a fun race, and I know before this race I said I think I know what the top 10 is gonna be. I just don't know the order. I take that back. I'm not even sure who the top 10 is gonna be at this point, and I cannot wait to see it unfold. But otherwise,
Heck yeah.
I think this is gonna be it for my report because I need to go back to making sure that there's no more fires.
Thank you so
And,
much for
yeah.
your service, DH Stom.
Yes, thank you.
All right, catch
One of
you
the
guys
crew
later.
members. Making it happen in the background there. So we're a little bit into Chip and Dale here. You didn't miss much on account of Chip and Dale is it's very much a sort of run to the right game, partly due to the amazing controls. This is the game with the most jump control. I cannot think. I tried a little bit to think of a game that gave you more control over your jump than this game does. I don't know if it exists. The moment you let off of the jump button, you immediately cap off wherever you are in your jump and you begin to fall. And when you press the button, you just like shoot up into the air. So you just have this like absolute perfect control of wherever you are on the screen in this game, and it makes it really fun to play. It makes it really easy to pick up as a speedrun. It's again something, you know, it's a popular enough game that it's attracted a lot of speedrunners over the years, so they've packed it full of dense micro tricks that have become increasingly impossible if you're trying to
Я буду
get the
как
last
периодически
2 frames for
отходить.
the world record or whatever. But for a big 20 event, it is really comforting to sort of jump in here and put a good run on the board.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. A popular question people get is, oh, what game should I start with speedrunning? And if you don't go sort of the typical kind of empty platitude answer of, the game you like to run, which is not a bad answer. But if you want an actual concrete answer to that question, I definitely think this game would be up there with maybe a few others. Very good sort of first speedrun to learn. Like you said, it is the controls are very good. It's not super difficult to get through absolutely in a casual sense. Oh, very nice kill there from Chrissy.
Yeah, throwing the ball that you have to use to fight all the bosses upwards and then having it come back down for the second hit. Doesn't matter if you're dead. Ty goes to the runner, so Prissy gets the kill on that boss. And that was intentional. That's sort of his strat for that boss.
Yeah, Capcom enjoy that sort of Ty goes to you, the player sort of thing. You also see that in
Что у нас тут? Уровень без
Mega Man 2,
босса.
I think you have like 8 frames where if you and the boss tie at the same time, the tie goes to you, but then otherwise.
На самом деле тут оказалось можно по пропасти как-то пробегать, если там заочить какую-то платформу, и можно целиком и полностью бегать туда-сюда.
While the screen was frozen with time stop, which also damages the boss, so it created some weird interaction that none of the Mega Man runners had even seen before. Where Ty did not go to the runner. That one was a true tie. It was a forever tie. The game was soft locked, and that is a disaster. That's like a new fear you get to carry with you into the race. So shout out to Blunt Bunny. Hopefully their race is going pretty good. The race we can see, from what we can see on screen at least, Chip and Dale seems to be going pretty smooth, but for these runners as talented as they are, I would be surprised if it wasn't. It's a hard game to lose a whole bunch of time in or anything.
Полгор только заканчивает супер контру проходить. Дэмин все еще на Кирби. Джозеф на 3-м уровне с платформами разрушающимися. Пика у нас только начинает проходить уровень казино.
We don't have game audio anyway, but it's just that good. I have to talk about the music in Stage J of Chip and Dale. It's like a top 10 NES track, period. I love it.
Так, ну и далее у нас Mega Man 3.
Back to the race. I saw brief flashes of everyone in the same room on the final level of Chip and Dale.
Mega Man 3, по-моему,
clean view of Prissy heading into Mega Man 3.
пройти 5 боссов на дефолте. Вроде так.
In Mega Man 3, but if there was one player I could pick for all of us to watch play Mega Man 3, Prissy would be the one. Prissy is an absolute expert at Mega Man. Has
4 робот-мастеров оставшихся.
Mega Man 1 to 6 category, I believe. At least had it for a long time, if not. And 46 Robot Masters as well. He's just extremely skilled.
Так, я хочу еще узнать, как у нас дела с лак-атаком
a pretty difficult buster only goal in a way that none of the other players are quite going to be able to match.
Yeah, so the goal for this is to beat
лак-атак у нас на Чипе и Дейле вроде как. А нет, сейчас начнет Мегамена 3-го, ничего себе.
So that definitely ups the degree of difficulty, especially because particularly Shadow Man, that's Rissy taking the death.
Где бы сейчас
But as far as the boss fights
Оверсворма
themselves go, Shadow Man
найти?
and Needle Man, in my opinion, are two of the nastier ones, not just in Mega Man 3, but in kind of the entire 1 to 6 block to attempt Buster only. So it's a good thing.
Да, тоже Мегамен 3 начинает.
Give the runners 2 E-tanks because I bet quite a few of them are going to take advantage of those.
Это чей сейчас голос был? Энди Social Network, что ли? Точнее, да, вроде Social. Так, Needleman. Ну, на дефолте, конечно, да, таких боссов, блин, сложно уничтожать.
Alright, so yeah, you can see Percy is going to try to stick sort of close to Needle Man and I believe try to bait out that sort of body needle attack.
PIJ только заканчивает
Does not want
Чипа
to play
Дейла.
ball, but and yeah, you can actually see it looks like Darko has pulled up now. Other people going Needle Man first, which is interesting. Yeah, you see Percy using the E-tank there. This is it is not an easy fight. It is, like I said, one of the harder fights maybe in the entire 1 to 6 block to do Buster only along with Shadow Man. Also, brief note, it looks like we made a lot difficult, so I'm gonna try and fly
Сколько у меня
solo here
секунд
for a
задержка
while.
на трансляции?
And proceed
Не
moving
видно?
on to Shadow
Блин.
Man.
Это только надо так смотреть. Ё-моё, 10 секунд. Так.
Welcome
Обновляем.
back, friend.
Yeah,
Отлично.
it's the technical problems are spreading. Now the Wi-Fi, it was a blip. I'm back. Hello. We are in Mega Man 3 again. Still, rather is the word. Look, everyone is in Shadow Man stage. So the runners might make our lives difficult. You can choose which order to fight the Robot Masters. So we might see. It might look like they're all on the same stage. They're all tied, but someone has already beaten another robot. We'll do our best to sort of keep track, but that is one of the realities with which we live here.
Yeah. So, Shadow Man boss fight is. It sounds easy because there is a pattern. So, Shadow Man will jump or will start by jumping twice, and then he will either slide at you or he will throw 2 giant ninja stars, shurikens at you.
Блин, на какую бы тему
At
сейчас
that
вот,
point, he will
чтобы не
subsequently-
молчать, а про что-нибудь потрещать?
Pattern is he'll jump 3 times and then do one of those 2 things. Even knowing the pattern, it is very difficult to dodge these slide and/or ninja stars. And if you're on a side or you have any sort
Да,
of input
говорят,
lag,
Switch 2
you are more or
будет
less reduced to
все-таки
just guessing
в
which one it
следующем
is
году,
and eat
так
the
как
damage if you're wrong.
показали за закрытыми
Which I can
дверями
speak from
на
experience,
Gamescom.
having done some of the Buster only
Какую-то
challenges
там
on
еще и
Mega Man
технодемку
Legacy
вроде
Collection
запустили.
for
Но это пока
PC.
что только слухи, на самом
It is
деле.
not a fun experience.
So we got Shadow Man down for Prissy. Stans is dealing with these. I think they're
Новая
called shoes.
гибридная консоль на
They're
уровне
terrible. They take up so
PlayStation
much
4.
space over these pits. They spawn a little
фиг
bit
знает.
randomly in terms of their height. They swing around all over the place.
Как все
And
это
they will
будет
knock you into pits. So
реализовываться.
the players are going to be playing really cautious through that section. Stans now starting
А еще
this Shadow
самые
Man fight.
херовые
SPD Wolf
новости
is
то,
doing
что
pretty good, is winning
насчет
the
свеча.
DPS race, takes one more hit,
То,
cannot
что
get hit again, needs one more
разработчикам
hit, and
предоставят
finds it.
средства защиты от своих игр. Это, конечно же, Denuvo. Из-за этого у меня будут такие некоторые подозрения, что с этим Denuvo будут небольшие проблемы с оптимизацией. Дабы, чтобы их продукт не пиратить, ни хрена, а приносить денежки побольше. В общем, не знаю, как это будет работать.
It's a pretty advanced sort of thing. Just a sequence of precise jumps followed by a slide next to the wall will just kind of have you just clip right through there. It's something I probably only Prissy is going to do. Other players will be fighting the snake, jumping up, shooting it in the mouth. It's got 10
Блин,
hits,
будет немножко
so it takes a
проблематичным,
little bit of speed
если
here, SPD Wolf. is going to be going for the
Новый
clip.
Марио Карт
Didn't
будет
get it,
эксклюзивно
didn't
на
get it. It's a matter of timing. All right,
на
there we
новом
go. Still gets through. That
версии
was probably
Свитча.
still a little bit faster than fighting the boss.
Yeah, those snakes are they take a decent amount of hits, and it's kind of difficult if you're not a good masher to, actually jump up and get the 3 shots at a time you need to really make those fights quick. And they're big lag generators as well. Mega Man 3, not quite on Kirby's Adventure level of lag, but it slows down quite a bit, as you can actually see here on.
Да блин, зачем нахрен новый Nintendo Switch, когда у нас вот ядро Nintendo 64 под мистер FPGA уже большинство игр работает теперь нормально. Там такие жесткие обновления, что прям охренеть, как прогресс быстро развивается. Там раньше Супер Марио 64 запускали так, что у Марио не было лица, то есть нету глаз и усов, а там челик, который работает над ядром, уже сделал так, чтобы все было видно абсолютно, и по фреймрейту все прекрасно. Но есть еще некоторые моменты, которые нужно еще доделать. Там есть еще несколько игр, которые все еще не запускаются. И некоторые остальные функции тоже еще пока не внедряли. Это всякие там различные паки, Rumble пак, это вибрация. Еще какие-то паки, не помню какие. Вот. Читы, что ли, какие-то у нас. И еще всякое-всякое.
Following along behind is generally what you want to be doing. Landing your shots. Very good, very safe. We got a lot of people in Snake Man. Stans is very low on health. Is going to be just like Prissy getting that kill in the middle of the screen where we want it. Arcus on Snake Man now.
Да, читы, геймпаки, трансфер-пак, рамбл, пау, тайминг. А я не знаю, зачем нужен пау. Фиг знает. Функция RDP. Что-то с чем-то связано. Снак-адаптер, work in progress у нас. Да. В общем, вот такие вот у нас... У нас такой прогресс. Поэтому все больше и больше хочется купить побыстрее. Может, не побыстрее, а купить макетную плату D10 и к нему все остальное докупать. Это USB-мост, это память, это плата. Я не знаю, там какая аналоговая или цифровая, или, может, версия от ретро-касла, где там, скажем так, слим-версия, где питание только от USB-порта Type-C работает.
It's looking really good for Darko. We got SPD Wolf and Stans on the Yoku blocks here in Magnet Man stage. You can sort of wait until they line up in a favorable pattern. And then you don't really have to deal with the magnets, though it looks like Stans is having a bit of trouble with those blocks. SPD Wolf.
Так, первая контра. Нужно пройти тоже 5 уровней, но на дефолтном орудии. Можно использовать код на 30 жизней.
So you have this pea shooter. The good news is that you don't have to be stressed out over getting hit and losing your precious weapon that does a bunch of damage.
А вот после первой контры у нас начнется самое интересное, это Тетрис.
This is what I do if I have my spread weapon, and this is what I do if I happen to lose it, because you want to be prepared for that. You just have to learn one. But boy, does it take a lot of effort to, fight all of these enemies with this tiny little gun.
А самое забавное, что
Yes, this is the
вот эта
lowest of
макетная
low
плата
percent, so
DE10
no even
нано,
grabbing the R,
которая
no grabbing
на Авито
invincibility, no
висит,
grabbing the
он стоит 25
the smart
тысяч.
bomb attack that, you know, kills everything on screen. This is unmodified
Если
key
там на
shooter
официальном сайте он
And,
стоит
yeah, like you said, there
225
were a number of
долларов,
people who, when this was announced,
и
kinda
через
joked,
курс
"Alright,
валют
my time to
перевести
shine," because, you know, you just get hit so often in
вот эту
Contra,
цену, то
low
приблизительно
percent is
такая
how you
цена и
play it
есть.
anyway.
Ой, ё-моё, для Приси и Дарка будет очень
Indeed,
сложно.
we'll see players probably
На
taking
дефолте
some intentional
будут...
deaths
А,
later on.
я
But for
что-то это,
now,
да.
stuff like the
Я
first
думал,
boss here,
что
Prissy and Darko both done with it.
у них орудие-то
It's
есть,
going to shoot a
блин.
bunch of projectiles all over the place, willy-nilly. There's not a lot. You're going to lose more time trying to dodge them than if you just sit there and try to do all the damage you can before they hit you, and then you come in afterwards and you finish the boss off. So,
Лок-атак у нас
they're going to
на
be making
контре,
use of these
первый
extra lives you
стейдж.
get for the life cheat. Certainly, it's a
Оверсворм у
resource. They're going to
нас
spend it.
тоже
And then
контра,
also,
да.
what is a resource is your practice time. Do you really want to practice getting all of the
Пика у
absolute
нас
perfect
тоже на первой
strategies
контре.
here to stay alive and get your deathless run in this game? Or are you going to spend that practice time somewhere else and just accept, well, I'm going to take a couple deaths, I'm going to lose maybe a little bit of time?
Yeah, especially in a game like Contra. Besides,
А я, кстати, это,
you know,
один
besides the
момент.
sort of time
Я в телеге
investment
не
in
видел
that, it's also
оповещения
Contra,
о том, что стрим
maybe even
начался. А у
more
вас
so
показал,
low
кстати, или
percent,
нет?
although these base stages may actually be a little easier, as
Как-то
weird as
странно.
that sounds, because you know you can more easily get 4 bullets on the screen instead of essentially 2 you would get with the spread weapon. But Contra is kind of a physical game. It's a very mash-intensive game, especially coming off the heels of Mega Man 3, which is also pretty
ща приду.
mash-intensive. There's kind of that element of how do you allocate your practice time, like physically. How much can you know, how much effort can you really put into, as Arcus likes to say, mash, 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 before you're like, yeah, okay, no more. You know,
Totally.
the actual physical pain is not worth a few seconds, I'm saying.
So Prissy did gain a few seconds, whether it was by fighting the boss at the end of the base stage a little bit better, I think is probably what happened, but is just very, very slightly ahead of Darko, and then pulling a little bit further ahead on this vertical climb section here. Normally you would grab the barrier power up and just sort of ignore all of the threats on this vertical climb. But without it, you've got to be mindful of enemies and turrets and their bullets all over the place. And they basically they threaten to interrupt your rhythm. You want to be jumping as soon as you land in order to jump up to the next platform, right? That's the only thing that's stopping you from making forward progress, is not jumping. But sometimes there's a bullet or something in the way, right? So
Не
you
было.
might want to not go as fast as possible if it means being safe. And so
Значит,
Darko
я не
stopped
один.
to take out a turret, for example,
Ладно.
at one point. Prissy managed
Значит,
to find
вот
a way
что
around
там.
it without stopping. So it's little things like that that are the
Уснул,
reason
походу.
why Prissy is pulled ahead. But again, these risks come with, you know, the potential for time loss should they go wrong. Prissy's generally been the kind of guy to just go for it.
Так,
But
база
really, you don't
2,
win a big 20 if you're not smart about your strategy.
стенд
So,
база 1.
he did take one death there in
SBD
the base
Вульф у
stage.
нас
As they try
водопад.
so hard, so much health on all
Пиаджи
of these
только
little
начинает
porcelain.
бегать. Аркус, наверное,
By the
только
way, you may be
заканчивает у
thinking,
нас
well, what if you
проходить
accidentally
третьего
grab a
Мегамена.
power-up? Is your run just over? And no, in that case, kind of the, I guess if you will, the
Сколько у нас
gentleman's
там
agreement,
по
or
времени?
the
Час
gentleman's
и
agreement,
10
person's
минут у
agreement,
нас.
let's say. Essentially, if you grab
Гонка
a
длится.
power-up, you have to essentially die at the first available opportunity. Whether that's, you know, jumping down off the bottom of the
Сейчас
screen in the
посмотрим.
waterfall, or just finding an enemy to kill yourself on, and then you can proceed.
Yeah, we're not too picky about it. It's fun. We're here to have
Да,
fun.
час и 10 минут.
So Stans now is on the waterfall climb. We got PJ starting Contra. Arcus, I think,
По-моему,
is
на
maybe on his last
тренировке
Bot Master.
только у двоих участников,
Everyone's
что ли, у
doing
нас
well. We're hearing offside
за
reports.
сам
OTMR
3
is getting
часа
into Contra.
пробегали. Ну, по
He knows
своим
a thing
там
or
лучшим
two
временам.
about that game. You know who else does? Pikachu. We haven't had Pikachu on stream. One of the top runners has won a big 20 before. Pikachu has definitely
сейчас
played an awful
посмотрим.
lot of Contra. So we're probably going to be making up some time in this game wherever they are.
understand taking the death there on this boss, but because of how this boss works, it doesn't cost him any time. Because the way this third boss works is, I believe the mouth opens up at certain times. And you can only really damage the boss when the mouth is open, so getting fireballed by the arms really essentially means nothing there.
No, I'm actually hearing Pikachu is in third place and seems to be gaining. So not surprised to see Pikachu with the leaders, and not surprised to hear that they are gaining in Contra. But it's probably going to be too late to catch Prissy in this game. Oh, well, although Prissy did just get blown up by a grenade. The timing for the jumps to avoid the explosions on the grenades as you go by is pretty tight. Matching down the turrets in time with the pea shooter. I mean, you can do it with the pea shooter, but it's a little bit tight. You can be pre-shooting at them before they scroll.
Так, Пикачу из Бедивульф.
And you can be pre-firing shots at any enemy who might spawn on the edge of the screen.
GCR, Ice Blue, Stance, Arcus. Вот. Пока что такое время в практике. САП 3 часа. Но у Стенза в пробном ране там было 3 часа 45 минут. Естественно, если он сейчас дойдет до Тетриса, у него будет небольшая потеря времени. Хотя за 6 минут оптимальное время проходят некоторые игроки в Тетрисе. Ну, тут прикольно, получаешь урон и проходишь сквозь танк. Все.
Spikes everywhere. It's pretty great, actually. Yeah.
I'm gonna put spikes on top in case.
Если у тебя жизней достаточно.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, sure. You do that, big guy.
But everyone knows he put it there because he thinks it looks cool. I mean, all these runners are looking pretty cool right now. Well, I mean, dying over and over to this car, I guess, doesn't look very cool. But
maybe, yeah, maybe. I mean, but yeah, the car definitely looks cool. You know,
the car is cool. One thing on the screen is cool.
Yep, that over-engineered, not wrong about the spikes on the top looking cool.
Stans is having a hard time with the end of this boss. It's only vulnerable while the two flickering halves of it sort of come together. And you want to jump up to like sort of cluster your shots all together when it's vulnerable, but every time you jump, you're opening yourself up to getting hit by all of the turrets.
Посмотрели у нас новый рекорд в первом Super Mario Bros. Уже, считай, почти как ТАСС пробегает.
Yeah, Prissy with the mashing, going ahead and gaining a little bit more of an advantage at the end of Contra, heading into probably our favorite game.
Там Нивский уже
together, you and I, MTI, are we on
уже
the same page here?
Практически все уровни проходят на уровне ТАСС, но за исключением последнего уровня 8.4, где нужно где-то засейвить 22 кадра. О, теперь у нас Тетрис начинается. Самый интересный вообще. Самая интересная часть. Биг 20. Это у нас Тетрис. Тут режим Б. Нужно пройти 6 различных уровней. 6 различных уровней высоты. С любой скоростью дропа. Нужно очищать только 25 линий. Тут абсолютно рандом. Никакого ока рандома. То есть у кого как получится. И как рандом себя поведет. Самое интересное, ну вот я поэтому и говорю, то, что тут абсолютный рандом в Тетрисе. Потому что у всех фигуры, точнее паттерны фигур разные, и разные уровни высоты с некоторым мусором. Вот сейчас уже начнется первый, вот у него такой паттерн уровня у Приси. А вот сейчас у Дарка будет уже тоже первый уровень высоты. У него будет другой паттерн абсолютно. И фигуры совсем разные.
Self-explanatory. You want to hold down which causes the pieces to fall at the fastest they can fall as much as possible.
Но у
You
Стэнза
wanna play high up on your
самая
board
главная
so the
проблема
pieces
это
don't
он
fall
ждет всегда
as
почему-то
far.
палку.
And then the
Он
last phase,
строит
clearing 4 lines at a time
специально
with a Tetris rather than one at a
пустую
time,
линию
'cause the
для
animation
палки
for
и ждет
clearing
всегда
either
палки.
is still the same
Но
amount
когда
of time. So
в
you'll see
этом
less
режиме
animations if you
палку
are
совсем
clearing
не
lines
обязательно
in
ждать,
bigger
а нужно
clusters.
очищать
And then
линии
there's a
просто.
small amount of time by playing
Но у
on
него,
lower
конечно, и
level
дикие
on the
ошибки
score
присутствовали
countdowns.
на практике, где,
The game considers
как,
level 10 as the
ну,
same
по
as
моему
0,
предположению,
so that's
фигуру
been a
нужно
really good
поставить именно
sweet spot for a
сюда,
lot of players. That's where
а
we see everyone
Стэнс
on stream right
ставит
now.
фигуру
You
совсем
get to enjoy the extra speed of
в
level
другом
10
месте,
without any of the score
где не нужно
countdown
абсолютно.
stuff on screen. So basically, players have been playing on 10, and then once it's kind of too much for them, it starts to get like I start to make mistakes. It's RNG starts to become more of a problem. We see
Вот сейчас
players,
давайте
you know,
запомним
they
первые
kinda
две
had to make a
фигуры у
decision coming into
Приси.
the race. This is when I'm going to switch. I'm going to start to play on a lower speed,
Вот,
maybe
вот
even
это
speed 0
и
now.
G-фигура.
Yeah, you
А
see
ударка
Percy
какое
here,
будет у нас?
has actually swapped to level 0 for
Ну,
height 2.
точно
I expect you're going to
такое
be seeing a
же,
lot of
но...
either 10 10 10 0 0 0 or 10 10 0 and then, you know, zeros.
Ну, тут да, скорость можно менять, на самом деле. Но Дарка рискует, играет на второй высоте, на 10-й скорости. На нулевой скорости это, считай, сейвовая скорость, где фигуры не совсем быстро падают, а нужно хорошенько подумать, куда поставить фигуру и очищать линии.
In my opinion, is actually probably not worth the risk-reward ratio versus just if you were doing an individual.
Но Дарк теперь впереди. У Приси проблема пока что с линиями.
There should be a system to score the state of your board, whether it's good or bad, right? So a lot of players don't even realize they'll put a piece down and they're like, this goes, like I didn't leave a gap or anything. I didn't create a hole.
Ну вот и Дарка заканчивает вторую
высоту.
высоту. Теперь будет третья. Первая фигура у нас Тэшка и Эль. Запомнили.
And smoother and more connected your board is, the more places there are to put pieces, the less likely you are to suddenly get a piece that doesn't go anywhere, and now you got to do something really bad with it. And it can be surprisingly subtle sometimes.
Палка и Эль. Вот тут да, стартовые фигуры, они абсолютно рандомные. И тут не забываем то, что это классический Тетрис. Тут нету такого понятия, как... я по-английски скажу. 7 или 14. Баг паттерн — это когда фигуры Тетриса, они не абсолютно рандомные, а они, скажем так, разнообразные, и там свой сет фигур, это сгенерированы. То есть, типа, нельзя получить 3 тэшки сразу же одновременно. Вот первые 7 фигур, они абсолютно разные, которые вот в Тетрисе есть. И потом следующие 7 фигур точно так же. То есть вот у нас что, первые 7 фигур это у нас квадрат, палка, J, L, Z, S фигура и T фигура. И дальше следующие 7 фигур точно такие же появляются фигуры. Это просто такая особенность механики в современной версии Тетриса.
So we got height 4 for Darko, height 3 for SPD Wolf. Darko had a top out, just had a bad stack, had a big spire, had a big cavity, and then on top of that just completely misdropped a piece way up high, and that was it. It's so easy, especially on the higher heights.
То есть в современной версии Тетриса есть своя цепочка фигур. Вот. Первые 14 именно. А дальше уже будет игра генерировать следующие фигуры.
It's when you are playing at height 4, height 5, and you find yourself in that situation, sometimes the players they just do not have the skill set to deal with it. Like, they just can't. Like, it feels correctly so.
Я не знаю, можно ли сказать эту ошибку Присси. Дарко заканчивает 4-й уровень. Ой, сейчас проблема у Присси. S и Z фигуры появляются. Прям не очень удачные.
Once you get up here for the players, it now starts to get really scary. It starts to get really random. Prissy needs 8 more lines, and it has jagged up the board so much here that it's going to be tough to dig down from here. But this has been a really good effort so far.
Yeah, okay, that line will help. He's 3 away now. Okay.
One more. That's an eyepiece dependency. Oh, no, he covered, but it's okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Главное не закрывать нужную дырку.
You're talking about different moves there, and I probably would have. The end result would have been the same.
Мисдроп у Дарко.
Was those last 2 pieces
Это
he got
очень-очень
lines
опасно.
where, I would have put the line on the far left, and then
Вот здесь очень ужасная ошибка тоже была. Можно Т-фигуру было засунуть как раз в большое пространство. Увы, придется делать рестарт.
80% of your games are just dead before they start, but they're especially here at height 5.
Там было пространство, где как фигура вот эта квадратная, там можно было засунуть Т-фигуру туда вовнутрь.
Even ahead, really, in the line count, if we take a look.
Yeah, it looks like actually, a few lines ahead now.
Надо еще посмотреть на стензы, как у него фигуры. И расстановку делает.
It's not the situation you want to be in, but he did a pretty good job of dealing with a bad situation. Does not want to cover with those particular pieces, but kind of needed to.
Сейчас будет очень плотно для Присси, но 3 линии осталось. Главное просто очищать линии. Очень опасно сейчас.
It's down to luck now. You're gonna need some good pieces for these last 2 lines. That's one of them. Clears the way. Finds one. Oh, this is
О нет, опасно, но еле заканчивает. Присси и Дарко одновременно заканчивают. Ну да, там в конце просто ужас. Так, теперь я смотрю за стензом. Дарко запустил... 3 минуты. Перерыв 3 минуты на Метроида. Точно. Он просто так запустил, видать. Так, центр. Окей, хорошо. Теперь сюда, центр, налево. Заполняешь. Так, направо, налево. Неправильно, блин, он неправильно фигуру поставил, стенс. Но 7 фигур осталось.
You can see occasionally
Направо, да.
NES Tetris, you just get the SZ storm. It's just SZ, SZ, SZ. If you play,
Заполняешь налево.
Like Tetris 99 in
Центр и направо. Хорош. Ну, хоть у стенда на гонке более-менее получилось. Так, и что у нас? SBD Wolf тоже заканчивает. Обычно у стенда ошибки были на Тетрисе. Но ему рандом повезло, он исполнил. Так, что у нас? Метроид нужно с пароля начать последнюю локацию, где у нас Mother Brain. Со всеми апгрейдами. Максимум ракет и максимум хп.
at some point. But before we go, I just want to say SB
Да, ну тут 3 минут перерыв, так что пойдет.
Their play. They made some incredible decisions with their piece placement.
Как раз вот, да, большие перерывы для одного перехода, как раз самое то для небольшой отдышки. Я считаю это правильным решением.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you to everybody, you know, behind the scenes as
Это
well.
вот на своем опыте я Биг 20 15 я бегал, и вот 4 часа никуда не мог отойти, с собой вода на всякий и все такое. А между играми перерыв 30 секунд.
Or into Tetris, and then switching a little bit. We did have Prissy still in the lead, followed by Darko. Pikachu seemed to be in third place, followed by Lack Attack, SBD Wolf, Overswarm.
Так, где у нас остальные? Lack Attack, Metroid. Так. Overswarm тоже Metroid. Пика только начинает. Метроида проходить. Так, Джозеф у нас контра, снежный уровень. Дэмин у нас на Мегамене третьем. Угор у нас только очищает линии в Тетрисе. Так, Кабанчик у нас на Чип и Дейле.
Hello, what is up? So yeah, Metroid's already started. This has been a great race. I'm gonna let my buddy Hard Made Easy here go ahead.
Апо у нас присоединяется
Yeah, we can do intros a bit later, I guess.
комментаторский стол.
With Metroid, I mean, you're usually going through fighting Kraid and Ridley, getting all your power-ups, etc. We have a ROM hack
Поменяли некоторых
that essentially lets you start with 124
некоторых
missiles.
игроков.
You already have the Ice Beam. You obviously have the
Ну вот, блин, у Mexican Runner, я смотрю, он ждет палку. Ошибка. Он тоже тут ждет почему-то палку. Почему-то все тут зацикливаются именно на палках. Когда оно тут, рассчитывать на него вообще нельзя абсолютно. И бывает иногда, что палка не появляется спустя 30 фигур. Даже 40. Но это редко. Он же не появляется каждые 7-14 фигур. Это же классика, поэтому рассчитывать на палку абсолютно нельзя.
So yes. So it is. You have enough to be able to get through, and you know, also since we were able to get some info out of there. Yes, I'm Apollo 22237, and we're joined by a previous Big 20 winner. So I'm glad you've been able to make it. If you want to actually do an official introduction of yourself.
I don't know. I'm probably good. I'm Hard Made Easy. Hi everyone. Yeah. I've done two Big 20s, 7 and 8. I won number 8. Used to be known as Cove. That's about it.
Sounds good. But yeah, so there's so many people on Metroid, and so it's really cool that we get to see like a beat the game.
Так, побег.
Such as this, you know, you normally
Ну,
see like a
первым пока что успевает.
The Ridley fight, but this is Mother Brain and the escape in a race setting, which is really cool.
I always love, so Darko's doing kind of the weaving back and forth with his climb, which I think looks better. Technically, I think if you're doing what Prizzy's doing, it's a tiny bit faster, but it's definitely a lot easier.
О, дальше первые черепахи у нас. Первые черепахи с чит-кодом на выбор уровня нужно с 4-го начинать. Уровня. И пройти только 5-й уровень.
Yeah, so I mean, that was it for Metroid. As you can already see, we're on to Turtles for a couple of our players. Darko and Prizzy both did exceptionally well there.
Yeah, that Mother Brain room. It's one of my favorite. Like, I'm not a Metroid player myself, but it's definitely one of my favorite rooms to watch someone who does it well go through. It's like a piece of art when it's done well. And you've had a few yourself, so.
Yeah, I mean we're friends with a lot of Metroid runners, and so we've had the joys of being able to watch this room a lot over the years.
Absolutely. So yeah, let's talk about
Мы уже,
TMNT.
считай, на экваторе.
Similar, where you're not starting at the very beginning of the game. Our goal here
Да,
is to
дошли
beat
до
the
экватора.
Technodrome.
Впереди у нас
And so that's level 5. We're actually going to be starting
первый
at
Гайден,
stage 4.
две
So we have
Зельды,
to go through stage 4. As you
еще
see
один
now, they're
Мегамен,
just going through. They're going to be getting to the sewers. Darko now
два
is going
Марио,
over these ropes. So
как минимум.
there's a possibility here that Prissy's going to go
И
for the rope skip and is able to get it,
и
which
еще
saves a
какую-то
good
игру
amount
надо.
of time. I think Darko decided to just use the rope on all three.
И
Which is
DuckTales.
very safe, and probably a good thing for him to do in this now. But basically what's going to happen here is we're going to be going through some different sewers to be able to get to the end of the stage, and we're going to be looking for the Technodrome. And the reason, normally it's an RNG where that hole is.
Еще
what sewer
первую
to go through for the
Castlevania надо.
Technodrome, but because this is basically the race version of the game, as long as no one game's over, it's going to show up in the same spot. So our runners are going to know.
Но с первой костой очень интересно. Если в 15-м Биг 20 там была первая коства как раз, и нужно пройти 5 уровней,
So yeah, so it looks at here, what you
то в этот раз они сделали так, что нужно пройти
where
первый круг
there's a
целиком.
couple different routes you can go to, and so
Очень интересное
there's about,
решение.
I think there's 17 different sewers that you can kind of like move around.
Но это
And
выбор
so what you're able
зрителей.
to do is decide what kind of items you want, what kind of pizza you want.
Отбор
Get your
по
health back,
самым
and you're able to
популярным
pick whichever
играм
ones that you're able to do.
были отобраны.
And so I think the biggest difference is whether they're going to hold number 12 or go over to 13.
Yeah, and you may have noticed at the start of this.
Какие
because
еще
it is the
такие
race
самые
from,
популярные игры
like,
были
there
на
is a
Западе?
stage
Там
select
еще
there,
вот
so
Star
normally you would not
Tropics,
be
я
able to start
помню.
right at stage 4,
Есть
but
еще
you're able to because
популярный
we're supplying that version of the
Crystallis.
ROM and not the vanilla game.
Yeah, and I
Что ж
think it
там
looks
еще-то
I'm
было
trying to
такого?
watch between specifically for Pika, Prissy, Darko,
Типа такая
kind of
самая
which directions
запоминающаяся
they're
может
going in
быть.
and which
Может,
holes
вторая
they're choosing, 'cause
коства?
there's a
Я не
basically
знаю.
a divergence at a couple points. So. But yeah, if you look at Darko now, we're gonna see if Darko. So this one he's gonna either pass or go into is sewer number 12. We're gonna see if he takes 12. He does. So that means he's skipping scrolls, and so scrolls can be used to make basically the second half of this little goal a little bit easier. So he's skipping those. It looks like I'm watching to see what Prissy. So Prissy has gone a different way than Darko. Prissy's going through sewer number 13, and is going to be able to get the scrolls. And he's going to use that as a main weapon for different parts of the rest of the run and the final boss here.
Coincidentally, that room 13 there, if you do lose any of your turtles, you can get them back. They'll be tied up in that room, and so you can go and grab them and use them again.
Yes, yeah, you don't. As you know, you can kind of see everyone's using Donatello for the most part. You don't really want to lose Donatello, so sometimes people might swap characters on health, and there's a chance characters get lost and get captured, and you have to go rescue them. So it could be on the way depending on the route you take.
Kind of happy that they took different routes though to be able to like showcase kind of the two main paths people might take.
Yeah, that is pretty cool, and we'll be able to see the Technodrome boss fight, just like how different it is based on the items. And if you look at Prissy's screen, he's just going through and throwing it.
And I would just say, watch how the difference in these boss fights for how quickly they go. Because with the scroll trick that Prizzy's gonna do, it should be pretty darn quick. You're actually going to see him be hitting with his staff, but it's going to take scroll damage. And so boom, 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 dead.
So quick. So yeah, it takes a little bit of time, but then you're saving time as the run comes
Так,
through.
пятый стейдж.
And to be honest, it's probably
в поисках технодрома.
It just makes things a little bit easier.
Но при помощи одного трюка, который можно заставить технодром появиться сразу же с первой попытки. Вот сейчас Дарко исполнит вот первый трай как раз. Да, скрин-глитчинг, и таким методом мы сразу же попадаем в технодром.
You need to be able to hold right. If you're not holding right, it could kind of lock you there, and then you can't get
Прям
out.
сразу же с первого раза появляется.
And then you press A, jump out of it. So that's very important, and I think all these runners have by now learned what not to do.
Самая тролльская пицца в этой игре. Самый вот забавный, конечно, момент в этой игре, когда они запихнули самую невозможную пиццу вообще в этой игре. Самое тупое решение разработчиков. Так, Дарку заканчивает. Черепах. Далее у нас вторая Зельда, по-моему, или Гайден, да. Гайден. Пятый акт, а точнее 5-4.
So now we have between Darko, Prissy, Pika are now moving on to game number 13, and that is Ninja Gaiden. And so the goal for this, as we mentioned before, is going to be Act 5. And so it's pretty far into the game. So you're going to see a good chunk of Ninja Gaiden. And I would think that what you're going to basically see is, as they're going around, you're going to be seeing a lot of damage boosts to be able to grab onto walls or go through ladders, stuff like that. And then one item, as you see, there's like these little... Each stage have different types of boxes or like item drops. So that some are mosquitoes, some are like these little lanterns. They're going to be kind of making sure they pick up specific items along the way and collecting the ammo, which is called for this. And so right now you can see Darko has a spin slash and is going into the first boss fight. So stage 1-2, and he's just going to spin slash on that boss and it just immediately dies. And so that's going to be important to keep those items when you're getting into bosses, or else you're just going to have to slash it one by one. So we'll see. Chrissy's going to be doing the same thing, and Pikachu's also going into... And they should both clear it fairly quickly. Yeah, they both get it pretty immediately. So nice quick kills for all of them. As Darko is finishing up with stage 2-1, which I wasn't able to check, but I think he's trying to make sure...
Первый Гайден раньше для меня казалось какой-то, наверное, сложной игрой, на первый взгляд. Когда я в него в первый раз играл, я, наверное, потратил где-то 2,5 часа на прохождение. А потом, когда в группе DF был спидран-турнир по этой игре, тренил все эти уровни, и потом уже, как оказалось, когда уже натренил все это дело, самой такой простой игрой, наверное, в целом. Конечно, самый раздражающий уровень — это 6-й. Особенно если доходишь до босса и проигрываешь на нем, то тебя откидывает сразу на 6-1. Тут раньше Аркус был чемпионом первого Гайдена, но потом пришел ретро-раннер и просто сдвинул его на несколько секунд нахрен. Ретро-раннер вообще прям по-зверски пробежал Гайдена чуть ли не аж с отрывом в 10 секунд, что ли. И в итоге Аркус просто сдался.
takes out the boss.
У него
quick
нет
kill,
столько времени
stage 2 done,
гриндить
moving on to stage 3. Again,
первого
we're going
Гайдена
to stage
и
5.
улучшить хоть
It's
какое-то
like,
время.
Again, Prissy and Pikachu, they're still super close, neck and neck, trying to keep up with Darko right now.
О, первый трай выбивания огонька сюрикеном.
Yeah,
Yeah.
get through super quick. Go ahead.
Just gonna say, updating on the other two on there. Grayskull is on Mother Brain. TMR made it through Metroid, and he is working his way through. He's about halfway through. Oh, and he did pick up Dawn. It looks like he lost Dawn at some point, so he went 13 to go grab Dawn.
It's fair. You need the Dawn. You can't let Dawn go away. And actually looking at it right now, there's these fire. Some of these fire jumps can be really spooky, which is part of the reason why sometimes people don't go like 13, 14 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are definitely the tougher sewers in that level.
Так,
But yeah, so as we look at, we'll go back
ну-ка
to
так,
back to
2-3
Darko
заканчивает
is
в
on,
Гайдене.
boss fight. This one's a little bit harder 'cause instead of
Оверсворм
the
тоже
slash, you have the fire. And so this
2-3
boss is
заканчивает.
actually
Они
a
там
global
тоже
timer,
между
so
собой
you can, like,
соревнуются.
shoot
У них там
bullets.
пока что все
What
вровень
you're
идет.
trying to do is be able to hit him a couple times with the fire while he's
Так,
jumping to the left.
Стенза
Hit him more with fire and slash him real quick. And then as he's jumping to the
2-2.
right, you try to
Ну,
get him
немножко,
quick. So Darko
немножко
didn't get the
отстал.
quickest kill possible with him, but he did very well. Prissy though, Prissy looks like this is a super
Но
quick
вроде
kill
бы
that was
как
very well done. And then
где-то
Pikachu's gonna be doing the same
топ-8
thing.
может быть.
He's able to
А
not get hit by
Джозеф
any
на
bullets,
Метроиде
take
у
out-
нас.
So yeah, we have three runners right
Дэмиан
now,
на
all in stage
Тетрисе.
4-1. And then SPD
14
Wolf
уровень,
right
ничего
behind
себе.
Stage 3-2 right now.
Так, Фолгор у нас на Метроиде. Да, в Тетрисе время сократил. Это прекрасно. Кабанчик.
So in 4-1,
У нас
I
третий
think the
Мегамен.
biggest thing here, this is where the game starts to get a little bit harder, and there's a few gaps that you don't want to fall through, so they're going to be taking a few more. I think you saw
Ну,
Prissy
пока
do it
такой
there.
вот
Take a
расклад.
little bat boost to go over the gap, so you don't fall into the gap. It makes it a little bit quicker. You climb all the way to the top here, and you're able to
Так,
make
тот
it
самый
through
4-2.
completely fine. It's the earlier part of 4-1 is the. And then again, same here. So there's something we didn't talk about. So we talked about spin slash is really important, but when you're using it, you're going to be using your ammo, your Nimpo, and you don't really want to do that. So you're actually going to see a lot of the runners do like a spin slash cancel. And so what that is that you're able to press like down B, and then you're saving Nimpo, so that by the time you get to important parts where you need it to get through, you'll be able to use it when you need it and have that ammo for, you know, quick kills on bosses and stuff.
Yep, definitely good call. Good call. Info management is very important in the run.
Yep. And we just saw Darko. Darko did a damage boost to be able to connect the wall instead of having to run around the wall, then jump up and hop back and forth, right on to grabbing the wall, which was really cool.
Дарко решил по-другому пройти этот отрезок, убив врага. Но Приси оставляет этого врага и через Damage Boost сразу на лестницу. Да, я всегда вот так вот делаю. И быстрый бз.
And so it looks like our top three might in the screen right now might be our top three. But there's so many. There's other SPD Wolf is right too, and there's other runners on. So we'll be keeping watch. The fact that this is game number 13 and like it's so close still, an hour and 45 minutes into the race, that we don't even know what our top 10 is like at all is pretty crazy.
Yeah, it looks like Lack and Overswarm, who are not on the screen, are also kind of up there towards that top. So this is definitely our top group if you add those two in there.
Absolutely. And so our runners at the top are all on 5-1. Again, the stage 5 is the area 5 is the last one that we're going to be doing. And so again, area 5 steps it up a little bit more. Darko was able to get past that last enemy really quickly, which is, you know, you're not going to die to it, but it can stop you for, you know, some quick second loss or something. And then in 5-2, again, you're getting spin slash, and I believe if you get the spin slash here, you're really going to want to keep it, because you need it for the boss in 5-4, and I think that's the last spin slash of item drops in the whole thing, so you got to make sure that you do not lose it. Yeah, same thing. Prissy has it as well, and Pikachu getting to 5-2 as well.
Looks like TMR has finished Turtles as well, so he's on to Ninja Gaiden.
Awesome. So many people. So yeah, so Darko here. Darko's in 5-3. Last stage, basically before the boss. He's able to climb up this tall ladder. And I'm gonna see if there's one last little spot here that you want to not get hit and fall into the pit. Because that would be not good at this part. And I think if you die, you lose half your Nimpo. He has 0 right now. Yeah, Darko has 0. We'll see. We got some. Prissy has a little bit more ammo to work with. And then Darko, yeah, looks like they're able to get to the end just fine.
It's the big brain strat, though. If you die,
Yeah.
you don't lose any Nimpo.
That is
Don't have
true.
it.
That is big brain.
Так, и босс, который тоже моментально
Okay, so yeah,
убивается.
Darko on 5-4 on the boss again. It's a spin
Готово.
slash. Just enough. As long as you get the one spin slash.
Вот и весь
on,
пятый
able to get it.
уровень.
There's a little shield that sometimes the boss takes
Ну а
0
теперь
damage. We'll lose
вторая
a lot of health,
Зельда.
but then still be alive as a zombie. But hopefully you don't have to worry about that here.
Пройти
Right
последний
behind. So we're
данжен.
game number 14, Zelda 2, and again, it's neck and neck.
Yeah, and as we see the $1.50 Kirkland hot dog ad, we have Zelda 2, like
Это
Apollo
реклама с
said.
We're
Твича, походу.
sponsored, guys.
Или
We're
нет?
sponsored.
We are not
Или это
sponsored.
специально?
So this is another ROM hack. There's a few of these in the
Тут, короче,
back half, like
специальный
Metroid,
ROM
where we're not
для
gonna
этого
start you from
приготовили,
scratch.
чтобы при
So this actually starts you at
создании
877
профиля у
on
вас
your-
сразу была
your
максимальная
attack, magic, and
прокачка
life. And so,
и
makes you
доступ
incredibly
к
powered up,
8-му
and you
уровню.
have
Ну
pretty
или
much, I
последний
think it's all
данжен.
the items and spells. And so you're just going to need to make your way to the Great Palace, defeat Dark Link. You have all your heart containers. And so, in
Так, а
fact,
чё,
if you
Dark
grab
у
one of
нас,
the heart containers, it'll actually remove one.
Вроде
So-
первым закончил, но
or, sorry,
начинает
remove,
поздно.
it'll, like overflow and reflow, so you'll have
странно.
one. And so you definitely don't want to be doing that. So we're just gonna beeline it straight to, like I said, the Great Palace. Eventually, some people will take some safeties. There's a couple one-ups, and if you do want to get level 8 magic, which is
Не
a
повезло
safety
с
option,
врагами, блин,
you
которые
can definitely do that.
появляются
There
на
are some
на
key
экране,
bags you
и
can go get pretty close out of the
нужно
way, so you can
отбиваться
get
от
level 8
этих
magic
врагов.
before you get to the palace. Frizzy did get a nice encounter skip after the River Devil there, and looks like Darko got it too. These kind of mandatory encounter tiles are, I don't know, pretty long, and so if you can get one, you'll definitely save your 10 or 15 seconds. So good to see. Frizzy's setting up for another one right here.
And it looks like we have
Тут небольшая
Black
проблема
Attack,
с
which has it
переходом
first
на
time on
другой
screen is here.
на другую
At
позицию,
the
но у
bottom,
Дарка
middle bottom of the screen, and he
с
is-
первого
he's
трая все
just-
получается.
he's
Просто
actually ahead of SPD Wolf at the
есть
moment.
такой момент,
So
что
probably in
когда
that
доходишь
top
до
five
определенного
spot, super
квадратика,
close
то
to
тебе
the
нужно
top row here.
пройти вот этот квадратик.
Frizzy having a lot of difficulty with this.
Но нужно манипулировать еще
One
такой
here,
вещью вот при помощи
Yeah,
вот
it's
этих
tough
вот
to see.
врагов.
Sometimes it looks like he's gonna get it,
И
but
если у тебя не
the enemies
получается,
won't be quite
то
on. There he
просто
goes.
выходишь
One thing
из
to note, though, there is
пещеры,
a
и все. И тебе нужно
safety
сделать так,
magic
чтобы
refill there.
этот квадрат
Right
совпал
past
с
that, but
врагом,
if you miss the
пройти,
encounter skip and then
экранчик и
scroll
дальше
that,
пройти.
that screen, that will actually despawn. So if Prizzy was going for that every time he missed, he'd have to run to the right, scroll the screen, and then come back. But Prizzy definitely doesn't need that. Gonna be doing the exact same way, exact same thing through all of these mandatory encounters.
Тут, кстати, верх А можно использовать на втором контроллере.
The spell.
Это можно сделать при входе в данжен, чтобы восстановить количество магии и здоровья. Если у вас, конечно, геймпад подключен. Второй.
Yeah, actually, it's funny. There was a clip earlier in the pre-show of Prissy near the spot, almost getting cornered by an.
Да. И вот Дарк использует верх. Верх плюс А. Сбрасывает состояние, вот с полным хп идет в последний данжен.
I think any time this game has ever been in a Big 20, it's always been like at the beginning, always the same. So it's nice to be able to have these runners, these racers, learn or perfect some of these later stages in the Grand Palace.
Yeah, it's always been like get the hammer or something similar. So yeah, it's nice to see. You do see most of our racers are going to do an up A.
По сути дела, тут проблема доставляет именно во второй Зельде, а вот дальше уже в оставшихся играх таких проблем уже не будет.
And so you usually don't want to do that, but at the start of the Great Palace, it will refill your magic and life and set you right at the start of the palace. So you get into the palace, do your up A, and then you're at full magic, full life, and ready to go through this thing. Yeah, and for people in chat, we usually, if there are people who are exceptionally good at certain games, they're world record holders, past world record holders, we try to get them in at least for the games that they're known for. So that's definitely why Arcus is on the screen right now.
Yeah, just finished up on stage 2, moving on to stage 3, so almost about halfway into the game. So good to be able to see. No, he's feeling comfy right now. So. Okay, so yeah, so if you see on the right, we just had something show up. And so on the right side, there's a little bit more separation. We're trying to put together basically a current top 20 list. And so that's on the right side. It's probably going to change a lot.
It's hard to keep track
of all these racers, so you know there's a chance that over time it might not be exactly right as people back and forth and leads change. But yeah, pretty cool to see how close so many people
Фулгор в топ-20 заходит даже.
He's actually holding 2 of these spots, so not only did he win in the blind race, but he is racing twice in this. Man, Darko had a rough screen. Those, I forget what those bird guys are called, but they can be the dudes that throw knives there. They can just eat up your health incredibly quickly. They chase after you really fast. If you get one near you or stuck near you, you can be in for a bad time.
Ooh, Prissy with a little quick turnaround shield. That was impressive. Darko being able to get through this wall without much problem, so that's nice. And actually, it looks like SBD Wolf just the 5 on Zelda 2 right now.
Ой, Присси проблема с рыцарем.
This is crazy.
The life on Darko, Prizzy, and Pika were at less than a bar. It looks like Darko has made it to a place where he's going to take an intentional death, but
Так, Дарк тут специально
I didn't
умирает.
catch where Pikachu died. But Prizzy's got to make it through one of these spicy chickens, and he does take the death. We are coming up on Thunderbird here, so with
Так,
7 magic,
саб-босс
our runners are going to be
перед
using jump
темным
and
линком.
shield. If you go for magic 8, you can have enough money for enough magic for reflect, which will actually shrink your hitbox and make it.
Ну, тут нужен прыжок.
And then once
Обязательно магию использовать. И еще одну магию нужно использовать, чтобы открыть уязвимости вот этого босса.
And he is on the face Dark Link.
Так, ну и...
So I think Dark
Темный
Link
линк.
shouldn't be too bad for these runners. I think for the most part,
Ну,
I've seen
стратегия самая
some strategies
простая.
kinda
Это
go
идти
into that
налево.
corner, like you're talking about,
Можно
and,
либо сидя, можно стоя
kinda manipulate where he
атаковать
is.
его.
Yeah, this is one of those strats where, I mean, this is almost the beginner strat. Like you can just sit there and kind of duck and.
А раньше казалось
but this is a little
каким-то
faster way to do
непобедимым
it.
боссом.
But it's actually only marginally faster to do an optimal strat where you're not doing that. So there's really no reason. Even the normal runners will usually use that strat on Dark Link.
Да, таким
So there's
макаром
no real
темного
reason
линка
to try to
убивать
fight him
очень
legitimately
быстро.
at all.
Так, Супер Марио
It's
Брос
funny.
2.
I've seen a couple practice runs
Только
where
Марио
they
нужно
sit in that
пройти
corner, and
игру.
then Dark Link is just like, you know what? I'm just gonna stand over here because I know
С
you're
использованием
your
варпов,
tricks.
естественно.
Doesn't happen often, but very funny when it does.
Yeah, I mean, he can definitely troll you. So we are into Mario 2. This is a beat the game, but it's not any percent. It is any percent Mario only. And so normally we're using Toad for most of the run and Luigi for a couple levels. We're going to be using Mario for the entire run.
Yeah, so when I think when this goal originally was made, Mario's the one that people have the least experience in. And so you're gonna see we can skip part of the level in 1-1 by either jumping off an enemy with your, if you hold down, you can get a super jump. The other way you can do it is by doing kind of a glitch where there's a double jump where you kind of clip into the enemy's head, and when you jump, the game still thinks that you're on a platform, so you can jump again. But Darko took the easier way, the smarter way. Even though he took some damage, he was able to get through and just kill Birdo. How these Birdo eggs work is they're on every 4 seconds. Birdo shoots an egg, so it's kind of on a cycle. It's like a bus. It's like a bus.
Shout out to Darbian.
Yeah.
So that was crazy. We did have 4 runners on the screen who were all on the level 1-1 of Mario 2 for a sec before Darko beat it, which is just insane that we can be already on game, I forget what game number we were on, 14, 15? Oh, it's on the screen, 15. And have them within a minute of each other. That's crazy.
Yeah, like you said, two hours. We are 2 hours into this race, and they're so close on the screens. It's like you're just watching replays of each other. Awesome race so far. So in this, I didn't notice if Darko, I think Darko was able to do it too, but if you looked on Prissy's screen, there's a little carpet glitch where you throw an enemy to the left and you can get on a second carpet, so you can go basically twice as fast. And again, these 4-second cycles on the egg, you just got to hit Birdo 3 times. And if you look at Darko, he hits the first warp. And so there's going to be a warp to go from World 1 to World 4, and then a warp from World 4 in 4-2 to World 6. So we're not going to be seeing World 5 at all. And we just need to get through this ice section in World 4-1, which there's not much of a trick here. You just kind of avoid the enemies and get through. And then 4-2 is our friends the whales. Everyone get ready for the whales. Everyone loves the whales. So yeah, looking through, Prissy just hit the warp. Pikachu just hit the warp. So they're within, 3 seconds of each other right now? And then Lack Attack just picked up the potion, also going into the warp. So that's just another few seconds.
Looks like Arcus is making his way as well at the start of his Zelda 2 run.
So one thing Darko, I was just going to talk about it, but Darko was able to do it and show it. We'll see if the other runners do it too. You can jump off vines and be able to climb up faster instead of just climbing. And so you're able to, if you just try to get off the vine and jump, it's a really tight window. But I believe if you're holding diagonally while getting off, it increases the amount of frames to like, I think it's
Никуда
like
не
8 frames or
убежал.
something like that.
Просто отходил.
And so we're seeing Darko now. He picked up the potion. This is the warp that's going to get you into the next screen, to World 6. And as long as you don't throw it in the ocean, everyone's going to be careful to not have potion in the ocean happen. Darko's able to get to World 6, which is, especially with Mario 2, this is a tough world. I mean, World 7 also is
Блин,
tough.
самому бы потом поиграть во второго Марио. Или все-таки в Доки Доки Пэник на Famicom Disk System.
There's just a lot that can go wrong in like when
Только
nerves
единственная
are high
проблема,
in
там
race
нужно
setting.
пройти за всех 4 персов, чтобы полноценно пройти игру.
So I can definitely understand that.
Но там есть система сохранения.
I'm seeing there's whales. There's whales all over my screen right now. This is great. This is great.
I feel like it looks like Darko's got some safe strats. I think he took some unintended damage there at the start of 6-1, and so he actually took some time to.
Хоть я, конечно,
to clear
играл
out a
во
couple
второго
enemies there
Марио на
that
Big
I feel
20,
like he
но
normally
там
wouldn't have if he was Big Mario.
Yeah, I think that's
первый
right. And
уровень с
I think you want to make
варпом,
sure too. So now that he's
потом
small
полностью
Mario, so once you get to
четвертый
World
и
6
пятый
here,
мир,
these birdos
соответственно.
are shooting not just eggs,
Вот
they can
второй,
shoot fireballs as
третий,
well. And the later
шестой
they
и
go,
седьмой мир.
the later you go in the game,
Это
the
я
more
не
chance the
знаю.
fireballs come out. And so what Darko's able
Ну,
to do there is
как-нибудь.
pick up that mushroom block while the fireball is about to hit them, and able to just, it goes right through. It's nice and safe.
Yeah, that was a really good showing of kind of. They're not quite iframes, but they're similar to iframes where you can't get hit when you're picking it up.
Yep.
Now the slower version of 6-2, but hopefully you can get on one of those flying guys that come by soon. So hopefully we'll see them. All of our runners be getting on one of those.
Darko's dancing a little bit. I like it. I like it.
I mean, it's definitely less hectic than the Luigi version, that's for sure. Looks like we do have Overswarm in the bottom middle now, who is also kind of right up there in that top group. Okay, yep. Pika and Prizzy both got on the faster enemy. Oh, Prizzy threw his away. He said, "You know what? I don't care." Get him back on the big bird.
No, we always skip the big bird. I feel bad. Just chill. He's just chilling there. Just chilling. So as we get into 6-3, one thing you're gonna see is, I know people have seen this like other different categories. There's a way to get over this giant wall at the beginning that on the left that has the quicksand. It is possible with Mario.
Да, почему-то в этом уровне самый простой способ это залезть под песок и пройти налево.
So I think our runners are just going to kind of
Так быстрее к боссу
stand
придешь.
at the wall of shame, go through the quicksand, and just move on to the bosses. And so Darko now is going to try and hit Triclide 3 times, trying to build a little bit of a wall. Normally might have
Ой,
be big
ошибочка,
Mario and able
Драко.
to do a little bit of a quicker
Дарко,
kill and
Драко.
take some
Ну,
damage
блин,
and takes at that. So
лучше бы
it
Драко
does kind of suck that
какой-нибудь.
that happened, but I bet Darko feels a lot more comfortable now. He's just gonna.
Ну вот Пикачу сравнился с Дарко, и теперь
Yeah,
на
this boss is
предпоследнем боссе
quite a
нужно
bit
3 удара
difficult
всего.
with Small Mario for sure.
Ой,
We
выкинул.
have four erasers on Triclide.
Ну вот.
Looks like.
Главное в
honestly, it
яму
seems
не
like
упасть.
Oh, lack attack, double KO. The door just taunting.
А,
Haunting
лак-атак
Lack.
получил. Дабл КО.
Unfortunately, double KO does not work out in Lack's favor in this one.
Yeah.
1-0 в пользу игры.
We are on to the last world, though.
Yeah, so I'll be interested to see if you can use a double jump here where Darko's carrying the sniff it. Looks like Darko skipped it, and I think there's a good chance Prissy skips it too. I'm gonna watch to see if Pikachu tries to go for this double jump to get over this pillar in some time. No, I think they're all skipping it, and Prissy's small Mario right now.
Да, тут есть такой двойной прыжок. Если от врага прыгнуть и сделать потом еще один прыжок.
Pikachu thought about it.
Только вот я ни хрена не знаю, как получить этот дабл джамп.
Like, if you're having an okay race, I feel like unless you're really confident with it, like it's not necessarily a time.
Lack is going for it. Lack gets it.
Good.
Heck yeah.
Thanks for interrupting me.
Lack так использовал дабл джамп.
No, that's fine. I wasn't watching Lack at the time.
Oh man. So honestly, that probably saves most of the time that Lack lost losing the Triclide. So that was really important for Lack's race.
Yeah, because that death I think happened pretty early on in the fight.
Yep.
Or no, I mean it didn't. It was a double KO, so it definitely wasn't at the beginning of the fight. But you're right.
Okay,
like
good point.
It does save quite a bit of time because you got to go back and forth a few times.
Oh yeah, did Prissy die to Birdo here? Prissy was small Mario, so that's why small Mario's dangerous. If you don't have a health to give, game can be tough. So you're gonna see the runners climb up on the chains, be able to run across the top of the level, kind of like Mario 1, where you in 1-2 in the underground, you just go at the top. Darko is about to fight. So first you fight the Hawk, get through the head.
Очень быстро.
And then here comes Wart.
Дверку
So Wart is 6, 7
завалил.
veggies that are on,
Ну вот
again,
последний
on a cycle.
босс.
If you miss 1 or 2, it becomes very difficult to get back
Варф,
into rhythm.
по-моему, его зовут.
So Darko here is doing. Everyone has their own little like timing strategies. Looks like Darko here is going to try and throw the veggie every time before Wart's mouth opens, counting the amount of times, the amount of seconds with the jumps.
Yeah, that one's great because then he doesn't throw the bubbles out, so it's a lot easier. You might miss or like it might not be
Блин,
quite as
Дарко
fast.
прям по таймингу
But
швыряет
yeah, it definitely
овощами.
is very safe if you can get it to work.
Бум, готово.
Darko finishes. That's a GG. A Mario beat the game from Darko with Prissy, Pikachu, and
Вот
Lack.
в новом
Also,
Марио Вондере,
and
который я вот
Overstorm
смотрел перед
in
Big
G.
20, там очень много
Yeah, it looked like Darko was just playing it safe. 'cause he
очень
went in
много
as small
врагов
Mario
появилось с новыми
and wanted to make sure he
именами,
got
что
through
аж
that, but he was
не
very well
хочется
played.
их запоминать.
yeah, looks like Lack has
Castlevania.
gone into second
Пройти
place.
игру.
Yeah, he had
Lack and Pika are
Lack had an incredibly good Mario 2.
Ooh, Overswarm feeding Wart the extra veggie. Eat your veggie, kids. Eat your veggies.
So on to Castlevania now for almost the entirety of our top 6.
Yeah,
Прыжок не использовал Дарко, чтобы сэкономить время.
Um,
Понятно.
Again, our goal here, we have another beat the game. And so Castlevania's been in the Big 20 a bunch, and little by little, the goal's gotten a little longer. Last,
Ну,
I think
только
number
так
15
прыгнул.
was Death,
Во,
which is the
Пикачу
second to
прям
last
точный
level.
прыжок
Doing
получилось.
full game now. Dracula's got to get beat. And so there's going to be a lot of tricks going in. And honestly, what's going to be really
Посмотрим, у кого
interesting here is
получится
as you look at our six
квиккилл
into
на
Castlevania,
первом боссе при
SBD
помощи часов.
is in 6th place. And so what'll be really interesting is I don't know if any of the runners will be able to do it. There's these scroll glitches that can save a lot of time, and SBD Wolf is able to do them and is able to do them in a race
Ага,
setting.
вот часики,
And so those can save up to,
потом
I would say,
скип, а не
what,
получилось.
half a minute.
Да
And
не,
so
он
it'll
же
be
не
really
пойдет,
interesting to see
блин, вниз, ты
if
чё?
SBD Wolf can set those up and execute, how much time is able to be caught up on.
Ага, Лака
Yeah,
так.
he's actually in a prime place
Скипнул.
to like, jump up right towards the lead. I don't think it'll be quite enough to take the lead
Ну,
if
теперь,
Darko
да, Лака так
has
теперь
a
в
really
лидерах.
good run, but it could be really darn close.
Yeah, I think so. One thing we're going to look out for is if you look at the top of the screen, all the runners right now, they have that
Ну,
stopwatch.
присесть с
There's
первой
there's a
попытки.
drop table in this game, and so based on
Дальше
what level you're
оверсворм.
in, anytime you get an item drop, it's going to drop
Тоже
in a
получается
specific
скип.
pattern.
Тут на самом
so
деле
there's
все
four
зависит от
different items. So you have
летучей
item 1, 2,
мыши.
3, and
По
4.
какой траектории
But based
мышь
on what level
полетит.
you're in, what item
Если
1
типа
is, what item
полетит
2 is,
ниже
what item 3 is, that changes.
платформы,
And
то у
so
вас не
throughout the
получится
run,
глич сделать,
we're trying to set it
поскольку
up so that we
через
have the
damage
proper,
boost вы
holy
не,
water for certain bosses. And
не
so that's going to be
сделаете
really
скип.
important to see how they keep
Так,
track.
а я
And if there
смотрю,
happens to be a bit of a screw up,
у троих
how they
получилось
recover from it.
сделать
Luckily, because the drop table is known,
вроде как
there is
quick kill.
chances for recovery when a
Я
mistake
что-то
is made.
проморгал этот момент.
That's one thing I've been thinking about just throughout this race today is there's a lot of strats that I feel like if this race happened, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, I feel like it wouldn't be nearly as safe of a race. There's like a lot of strats that we've figured out over the years for a lot of these games that have like safe, dependable ways of getting key items, skipping things, etc. It's very interesting. I do wonder how this race would have went if it happened to many years back.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. It just shows how much things change. Like sometimes, you know, like I said, Castlevania's been in this a lot, but you know what? Every time Castlevania's in the race, sometimes there's just something new. And so it changes, you know, just makes it a little bit fresher, makes it feel a little bit different. And sometimes different racers are now the ones that have the advantage going into it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, it looks like I think we swapped a little bit to kind of get who's in first, second in order. We see Lack Attack right now in the Medusa Head boss, using that holy water to stun the Medusa Head boss, and then just uses the whip to destroy it. And so that is level 2 done for both Lack Attack, Darko, now Pikachu, and with the rest of the runners getting towards the end of stage 5 and then stage 6.
They have our top 3 runners were all on the orb grab at the same time.
And again, I will keep saying this, all in the orb grab at the same time. We're over 2 hours and 10 minutes and 16 games in our race, and they were all on the same orb grab. So this definitely is crazy close. Yeah, and it does look like that SPD Wolf did go for a certain one of the glitches. I don't think was able to nail it, but there is opportunity still for SPD Wolf to.
Yeah, for sure. And he's already through Medusa as well. So
Yep.
just
Yeah, that's one thing. Like we're talking about SPD Wolf doing these extra tricks that maybe the other runners haven't put as much time into. Even if SPD Wolf doesn't hit these tricks, has enough experience with this game that without them,
Третий
still probably gonna
стейдж
save
на
a little
6
bit of time
экранах.
anyway, even with
Прекрасно.
taking some frames here and there to set up something special.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Like looking at these last games, like you look at like these top 6, you know, Lack Attack and Overswarm
Но
are
первым
very,
сейчас
very good.
Пика.
Zelda 1 runners, that's our last game.
Нет, Дарко
Frizzy
все-таки
is a
первым.
really good Mega Man 2 runner. Darko is really good at the Mega Man franchise. So like there are some games that do lend themselves to a couple of our top runners here. It'll be interesting to see how much time, if they're behind, how much time they can make up, or if it's not one of their games, how much of a lead do they need to be able to hold off someone like a Lack on the last game.
Так, ну чё, куикил муми будет у нас через крест?
Yeah, and so we're on the mummy fight for a few. Looks like I think
Почти.
earlier on Lack fell into a pit.
Главное не умереть. Вот
Darko
да.
and Pika. Now on the
Если,
mummy
короче,
bosses
две
are able to
мумии
defeat it, and then Prissy, same thing.
одновременно
Has the,
встанут в
the
одной
little crosses
позиции
here
и
to be able to
кинуть на
get
них
some double
крест,
hits
то
on each
босс
of the- hits
подыхает.
on
Вот
each of
как
the
сейчас
mummy as it
Приси
goes back and
сделал.
forth.
Самый
Yeah,
простой
that was
способ
real
убийства
close with
босса.
Darko there.
Overswarm, getting some food.
Лак-атак.
Had to finish
Выживает.
out the mummy with the whips. Didn't have enough hearts to be able to use that cross for the entire thing, but gets through. Is able to finish. Doesn't die. That's the important thing. So yeah, so we're gonna be moving on to stage 10. And so one thing here, again, there's a cave skip, and so you're able to get through portions of this stage a little bit easier if you do this skip. We saw Prissy was on top of the caves there, and I think Darko and Pika both. I wasn't able to watch them. I wasn't sure if they were able to how they took stage 10. So
Yeah, I was watching Overswarm and SBD during the time.
it's too much. There's too much to watch for. It looks like Lack Attack. So he's just going through the intended way. So developer friendly. I'm just what Darko, Prissy, and Pikachu's just their screens are just moving at the same exact time, which is funny.
Yeah, we have 3 runners on the same screen and another 3 runners on the same screen. Frankenstein can definitely be one of the easier bosses as long as you do him right. You can just unlock him in the corner, have a good day, move on with your life.
Yep, looks like all 6 runners have the holy water, and so that's just going to make it nice and easy, like you said. Yep, and just as a call out real quick, so as you see, we swapped the feeds real quick. We are now in order of 1st to 6th again. You know, I think it's probably gonna change again, so we'll try to keep track.
It looks like you're watching 2 streams here.
Yeah.
There are literally 3 kills of Frank at like within a half a second of each other.
If anyone's
ты
interested,
синхронно,
that's
что
the
ли?
map. And that's the map. And also that's the map. So
Shoutouts to Aaron
Мгм,
for
на
giving
0:1
out this,
Пика
script
быстрее.
in the pre-show, saying that this might be a close one.
rigged.
Took 17 of
Ой-ой-ой,
these for
а вот тут
people to
синхронно
realize
пошло.
that it was pre-recorded.
We had a good run. We had a good run.
Everyone's
Yeah,
just
Бля,
I'm just
прекрасно.
mesmerized.
Как синхронно
yeah, I mean,
бегают
everyone's just
прям.
cruising through level 5 here.
Вообще синхронно. Прям 10 из 10 синхронность. Это очень прекрасно.
Looks like SPD Wolf did try a screen scroll again there.
Yeah, he's
Oh, he is
he's
going
working
through
on
it.
Yeah.
Так, как дела у Стенза на данный момент?
So basically what you're
Кастельвания
seeing
и
SPD Wolf kinda
третий
do a
босс,
wiggle.
но у
What
него,
happens is
блин,
how
крестов даже
the game
нет,
loads
и
is
он
as you're walking to the left or right,
погибает, к
the-
сожалению,
the
это
next
потеря
tiles
времени.
that you can't see will start loading from top
Он,
to
наверное,
bottom.
до этого подыхал
And
как-то
so by
тоже.
going left and right, because
Печально.
they don't, the whole entire column doesn't load at the same time.
Джозеф
It loads
на
little by little from
на
top to
второй
bottom. You're able
Зельде.
to trick the screen into doing, okay,
Дэмин
load the next 2
первый
tiles on the right,
Гайден.
then load a tile on the left, then load the rest of the
Пулгор у
tiles on the
нас
right.
на
By doing that,
на
when you walk
втором
to the right,
Марио.
all of a sudden that tile's not even there, and it never actually loaded up. And it
Кабанчик,
kinda breaks some things. And so that's what
Metroid.
SPD Wolf, is able to do. And
It did
He's there.
leap him from 6th to 4th
Пока вот
place.
такой вот
by getting
расклад.
that.
he did pass the
Здоровский
other two.
вас.
So it's really cool how it works. There's a lot of science behind it, behind how it actually works and how people figured out for it to be an RTA possible. It's a really
Так,
cool
последний
glitch.
уровень, самый,
Yeah, it's just
самый
super
интересный.
neat to actually see it during the race.
Главное, чтобы летучие мыши не затроллили.
Obviously, yes. As people are noting in the chat, it did take him a few tries, so didn't save him as much time, but it did leapfrog him ahead a couple seconds, it looks like, to get ahead into 4th place.
Yeah, so we're in. So stage 16 is scary. So there's these bats that attack you as you're trying to jump across these pits. And as you know, Castlevania, well known for some of that knockback. And so as long as you don't lose any frames as you're going through, there's a lot of times where you can know where the bats are going to be.
Короче, кто-то бегает на консоли.
You lose a frame here or
Это
there,
самый
all of a sudden
такой
patterns aren't
оптимальный
correct.
вариант.
You
Кто-то на
can
эмуляторе.
watch those bats, you can see if
В
they're gonna
общем,
fly short,
тут
fly
ограничений
long,
никаких
be able
нету,
to
в
react to them
принципе.
fairly well, but that just takes a little
То
bit of
есть
practice to
эмуляторы
know
разрешены,
which was which.
но
Ideally,
чтобы
you don't even have to worry
все было
about it as
по-честному, без
everything goes
всяких
perfect, but,
сейвов, ускорений и
everything can't go
прочего.
perfect.
Frizzy's ahead by about a quarter of a second here.
So
Так,
we
двойка,
have on
потом
Dracula
надо
here, we
выбить
have the
тройку
crosses,
и
we have
святую
double
воду.
shots, so they're gonna be throwing the
Но главное,
crosses,
чтобы
hopefully it-
воду
two of
взять,
them,
потом
hopefully it
тройку,
hits,
да.
Dracula, and then we're
Идеально.
gonna drop the holy water once we're almost done with Dracula. That way, the second phase of the boss fight, that's when the
Пика
cookie monster
начинает
comes
вторую
out,
фазу
and the holy
босса.
water can be used to stun the cookie monster while
Можно,
you
в принципе,
just whip them little
спамить
by little.
святой водой.
You know, it looks like Prissy has enough. They all have enough ammo,
Кто
the
первым
hearts
кто
to be able
убьет?
to get
Интересно.
through
Пика,
this
наверное,
fight.
первым.
Health seems fine too on everyone's end.
Да.
Six
Разница
Draculas.
где-то
Six
0,2
Draculas,
секунды.
6 Draculas.
This
Wow.
is the spookiest stream I've ever
DuckTales.
seen. 6 Draculas. Yeah, that's right. Stay hydrated, everyone.
Так, Драка только заканчивает проходить Castlevania, уже
So,
третьим
as we
сейчас
do-
идет пока что.
We do have, yeah, SPD Wolf getting
В
back
общем
up to
зачете.
third.
А нет,
So he went
SBD
from
Wolf
sixth
тоже
to
на
third in that
DuckTales.
That was really good. Considering nobody really
Очень
made
плотная
that many
борьба.
mistakes. And so he just made up time for
Блин,
being
Скиллас,
good.
ты, оказывается, у меня на канале Old,
Sometimes
что
that's
ли,
the solution.
получается?
Just get good.
Зафоловлен
Okay,
в
so this DuckTales, you're gonna notice, as was stated in the pre-show,
2016
we are
году.
not going straight for the moon skip.
А
We are going
твои первые
to
сообщения
grab the
были
treasure
в
that's on the moon
2018.
stage that'll give you each piece of treasure that they're going to grab is going to give them 1,000,000 points. And so definitely want to grab, they're going to be grabbing 2 extra pieces of treasure, and then you get another 1,000,000 from beating 4 of the stages, or 5 of the stages rather. And then you need
Так,
to collect
DuckTales,
1 other
тут
million
нужно
of spare
собрать
money
8
throughout those
миллионов.
5 stages to get to your 8,000,000. So it's
Но
a
не обязательно
little
всю
bit
игру
different than
проходить.
the normal beat the game category.
Это нужно пройти 5 уровней, в котором ты получаешь 5 миллионов.
And now once they grab
2
that
скрытых
treasure, you're gonna
сокровища,
see
это как
Pika
раз
and
на
Frizzy,
Луне и в пещере. Это еще
go
плюс
through
2
and do the
миллиона.
normal moon stage
И
now.
еще 1 миллион
Like,
нужно
that
собрать
death is
за
an
счет
intentional death just 'cause it's
сборов
faster to replay the start.
денег.
Yeah, the one thing with these, you know, it's on easy mode, so the intentional deaths, it should be fine. But this is kind of a game where you don't really get second tries and continues and stuff. So, you know, if you're gonna take those intentional deaths, you just want to make sure you know the game enough that you're not gonna be taking some accidental deaths here and there. But luckily, on the easy category, you have 6 HP. So
Я
it
не
should be
помню,
fine
кто
for
тут
all of our
вообще
races.
еще Алдове.
Yeah, it does look like SPD Wolf did take a death grabbing that treasure. So he will be down 1 life to start, which is not ideal this early on. It's like most of our runners though are
По
not
деньгам сейчас
having
у
too
Присси
much
чуть
an issue
больше.
with the moon
Пока
skip.
что
Black having to reset it here.
на
This is
10
another one that
тысяч.
over time, like getting some very reliable ways to do this has made it very, very race safe.
Yeah, I think it looked like Overswarm was able to do kind of the safe route. There's a fast way where you can get hit and kind of go into the wall immediately, but as a backup, you can kind of just stick your face in the wall, hold left, get hit, and go through.
Now in the Amazon, Pika and Frizzy just went up and grabbed some money up there. I never even knew that room existed before.
Стэнс пока что немножко застрял на Castlevania.
No, I know, and I think
У него
coming out of
только
this event
4-й
too, one thing
stage.
that's really cool is because, you know, this goal is something new, and so the community had to route the best way to get the 8 million
Сам же не участвуешь.
dollars
Да и,
gold
блин,
monies.
не было никакой
Because of that,
мотивации.
there's
Я
also
бегал
been
в
some extra
15
routing done
только, вот
in
как
other
раз.
categories of the game,
В
such as
прошлом
bad
году,
ending,
в
and I
этот же
think there's been a
день
little
я
bit of
бегал,
thought into
да.
the good ending routing as well, which is super cool that it's extended
щас-
past just this goal.
А сейчас
but
я
to
не
other
бегаю,
categories
потому
of the
что,
game.
Yeah, very neat. That's
как я
always
уже
one of the
сказал,
nice
мотивации
things
нет,
about these
желания,
races
к
is just
тому
the
же
new
я
stats
еще
that
и
are figured
немного
out, and the fact that we still
захворал
have our most
опять
popular games
спустя
finding
2 месяца
things that will help, even if it's not the
примерно,
main
или
category.
даже 3, что ли. Ну, спидран это такая тема,
You
что
could jump on to that helicopter, or you're
от
able
него,
to,
конечно, никакой пользы нет
to hit the B
абсолютно.
and skip over, and then you don't have to wait for the helicopter to carry you over to the other way.
Но
One other thing to note,
и еще
if
что-то.
you've
Ну, там
noticed, it
я
looks like there
бегал
are
года
times
так
when you would
2,
expect our
вот
runners to be
раньше,
taking damage, but
и
they're
все,
not.
и забил совсем.
The
Потом
ways the damage and
а,
hitbox detection works, as long as
в
you're
начале
not
этого
hitting left
года
or right,
побегал
if you are
в
pogoing into an
суперкиборге на
enemy and they come
свече.
off iframes, you'll end up hitting them
Вот,
and you will
и
not
все.
take damage. So you'll see that a lot. This is another part
Ну, более у
in
меня
Transylvania,
еще
going up
планы
at
там
the start to be able to grab
в
some more money
Донтагадоне
that
побегать,
I don't know if I ever actually saw.
но что-то не тянет, увы.
Yeah, who knew that this
Лучше уж,
existed?
наверное, проходить какие-нибудь игры, чем спидранить одну и ту же игру.
But yeah, it was really cool. So now we're pretty much, as soon as we get back through here, we're back to like normal Transylvania. They're still going to grab another piece of money over on the right here, another gem or jewel, but
Yeah, I'm also trying to look at the money because I know, because we're trying to be as optimized as possible. Our runners are going to be trying to grab as little extra gold as possible in order to not lose some
Магика да
time. So it
гипноз.
looks like Prissy has just a couple.
У
I think it's
Пикачу
20
вообще абсолютно
20,000
рандом
more
получилось, прям
than Pikachu.
дала.
And then yeah, so there's
вот у
there's been times in
Присси,
the past during
почти дал
practice runs
тоже.
where
Вот.
some of these, even these racers on the screen right now, have gotten to the end of the game and not hit the 8 million, and that causes a complete reset. So we
Забавно,
do
что
not
вся
want that.
шестерка на
I'm sure
консоли
they're
гоняет.
trying
Ну
to keep track
да,
of that gold as they go through the game.
так даже проще.
I actually think that
На
was
самом деле.
2000. They are almost identical.
Is it 2000?
Но еще раз говорю, кому как
Oh,
проще
yeah,
по
look at that.
возможности.
Yeah, it's still 2000.
Zero
Здорово,
numbers
Павел.
are hard.
Numbers
Да,
are
пока
hard,
что
don't worry.
пика впереди. Но
So we can
временно
go
ли
back there and grab
впереди?
the key to the mine,
Ведь
and
еще у
then
нас
in the mine, they actually
3
don't
игры
need to
впереди.
route any
Это
differently, because normally
Mega
we
Man
go
2,
right by the hidden treasure, it's
это
worth $1 million. So this one will be really easy to grab.
Зельда
Instead of
первая.
jumping over it, they're just going to wait and grab it.
И остался, по-моему, у нас...
Pika's coming up on it right now.
Блин, сейчас скажу, какую игру.
Or rather, he did get it right there. I don't think we specifically
Super Mario
talked
Bros.
about it.
3.
All the bosses are essentially the same. They need... Is it 5 hits? It's not 6, right? It's 5 hits, I'm pretty sure. They're coming down to the last stage now. And I think both Pika and Prizzy should be fine. Like, in that 4,760,000, like just over that is where I see a lot of the practice runners being. So they should, or practice runs being. So they should be okay.
Yeah, it looks like they
Да, 3 оставшиеся игры.
plenty of
Считай,
money, I believe, and then
без
the boss at
рандома
the end of this level is
такого
going to give them $1 million,
абсолютного.
so they just need to get a little bit extra going through.
Тут осталось только на исполнение.
It actually looks like Lack has a little bit less than some of the other racers up to this point. So maybe trying to be a little bit more optimized there.
He does. I hope that's enough, or else maybe he knows he missed one if it's not enough, and so he can just grab an extra small 10,000 one next level.
Yeah, there are spaces to be able to collect that extra money. So as long as
Так,
it's
ну да,
enough
сейчас еще посмотрим, хватит
and
ли
Lack
8
realizes
миллионов
the amount of money he needs, it should
за
be
счет
okay.
таймера.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all the runners at this point should hopefully, like, be aware that going into the last level, I need this much money, or else I got to go farm some somewhere.
Так, ну у Пики хватает.
So now here's the moment of truth. We got to wait for
У
this next
Приси,
screen to appear
по-моему,
and just make sure
тоже
that they do
хватает.
it. Yeah, Pika looked like he had
Pika was good.
8,017,000.
Yeah.
Да,
Приси good.
хватило.
So maybe Lack is fine because he was only 12 and 14,000.
Да, 8 миллионов.
below them.
Вот и надо собрать.
Yeah, Darko's definitely all set.
Я почему-то думал, что стенд будет впереди. Он на стримах всегда такой скоростной, а Пика такой спокойный. У стенда, конечно, небольшая проблема это по
Rockman 2.
времени прохождения на
So
практике.
this is your normal 8 robot masters.
И
Anything goes. We are going to be seeing a bunch of
там
zips.
некоторые дни он не стримил, потому
And
что
because it is
был
Rockman 2,
занят,
this is by
естественно.
default the American
Вот.
difficult mode.
Yeah, and as mentioned too before, this is just normal, any percent. It's not buster only like Mega Man
Так,
3.
Мегамен
You can
2
use
у
your-
нас
your
8
items, use your
робот-мастеров.
pickups,
в
use
этот
your,
раз.
use your weapons that you get.
Только 8 робот-мастеров. И причем японская версия,
Yeah, I mean, Prizzy
а в
is
японке
most likely
одна
going to be the best
сложность.
runner here
Это
at Mega Man
difficult.
2.
С
Darko
американки.
also is. I mean, a lot
Поэтому
of these runners are very good at Mega Man 2, but
Американка
yeah,
второго
Prizzy is
Мегамена
definitely the top one of this group.
проще.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see. I think similarly how we were watching SPD Wolf versus the other 5. It'll be interesting here just to see, like you said, Prissy versus the other 5.
Ну,
Because I
первый
think
уровень
game
Флешман,
number
он
19 and 20,
простой на
there's some other racers here
дефолтном
like a
орудии.
Lack Attack that are known a little bit more about some of those games between Mario and Zelda.
А
if I'm
Приси,
Prissy, I might
Европа из Германии
this to go as
точно.
well as possible,
SBD
to have
Wolf,
some
по-моему,
sort of
тоже
lead
Европа.
going into a game where I have a
Оверсворм
little bit less
Америка,
experience
Лакатак тоже
than
Америка,
the rest of the race.
Дарко.
Yeah, I mean, Lack still, I think,
Сложно
got a
сказать,
sub
откуда.
28 in this as well for the full game. So
which is great.
yeah, he's very, very good at these last 3 games.
По-моему, вот так. Но я могу ошибаться насчет SBD Wolf.
It's almost like
А вот насчет
it's almost
Дарка
like these
я
runners are really good at video
тоже
games.
не
There's a bunch
уверен.
of gamers
Совсем.
here, folks.
Yeah, and so there's one of the reasons we're picking this route is with it being any percent, we want to be able to do zips as fast as
Так,
possible.
сейчас.
Flashman will give you item
Надо
3. We're
посмотреть.
going to go to Heatman and Airman as the next 2 stages. Looks like Pika's doing
Так,
Air
Darko.
second. And Prizzy is
RTA.
doing second.
я даже, кстати, и не знаю. Почему-то на спидран-коме его не видно.
Yeah, this airman
SBD Wolf?
stage is
Так,
looks like
Италия.
Pika's taking it nice
Вот,
and
все-таки
nice and kind of
насчет
safe
Европы-
so far. You don't want to fall on airman stage. There's so many spots to
я не
fall,
солгал.
and it's just a little scary to get through. I'm sure once each of these runners get through airman, they're gonna be feeling at least a little bit better that they don't have to worry about that again.
Yeah, I was just wondering
Так,
if they're
тут
not going to be
по-разному
doing
пути
fast air
решили
here.
поиграть.
I guess
Приси пошел на
it is
Хитмана,
probably a
а
little better
Пика
to
на
grab
Эйрмена.
the item 2 for Heatman stage and save a little bit of time. But yeah, so that's one thing. If Prizzy does end up doing air well, he will gain quite a bit of time.
And I just noticed that Darko also went heat, so just a little bit of divergence with some of these runners, which is cool to see that even this late, these runners at this top skill level, this late in the race, there's still different strategies happening.
Yeah, I mean, fast air is definitely not a race safe strategy. If you're really good, you can do it, but I wouldn't expect a
Дарко,
lot of our runners to be
RTA.
doing it.
Yeah,
Интересно, у него в описании есть
it's a lot of practice,
упоминание
a lot of time,
какой-либо
and also a lot of confidence.
страны, локации?
And yeah, so the Heatman boss after you hit him, it'll be either 30, 60, or 90 frames, so anywhere from a half a second to 1.5 seconds, where he'll zip at you. And so you see them doing a little wiggle there. They're just essentially timing every time when he might be zipping at him so they can get out of the way. That is all RNG, so sometimes you can get extraordinarily good luck and get a lot of 30s. Sometimes you'll have bad luck and get a lot of 90s. Nothing you can do about it.
You can do.
Так что сложно сказать, откуда он на самом деле.
Okay, would definitely suggest watching Prizzy and Darko's Airman here.
Кабан застрял на Метроиде.
Because that whole cloud section towards
Полгор
the beginning,
на
with
Кастельвании.
those item ones, they're going to be able to do it quite a bit quicker than
Дэмин
the
у
rest of
нас
our runners.
на Super Mario Bros. 2. Джозеф у нас только заканчивает Super Mario Bros. 2. Стэнс у нас на DuckTales.
Man, this is nerve-wracking. This is nerve-wracking for me even watching them do this. And Prizzy's through. Good job, Prizzy.
Yeah, that was really well done.
Как говорили на начале, вроде бы 82 участника всего. Это не рекорд. Рекорд был на 15-м Big 20, по-моему, свыше 100 участников, включая меня. То ли 104, что ли, участников было, то ли 102. Так, интересно, надо сейчас посмотреть. Никто там случаем не дропнул Big 20 в целом. Обычно есть дропы где-то посередине гонки. А вот, упла. Опия, DNF. Что случилось-то?
As long as he's got the health to make it through, I think very smart play.
Yep.
Little rough fight for Prizzy, but he's through.
Опия has forfeited from the race. А, спустя 22 минуты.
As you can see, Pika and
Это
Prizzy
получается
were essentially tied at the start of
панч-аут,
this
что ли?
game, and so Prizzy is a decent ways ahead now, probably bordering on 15-ish seconds.
Да, очень жаль. Да, 82 участника, один уже сдался. Где наш легендарный Infinite Mystery? Человек железо, человек стойкость, человек... я не знаю, как еще сказать, там, на панч-ауте. На Баутбуле. У него только третья игра. А, и снова Кинг Хиппо. Увы. Ну, а как и говорил, Infinite Mystery, он обычно не тренирует игры, а он сразу проходит без тренировки все эти 20 игр. Так что 40 часов можем увидеть от него.
Yeah, so there's a couple different varieties of the zip in Clashman stage. Looks like Prizzy missed the first screen but got the second screen, so he's still good. Same with Pika.
Для Infinite Mystery не первое участие в таком подобном ивенте. Обычно он всегда делает так. Без тренировки 40 часов, где-то, ну, может где-то по-разному, там 35-40, даже 50 часов. 20 игр без подготовки пройти. Попробовать. Самый долгий пробег, насколько я помню, это 15-й Big 20, но там, по-моему, за 60, что ли, часов было максимально. От NES Мастера, что ли. Самый долгий пробег от него был. С учетом еще перерывов. Но он был последним.
Last two games are Mario 3 and Zelda 1. And we do have a little bit of a spin on each of those as well.
А, тут нет почему-то 15-го. Биг 20 почему-то.
Everyone's favorite casual stage, Quick Man.
Да, а я там был,
Yeah,
по-моему,
nothing ever goes wrong in Quick Man.
какое-то место,
So
по-моему.
we're playing as a kid. If you
29-е.
didn't actually go through Flash
29-е из
first, lasers were
100
really
участников.
annoying.
Вот такое. И да, и NES Master прошел за 52
Yeah, there's a
часа.
few
Все
zips
эти
here.
20
Frizzy's
игр.
setting the first one up.
Охренеть, вот оно как.
There is an option to do this next section in the dark. Definitely not suggested in a race setting, so we kept the lights on there. You can see the screen for a few screens there. Frizzy was actually on a different screen than was showing, and so it may have seemed like he wasn't on the floor correctly. Well, he wasn't, but he sinks it back up there halfway through. He's on his way. Pika also getting that first zip as Prizzy sets up the second one. This one is a
Так,
little
Приззи
dangerous.
пока впереди.
You do not want to over scroll that or else you will soft lock. So you can see Prizzy taking it real careful, doing his wiggles there to make sure he's not gonna soft lock.
Yeah, much better to do a few wiggles. Have a really bad occurrence on race day.
Pretty darn good fight.
Yeah, really good, really good. Prissy feeling good right now, I think.
Pika not going for that second zip, which at this point there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, he probably just stratted it out, was like, I can't get this enough, or I'm just not willing to risk it. It's not that big of a save compared to some of the other zips here, so
Так, Вудман.
like that first zip on quick is much more important. Wow.
По-моему,
perfect
последний
pattern from
робот-мастер
Quick
из
Man for
списка.
Pika. That was really fast. Is setting up for a set of zips here? He's got the dog zips and then the Goodwood. Oh, and
А, нет,
Frizzy
еще
does
Бабблмен и Металмен.
over-scroll that one.
И Присси делает что-то
Yeah,
сумасшедшее.
It will get on the ladder.
Одни гличи. О, у него, по-моему, получилось.
Okay. And he did end up killing himself to get back here. Now we will attempt.
А, вроде не
Good.
получилось.
I think for an event as important as this, I think
Ну, вот тут
I think
сейчас
it's
будет
big wood today.
мощнить немного.
It's all about the big wood. Full wood, good wood.
Yeah, so definitely lost a little bit of time, but that was good save from Prizzy there.
Да, у него это получилось.
And
Прям как раз
Prizzy
прямиком
is
к
at the
боссу
boss.
попал.
No trouble at all. Good stage. And we have Pika and Darko on Metal Man right now. So again, a little bit difference between what the runners are going for and the order they're doing things.
Так, сейчас я приду.
Yeah, real good zip there by Wolf, skipping a good portion of that screen.
Yeah, it's a little tough to tell how all 6 of these runners are progressing because the routes have diverged a bit for some of them. So it's tough to know. You gotta love Prizzy's even going for the baby zips here, like the one in Metal Man here, and he wants every fraction of a second.
Yeah, there's a lot. Trying to pay attention to the other four wood stages.
Looks like Lack got good wood, Overswarm got good wood, Pika and Dark are doing it now. I want to say Lax just got, or Prizzy's just got Bubble Man left. I want to say Lack has 2 stages left. He might have, yeah, Metal.
Yeah, Metal Man. Yeah. Yeah, same thing for Overswarm. So they Metal Man.
Wow, Prizzy diverging a little bit. Usually he will go through this first screen with the normal Buster. Maybe he... I think Prizzy does watch how the race is going, so he might be paying attention to where everyone is, and he just decided that that's what he wants to do for this.
Yeah, it's interesting how different people approach it. When you were racing, were you a fan of knowing what was going on around you, or did you kind of go into your own little space?
Oh no, I want to know. I definitely wanted to know what was happening. Like, I'm a firm believer that you want as much data as possible, and if you can learn stuff just by watching how everyone else is doing and know what strats you need to go for, I think everyone should do it if they're comfortable with it.
Yeah, it's a lot. I think one reason why sometimes people try to kind of be cut off with what's going on is just to try to remove as much distractions as possible and just be in the zone, which also makes sense, is fair. But yeah, if you can know what's going on around you, it could help decide what you're going to do next.
Okay, it looks like, yeah, Prizzy's chat is telling him the standings and where he's sitting, so yeah, then I think that's really smart, because it lets you know, do I go for the really risky stuff just to save a few seconds, or do I think I'm in a good enough spot to where I can just play it safe, make sure I don't make mistakes, and make the other people play perfectly to catch up. Ooh, Pika does take a death on Bubble Man, which will set him back quite a ways. That's a very long screen that he's going to have to replay here.
Yeah, trying to get the zip too again.
So while we do have a lot of our runners finishing up on Mega Man 2, we do have Mario 3 Speedrunners Edition. You want to talk through that, Apollo?
Yeah, so what's really cool here is we're going to see the entire any percent beat the game category, no wrong warp.
Тем временем
Super Mario 3.
на Mario
What
3.
this actually is, and before this, I never really watched it.
Цель
This is the Speedrunners
пройти
Edition. And so the
восьмой
reason
мир
why it's called that is
целиком.
you'll hear a lot of times like,
Это нужно
we
использовать
hate auto scrollers.
две флейты,
And one thing that's with this category, while it's a really
которые
good game, the
находятся
warp
как раз
has
на
a lot of
первом
auto
мире.
scrollers at the end that takes up so much of the run.
Один в
And so what the
замке,
speedrunners
второй
version
на
does is it takes away those auto scrollers. So when you're on the
четвертом
airships,
стейдже, что ли, по-моему.
at the end in like World 8, and you're going through, you're able to run through as fast as possible, which almost makes it harder for some people, maybe easier for others. And then the one thing that everyone always talks about with this run is the hands, the RNG of the hands. Are you going to get caught by those 3 hands that you 50% chance on each hand, how many you get caught by? This actually takes away the hand coming to grab you. Although if you want to jump into one to pick up a certain item, which some runners are doing depending on the route,
И нужно в одном
those
месте
hands aren't going to
нажать
pop
и
up.
держать
So it
кнопку вниз,
removes
чтобы
the RNG of the hand. It
попасть
removes the auto scroller aspect, and it turns this run a little bit more
Секретный мир.
into kind of a skill execution showcase.
Да,
Yeah,
вот
absolutely.
сюда.
I'm actually really excited for this. I was hoping that we'd have
И вот здесь мы
someone like
открываем
Prizzy or
флейту.
Pika or even Darko out to a little bit of a lead because I want to see like the chase from a lack and an overswarm in Zelda 1 at the end here.
И вот здесь в замке
I think this is going to set
нужен
up really
как
well.
раз костюмчик.
Yeah, so
Чтобы
I think
полететь
as a
наверх.
lot of us have seen before, in order to get to World
И
8,
попасть
you're
в
grabbing
секретную
2 whistles.
комнату и взять
And so the first
вторую
whistle is in
флейту.
stage 1-3. You got the whistle, and then in the fort, you're grabbing
И
the
активировать.
raccoon tail, and you're flying up, and there's another whistle hidden. And so they're gonna call when they have both whistles. You're gonna see like Prissy's going through it right now. You got the first whistle, and you can choose to go to World 2, 3, or 4. But if you use a second whistle while you're in that screen, you get to choose one place and one place only, and that's World 8. And so that's where we're going to see our first stage that we're so
Тут еще
used to
такой
seeing
момент,
as an
что
auto-scroller.
тут специальный
Chris is
ROM, в
actually gonna use
котором
this,
нету
Raccoon tail
апскроллинга
possible to
на
kinda-
вот
I
таких
think he
вот
tried to fly
уровнях.
past some of it,
И
did not work out
нету
to what he
рук
expected, and took a little bit of
тоже
damage, so now
здесь.
he's just going to run through. And yeah, so basically you see these little enemies pop out and throw wrenches, and in a normal run, it's normally really annoying because you can't do anything. You can maybe go and jump on them, maybe wait for them to respawn again, jump on them. There's usually boomerangs flying all over the place. But because of this being the speedrunner edition, you can kind of run through, and there's a lot of those little enemies that you can more or less skip, and it turns into the bullets being the issue, the cannonballs, and you see there that Prissy actually is able to grab a fire flower. So there's a little clip that's a really hard pickup. I think you use the star in order to make it a little safer to go through those cannonballs. If you don't have a star there, and we'll have to see how the other runners go through it. They try to pick up that fire flower, they could take damage, and even though the fire flower pops out of the box, they grab it, it's still just a mushroom if you're little Mario. And so the star is kind of the safer play there. You see there, like, Darko has a star too, so I'll be interested if Darko does the same exact thing. Doesn't, so we're gonna watch to see. Oh, actually skip. So this is where routes go differently. So Darko's not gonna pick up the fire flower there. There's other spots to pick it up. You can pick it up on like the second to last level as well, one of the last airship levels. But basically, you're trying to get into Bowser, having the flower in order to use the fireball to kill the final Bowser ball quicker.
Вот этот автоскроллинг, который в воздухе, самый ненавистный для меня.
And see, Prizzy's having a couple hang-ups here and there, just losing them little bits of time, but that time does add up.
Сейчас далее пойдут обычные уровни. 3 штуки.
Yeah, we see Darko here. Like there's a lot of places you can fall, and so it is when you're making these jumps. You know, one wrong move, you're hitting the fire, you're losing your ability, or you're just falling off and have to do the entire stage over again. So yeah, I was gonna say Overswarm, skip that fire flower. He's keeping the raccoon tail to make it a little easier to float through this level.
So 8-1 and 8-2 play exactly the same as the normal speed run, but you never want to underestimate those levels. There you can have a lot go wrong.
And we see SBD Wolf did something similar to Prissy. So SBD Wolf used the star going into that stage and grabbed the fire flower. So again, SBD Wolf, I believe, is going to be trying to now keep this fire flower that he has now throughout the rest of the run if possible.
Уф.
It's like Prizzy gets through okay, keeping his fire. That's good.
Жестко. Ай, Пикачу подыхает на воздушном уровне.
It is really surreal to play that airship stage
теряет
Storm and Lacquer on when it's not scrolling.
большого Марио.
When you are doing the scrolling, rather.
Лак-атак вырвался вперед.
It's weird. It just feels wrong because I think this is one of the games, like, a lot of us have played this for such a long time, and then you play it without the scrolls, and it just, your brain's not ready for it.
Так, температура вроде нормально. Ладно.
Is he trying for the door here? He does get it. Good.
Так, Оверсворм на 4-й позиции. Пика вроде 5-й сейчас.
Yeah, trying to
А
watch.
Приси сейчас будет начинать
is small Mario right now. So
замок.
I'm sure.
Нет, там еще один уровень.
a little spooky for Pika.
Yeah, and while Prizzy was ducking
Пика
through
теперь
those
сравнялся
spikes, he
с
actually
SBD
lost his
Вульфом.
fire as well.
Борьба за
Ooh,
5-е
interesting.
место.
So he had to kill that mini boss with just by jumping and
Вот как
no
раз
longer has
топ-6
fire
на
here.
ваших экранах. Так,
And
как
honestly, I
там
think-
у остальных?
I think the level
У
Prissy just
Стенза
went
что у
through
нас?
was the
Мегамен
one where you
2.
can get a backup fire as well. So I'm not sure what
Джозеф
is
у нас
left
DuckTales.
for Prissy if he's trying to get it, or he's gonna
Дэмиан
have to just finish
на первой
on his
Кастелване.
own in the last fort.
Пулгор у нас
So there's a chance
на
that Darko, if Darko is a good
DuckTales.
level here, gets through.
Кабанчик
Yeah, I mean Prissy is still a good
на
amount
Инди
ahead.
Гайдене.
So
Goes through the clip once.
Вроде
Doesn't get
так.
it, but that's okay.
yeah, it's worth going for it once.
А,
'cause it
кстати,
takes a
вот
second
еще
for
один
that
момент.
platform to be there anyway, so you don't lose too much
Тут,
time.
кстати, на
It's
самом
worth
деле,
at least making one attempt.
помимо играющих на
And
консоли
then
и
Prissy
на
gets the high. You'll
эмуляторе,
see that high clip. They're all going to be doing
есть
that.
один участник, который играет исключительно на
Prizzy
мистере
should still be in plenty
FPGA.
good shape. I mean, he's even if with Darko having
Вот
fire,
что я
he
забыл
won't be able to catch him
сказать.
just from
Yeah.
that.
Yep. Yeah. So Prissy's on the Bowser fight now. So I think if you have the Fire Flyer, it's like 30 something shots. With this, what you're gonna see is Prissy's gonna duck, and even though Bowser's standing right on top of Prissy, the hitbox isn't at Bowser's legs, and so Prissy is gonna trick Bowser into being able to fall through this little gap. So the Bowser's gonna jump left, jump right, and then just fall in the hole.
And taking damage there is actually not a bad thing.
На
It
самом
actually
деле
makes
очень
the fight a
прикольный
little
хитбокс у
easier.
Боузера.
Obviously, you don't have
Так-то активный,
the safety of being able to get hit again, but
активно окно как раз на голове Боузера,
Yes, sir.
а ноги не
Well
считаются.
done. That was a really good
Поэтому
run.
Марио очень
And
легко
Prissy was,
может
lost
стоять
that fire, but didn't panic and was able to get through
под
without
Боузером,
any
скажем
extra
так.
deaths. And then we can see
Но
Darko
Дарко
hanging out
решил
on the top right of the screen there.
убивать
Keeps the fire, and is able
Боузера
to kill Bowser
огоньком.
pretty quickly. So
Тоже очень
saved a good
быстро.
amount of time on Prissy there.
Ну
yeah,
что ж,
I'm not
последняя
sure what
игра.
it is exactly. It was probably over 20 seconds.
Первая Зельда.
Yeah, that would be a good guess.
No, Prizzy is definitely not 2 to 3 minutes ahead. He's maybe 30 seconds ahead.
Yeah, we'll see if probably less because they're both within the 30-second time swap. So
Первый,
Probably like 20.
первый квест
so yeah,
нужно допройти.
game number 20. We are about to hit the 3-hour mark.
Что там у нас? Не,
In Big
2
20
данжена
number
вроде
17.
как.
And I
И
think I
да,
have to be
вот
on, like, I can't
6,
remember
8
a
и
point.
9
This has to
данж.
be either the closest race
Нужно 2
ever, or we've
кусочка
had in a
Трайфорса
very long
забрать. И
time, at least as top
последний
5,
данжен это
even
как
top
раз
10 go.
Геннон.
Yeah, we've had a couple where
нас.
like the top 2 are very neck and neck, but never one where there's been this many. So this is another
Тут
ROM
тоже
hack that we're
такой
using.
ромхак.
You notice you start with 12 hearts, you've got max rupees, you've got most of your items. The only item we're going to need to get here are silver arrows. We are going to see a lot of our runners get the blue ring. A lot of our runners might go get a potion for safety. But those are not required to win here. But essentially, we have everything except for the Triforce pieces for dungeons 6 and 8. And so we are going to be going and doing level 6, and then level 8, and then level 9. Prizzy's going to go for kind of an advanced trick here. I'm not sure how this glitch works, but instead of actually bringing you to a temple, because you actually hit that raft trigger as
О, как
well,
там у
you
тебя
essentially
Гуччи
get
дела,
dropped off
кстати?
right by where the magic sword is. And so we're picking up the magical sword
Тягуч на первой
and going right
контре.
into level 6.
Печально. А это, по-моему, 9-я игра вроде как.
Yeah, and I think similar, like I was talking about with some of the earlier goals. It's cool that in a race this big, in a race this close, we can see like this is ending. This is game number 20, and we're ending it on Ganon. We don't always get a chance like that, and it's a really cool way to end this race with the 6
JCR у
runners
нас на
that you see on
третьем
screen
Марио.
here, and even more in the background have put together such an event so
Так,
far.
Infinite Mystery.
Yeah,
Ну-ка.
absolutely. You do. One other thing I'm just going to
На
mention.
докторе
real quick, you do
Марио.
notice
И он
there's a
только
lot
что
of times
прошел.
where our runners are just
Сейчас
using a
будет
flute for
Кирби играть.
seemingly no reason. We want to make sure that we are the recorder. We want to make sure that we're setting up future uses so we can get to the correct dungeons. Because every time you use it, it will either increment or decrement by 1 the dungeon you're going to be going through. And so we want to make sure that, or the runners want to make sure that they're constantly having it ready to go to the correct one next once they need to use it again.
Yeah, it looks like one thing I will be interested in, just as we go through, how safe some of the runners, based on maybe what position they are in the race and what they know about their position of the race, what exactly they try to go through, or how safe or dangerous they try to play.
Yeah, for sure. Oh gosh, I'm trying to find Prizzy's tab of the time tracker just to check the difference between their PBs on Zelda.
Ooh, anything?
I'm getting there. There's a million tabs on this thing. So Lack has a 9:49, and it looks like Prizzy has an 11:48. So that's 2 minutes.
That's 2 minutes. I would say that there's probably less than 2 minutes in between them right now, for sure. Like that, if that comes to fruition, this could get real interesting.
Yeah,
Так, ну
I
тут
think it was
САП 3 часа никто
134,
не
so
поставит.
about 95 seconds.
В любом
Mythical saying.
случае.
So, this is definitely Lax to win. If he puts together a
Уже,
really good run, he can catch up for
Да,
sure.
по часам.
I mean, to be fair,
Сейчас я
he's
смотрю 3 часа, 1
very
минута
close
и 50
even right
секунд.
now.
Yeah, actually, you're
Я не знаю, а лучшее
definitely
время,
right. Just looking
по-моему,
at
2,
him picking up that Triforce piece
2:40,
compared to
что ли.
how
Хотя
far
хрен
the other
знает.
two were
Это
ahead.
прям best
Yeah, there's
possible
already
time,
been
блин.
some time gap gone rid of.
Да, Mexican Runner бегает,
Getting a
Аркус
bomb
тоже
drop there, he's in
бегает.
full bombs. He's in a really good position here.
Сейчас
Yeah, it's gonna depend on,
посмотрим,
because like
где они
Lack's gonna
сейчас.
play
Аркус,
less safe
по-моему,
than some of the
отстал.
others. He
Знатно.
didn't- not getting any blue ring or anything, so it's
Mexican
gonna be
Runner,
something.
по-моему, тоже вроде как. Ну, Аркус сейчас Мегамена 2 проходит. 18 игра по счету. Mexican Runner тоже сейчас на втором Мегамене.
Some of these rooms are much nicer with the magical sword versus the the white sword.
Вот сейчас 8 уровень данжа. У 3 игроков сверху. Ну да, пока такой вот расклад, что
So Chris is
Приси
taking
первый,
a
Дарко
little
второй,
bit of damage here, but
Лакатак
got some
третий.
heart drops too. But
А Пика
hit
сдвинулась
a
на
lot.
4 место.
Yeah, so Lack is on the same room as both Prizzy and
Не
Darko
знаю,
now.
там
oh no,
где-то ошибки были, что ли.
This is wild.
This is what we were hoping for. We were hoping for a chase scenario because we knew that
Тут,
you know,
возможно,
Prizzy could get far
поменяется
enough ahead, or
исход
Darko could get
борьбы.
far enough ahead. Maybe they could outrace him, but they didn't.
Но кто
And now
знает.
Lack has it's firmly in Lack's control. If he plays his game and gets through this, he's going to win this for sure.
Так, дракон. Дракон быстро погибает,
Yeah,
не берет сердце
No, you're okay. You're okay.
и берет
I was gonna
еще один
say what's
кусочек
really interesting is we were
Трайфорса.
talking before about having data and like knowing what's going on
раз
around you,
Остался
and knowing
последний
that
данжен.
at least for Prissy, that chat has been letting Prissy know, if not Prissy himself, watching what's going on, what it feels like when you have someone like Lack on your tail in a game like this, and how that feels compared to when you're in Mega Man, you're a little ahead and know that you can kind of make up some more time. So
Yeah, I was gonna say the other thing that's gonna help Lack here is I know Prizzy does go for this potion, and this is gonna be about 20
Было бы прикольно.
to 25 seconds here. Whereas Darko and Lack
Так,
are
ну
not
тут Хилл
going for
Поушен
that.
берет Присси. Бесплатно.
Yeah, and I don't fault Prizzy for that. Like, this is definitely not one of his strongest games, and so if that's what he's practiced, I mean, that's what he needs to do, and he needs to just hope that
Что за
the
прикол
others are going to make a
смекнул
mistake
Приси?
at this point.
Ну, скорее так обозвал.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Yeah, it might take Prissy a little bit longer, maybe in an average run to get to the end, but all it takes is for that one run where Prissy gets to the end. In
Ой, а
11 minutes,
Лакатак
like you
начал
said,
9-й данжен
but then there's a death
последний,
on the
вместе
other
с
side.
Дарку.
And so all of
О,
a sudden, a 9-minute
о,
PB
как!
turns into a 15-minute run. So
Вот интересно, кто первым закончит.
Just looking across, it looks like Pika, SPD Wolf, and Overswarm are all within about 10 seconds of each other as well for 4th, 5th, and 6th. So we got 3 runners all very close for 1, 2, 3, and 3 runners for 4, 5, 6.
Во, блин. Вроде Приси был первым сейчас. До этого Дарка тоже был первым, Пика тоже был первым, но сейчас Лакатак. Судя по
Lack
всему.
is just relentless. There's about a 3-second lead
Неужто
right now.
нацелен на победу Лакатак? По-моему, первая
And who
победа
knows? I
в
mean,
целом.
there could be some
для
stream
него.
lag. So
that is true. That is very true.
it's all going to come down to whoever puts in the dot done first. So we will see pretty soon.
Yeah, I just opened the. I opened it.
Лакатак, Лакатак. Сейчас статистику надо посмотреть.
Open the race
And
room.
Lack has taken the lead by 2 frames.
Лучший результат, второе место, Биг 20
So,
номер
lead is
16.
gone.
Lead is gone.
But he did stay
Нет,
there to
Дарк
grab
сейчас
a
первый,
bomb
судя по экрану.
drop, so he's got plenty of bombs to finish things up.
Ой, какая борьба-то сейчас, бля. Кто же все-таки выиграет? Дарка, по-моему,
It'll
вообще
probably
ни
be
разу
big
не
for Lack to
участвовал.
freely be able to use some maybe use some extra bombs too to handle some rooms better than maybe some of the other runners without as much experience.
Yeah, the room he's going to now, the bombs will definitely help.
Yeah.
Дарко. Да, Дарк вообще ни разу не участвовал в Биг 20. Это его дебютный Биг 20. Он может выиграть
Really good room.
свой первый дебютный ивент. Одновременно зашли в данжен, берут стрелу.
3 minutes.
Как
Как раз нужна стрела против Геннона.
That is great. Look at that.
It's just crazy.
Сейчас только внимание на
So it
экран.
definitely looks like it is between
Нужно
Darko
еще
and Lack.
прописать
Prissy is
кнопку
fallen off
«Завершить»
pace a little bit here.
на отдельной странице.
Dude, Darko is
Последние-
crushing this run right now.
Последние комнаты.
This is great to see.
А, Лакатак
Darko's
замешкался.
an incredibly good gamer. He has
Yeah.
been for a
Использует
very, very long time.
волскип Дарку. Ну не, Лакатак вроде потихонечку догнал.
Prissy has
Тут
grabbed
еще
the
надо
silvers,
несколько
so he
комнат
is
пройти.
Still pretty close to the rest of them.
Сдвинуть...
Lack did a lot
Нет,
better in
Лакатак
that room.
все-таки впереди
Has
сейчас.
taken the lead by a few seconds here.
Has full health as well too.
Предпоследняя комната, по-моему. Воуклип. Делает воуклип. И сейчас все-таки выходит на предпоследнюю комнату.
Yeah, this is gonna come down to Ganon.
Да,
Straight
нужно
up.
убить вот этого
It
мини-босса.
absolutely is. Just one more patcher kill.
Главное, чтобы босс дал. Дает.
Lack gets through it pretty
Дает
good. Patcher
Лакатаку.
is
Заходит в
flying away,
дверь.
though, but, yeah, he got through that
Линк
very
достает
easily.
3 форс.
On to Ganon.
Последний босс
Gets
Геннон.
the swag silver, it looked like. Gets the lock. Yeah. And
И Лакатак
Lack is going
побеждает.
to be your Big 20 number
Лакатак
17 champion.
побеждает.
Congrats, Lakatak.
Это его первая победа в Биг 20. Поздравляем.
That is a GG.
3 часа 8 минут 55
what a
секунд.
run. What a final game. GG's to Lack and GG's to Darko.
И 3 часа 9 минут Дарку. Вот она, концовка.
Yeah, so Lack finishing with a 3:09:03,
Лакатак
with Darko
побеждает
coming 11
на Биг
seconds
20. Это
behind in
первая
second
его
at
победа.
3:09:14.
GG.
So
Я не
11
туда
seconds.
написал.
We got
Надо
Prizzy now
Best of
on
NES
Ganon.
написать.
Not a lot of hearts. can be an issue, but if the fight goes well, it shouldn't matter.
Вот она, борьба была.
Oh, and you do have a 50-50 chance of Ganon kind of going to the left or the right. So,
все-таки
Prizzy makes it
3:09
through. Had a
зафиксировано.
couple bad spawns, but that's okay. So Prizzy
3:09.
will take third place.
Да, и там 3:09. И Приси заканчивает на 3-м месте. С временем 3 часа 9 минут 58
Third
секунд.
place in 3:09:58. So the top three all were less than a minute apart from each other.
Yeah, just incredible.
Так, а чё у Пики не так было? Там не видно было. SBD Wolf предпоследняя комната, но у него мало хп.
That's right. Darko did
Опасный
start
момент.
Zelda 2
Оверсворм
very
заходит
late. Looked
в
like he
комнату
needed a
с
break of some
Геноном
sort.
уже. У него
Lots
достаточно
of things
хп,
can
чтобы
happen.
его
That doesn't mean
победить.
he would have won, but that definitely didn't help him for sure.
Блин, SBD Wolf прям сейчас очень опасно
OS
будет.
has gotten through Ganon, so looks like he's gonna take
Да,
fourth place.
Оверсворм 4-е место.
I think he should break sub 311
Вульф,
here.
Вульф, Вульф? Нет.
Oh, and Wolf takes a death. SPD
И
Wolf
Пика
dying on Ganon,
начинает
game over. The game over doesn't matter as much.
данжен еще раз.
Luckily for him, I imagine he's just thinking, oh, he doesn't have any rupees. I was going to say there's a potion shop, I think, just to the left of him, but if he doesn't have
Тут нормально
money for
приписали концовку.
it, that's an
You are
issue.
hero of the Big 20. Нормальный ромхак на
Also, a funny
последнюю
little
игру.
Easter egg. I was going to point it out while Overswarm had it on screen, but we'll see when Pika and Wolf. There's a little message at the end of Legend of Zelda as well. So pretty cool stuff. The hero at Big 20.
Все-таки
are
концовка
currently Black
зарешала.
Attack, Darko, Prissy, and Overswarm, the heroes.
Вот кто был на первом месте уже вот.
Man, that was such an adrenaline rush, even just watching it. I can't imagine if Lack or Darko were actually like watching where each other were and knew how close it was. Man, that would have been crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one for them both to kind of watch back and see how it goes. And yeah, I don't know.
Вот
I
это
think
гонка.
coming into this race, we've said it.
Особенно
It was
концовка.
crazy that we knew it could be this
Стэнс
close.
только
And I'm really happy
начинает
that it came
третьего
true.
Марио проходить.
The script.
А Джозеф
So,
на
like, we are gonna
Мегамане
get Lack
втором.
in here. Congrats, man. How are
Дэмиан
you
на
feeling?
Дактеузе.
Oh man,
А вот
I
комментарий
am on top of the
Вакатака.
world. What a feeling.
Фугор
Can't really
на
believe it,
Мегамане
honestly,
2.
with how some of the games went. But,
I mean, it couldn't have been set up better for you. Like,
they really couldn't.
Prizzy
Кабанчик
got
на
about,
второй
I wanna say
Зельде
it
у
was about a
нас.
minute and a half lead going in to Zelda 1 mostly because of Mega Man 2. And then we knew that
Да.
if it was
Вот
under
так
2
чемпион.
minutes, like that was about the difference between
ТМР
your PBs. So if it's under 2
на
minutes,
Марио
like,
третьем,
you could come
на
storming back, and that's
замке.
exactly what you did.
Не на большом, конечно, замке.
Like, it was incredible to watch. It was one of the most thrilling finishes I think we've ever seen for a Big 20.
Thanks. Yeah. Shout outs to Darko. Only plus 11 seconds. That honestly I didn't know. I was watching some other people and I didn't have him loaded because I only had room for 4 people on the screen. And so I didn't have him, but I think if I had him, I probably would have played a lot more aggressive, even though I played pretty aggressive in 9, but in Zelda 1. But yeah, I'm really happy Zelda 1 went the way it did. I knew that based on other runners' positions that I was going to have to really turn up the heat. So yeah, super pumped, man. Couldn't believe it when I clicked it and saw first place. So, glad to be on hallowed ground with a lot of other top all-time gamers. So, good
Well, I
stuff.
mean, it's not only just that. There have been a lot of Big 20s where great runners have won, and there hasn't been a ton of competition. Like, this is one of like the
Вот
most stacked
Пикачу
fields for a
убивает
Big 20 ever, and you still came out on top.
нужного
So,
босса,
congrats, man.
последняя
Very well
комната.
deserved.
ХП
Thank you,
вроде бы
thank you very much.
хватит.
Yeah, it was a crazy race to
И
watch. It'll be really fun
умирает!
for you to go back and take a look and just see how it ended. I guess you
Небось,
talked about coming in here.
Геннон
One of the first things you
заспаунился
said was
прямо
like
на него.
you were almost a little surprised based on how some games went. Like, what? You want to talk a tiny bit about that? I don't want to ruin the vibe, but like, what? We know Zelda went really well. Like, was there something that like kind of threw you off a little bit and that caused you to have to be the one that caught up instead of being in the lead the whole time?
Well, I mean, I had like 4 or 5 games that like didn't go well, but they weren't complete disasters. Like every practice run, I had at least one disaster.
Ну
Like
что ж, SBD Wolf,
Tetris, Metroid,
видимо,
Castlevania, Mario
завершает
2.
пятым.
Just
У
something
него
went horribly
достаточно
wrong.
количество
And
ХП.
this one, stuff went wrong. Like the first thing that happened was Ninja Gaiden 2. I like missed the last jump in Act 2, and I got hit by the bird and like
Да,
lost all my stuff.
пятое
And then
место.
that lost,
SBD
like,
Wolf.
30 seconds. Just that, and then I'm still like playing kind of safe. And then I messed up like about
3 часа
20 pills
15
into
минут
Dr. Mario.
и 45
And so I
секунд.
reset. So I lost about 40 seconds there versus my goal. But then I played really well. Like I played really well for a stretch. And then Tetris, my goal in Tetris was not to die. I didn't care how long it took. I just wasn't going to die. And I did. I think out of 125 lines, I probably took 119 singles. Like it was extremely safe. So Ninja Turtles, I thought about doing scrollless route. Ended up going with the scroll. First enemy, Ninja Star. So that was great. Mario 2, I died to Triclide and like had to sit through the cutscene again because I like killed him and then I died. That sucked. But overall, that went pretty well. Castlevania, I died in stage or whatever the third board world, whatever.
Ну, видать, нервы
And, but it was on
заиграли,
stream too. It
конечно.
wasn't like on the
И
Wiki
паника
Week
небольшая. Это бывает.
That's really been where I've been struggling. And then Mega Man 2, I took it like really safe. Like I went air first. I didn't do the quick zip. I like got health refills. Like I just didn't want like the catastrophic. Like I just wanted a chance at Zelda 1, and I knew it was going to be enough. I was like, don't throw it away on one thing. And then the last really big mistake I made was in SMB 3, where in 8-2 I was like, okay, I could take the quicksand, and I was like, screw it, let's go. And of course I die, so I have to redo it. But I was able to close out Bowser, and then Zelda went really well.
Yeah, no, it was great, and like to see, we were watching the top 3, and you, Prissy, and Darko all were kind of right in the same spot. We saw Prissy kind of diverge off to get the potion, and then we saw Darko
Так,
skip the
это у нас
potion. I
кто?
don't think we were sure if that was going to occur or not. So when that occurred, and it was you and Darko going just like kind of neck and neck, we knew this was going to
Не
be
там Эрли
something,
случаем.
and it was a crazy Zelda run.
Man, thanks.
Ну,
yeah.
Томэр как
Glad
раз
I
на
could,
Зельде,
you know,
но...
show off a game for the fans out there.
Но у него еще данжен
Good stuff.
впереди.
So, you said you had like a secondary monitor where you had 4 people up?
Yeah, I was watching Overswarm, SPD Wolf, Prizzy, and Pikachu, and we were all like right there.
Yep.
Like every time I would look over between games, I wouldn't look during the game, just because I was like, okay, where am I at? You know, because I didn't really want to think too much on the little stuff, and that's something I never usually do. I don't usually watch other people because I think it throws me off my game, but this time I think it kind of, you know, lit a fire under me to just keep going and really
На...
and really pushed it in Zelda. I didn't ever think of getting Blue Ring or Potion. And I just was.
Мне вот кажется странным, что у Пики чего-то не хватает. Обычно по цвету одежды.
And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna like wait on the way back and not take those 2 hearts of damage and save 2 and lose 2 seconds. And I think that was worth
Ведь вот
it. I ended up getting hit by
у
Ganon
какого-то
there at the end
раннера
to take it
сейчас
to sunlock, so,
белая одежда, а у него
I could
зеленый.
have gone south really
Значит,
fast.
какую-то экипировку
But yeah,
надо
I was
найти.
watching those 4. I
Видать,
didn't look
из-за
at
того,
any
что
chat,
Геннон
but I
наносит
did have it
увеличенный
up just so
урон.
I could kind of see for myself what was happening. So
Yeah, we weren't sure because we don't necessarily have like a full sound of it. So when, like you said, we weren't sure on Ganon if you had the locks. So once we were sure, it was like, okay, cool. But yeah, we were a tiny bit scared because we weren't 100% certain.
Это кто у нас сверху бегает, интересно?
Yeah, it's that's a scary run at the end, especially when you don't have any safety. I've died in 9 way more than I've
GCR
completed
закончил
9.
седьмым.
So, shout outs to Darko. I need to go watch.
И Ice Blue
He's a
6-м.
really good runner for a lot of
Ice
different
Blue
games, and he
3
really
часа
stood out in the
18
Big 20
минут
and
52
hadn't
секунды,
really,
и
hadn't
GCR
really
спустя
heard of him
минуту
outside of
ровно.
Mega Man. So for him to come in and just get second, just like that, was really, really cool. So congrats to him.
Может, это Firebrov? Хотя данные
rest of the
почему-то
boys
не
in
обновляют.
Top 5.
Yeah, and it looks
Нет,
like.
это не
So
он.
yeah, I
А
think we
кто ж
talked
тогда?
about SPD Wolf, but we do have Ice Blue and JSR both coming in under a sub 320 as well. So congrats for 6th and 7th place for Ice Blue and JSR.
Very
Two
cool.
other very good Zelda runners.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm sure they were really thrilled to see the end game for Zelda at the end of the, because that's just such a strength for them. So really top tier runners. So very cool.
Anything else you want to say to your fans, your adoring fans?
My adoring fan. Well, thanks for your support. We did play 20 very good NES games. Well, hold on, about 18 very good NES games for 5 weeks. I won't mention which ones they are. You'll have to figure them out.
Yeah.
And just thanks for the support. Go follow these other people. They're really good friends of mine just to hang out and learn strats and just compete with. So I hope we can get more Best of NES content in the near future. Not just Big 20s, because it's tough because this only comes around twice a year, so I never want to miss it. But it's just fun to play games at the same time with people you may not normally play with. So very proud of everybody. So, thanks.
Awesome. And yes, we are working on getting other runners in here. Apologize for the delay. We're having just a little bit of tech issues here. Well, congrats again, Lack. It's been great seeing you do very well in the last few, but it's awesome to see you take one home.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Yeah, GG's.
Okay, Darko is not going to come in for
PRJ.
an interview, but I was asked to say Super Marissa World for him. So, Super Marissa World. Congrats, Darko. It was incredibly
Попытка
awesome
номер
to see you
3,
perform today.
по-моему. Или даже 4.
Okay, looks like we're going to pull in, I think Ice Blue is next. So, give us 1 sec. We're going to get him in for an interview.
И Пика наконец-то заканчивает. Восьмой результат. 3 часа 22 минуты 59 секунд.
And congrats, Pika. Looks like he's finished 322.59 for 8th place. Okay, looks like I think we got Ice Blue.
Hello. Hi.
How you going, man? Congrats on the 6th place finish.
Oh, I was so
Это кто у нас?
stressed
Ice
after
Blue?
Punch Out.
That's tough. That was an early game.
Проблемы были с Зельдой.
So I don't know if I was like on restream at Punch Out, but
Я, если честно,
I
не
got
наблюдал
punched at the same time
за
my
всеми
counter punch hit
тренировками
Soda,
и прочее.
and he didn't get
Поэтому
knocked
не знаю.
on his it was a TKO punch.
Я знаю, что у
He didn't
Стэнза
get
были
knocked,
проблемы с
and
Тетрисом,
I
но
lost rhythm,
вот
and he
на
knocked me
гонке
out
ему
3
повезло.
and I had to restart Punch Out.
Wow. I think, did you say something in race time on that? I think I saw you.
I did, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you pulled it back together after that because you still ran a really solid race.
Yeah, I just deep breaths, continue going. Got to keep the zen going.
Yeah, I think that's a real good, it's really hard that something like that would happen in such an early game. So it is big props that you were able to just you take it in stride. You were able to keep playing and still were super competitive and came real close at the. That is a huge GG. Because, like I said, you put a lot of time. There's a lot of practice. I think that just shows the kind of the skill and the confidence you had too, and just the.
Yeah,
Так, диджей вроде,
very, like,
да, предпоследняя
with the
комната.
exception of Punch Out, like I'm very like happy with how my game went. Like I had a PB and Ninja Gaiden 2 to like in the race. I got a sub 8, and I didn't have a sub 8 on the
Зельда хуй
spreadsheet.
так, как и Метроид, да.
I had like
Есть
it was like
такое.
a 930 Kirby. I had a really good Tetris, a really good Dr. Mario. Like I was very happy with like how I was playing after Punch Out happened. I covered the chat box when I made it to SMB because I didn't want to see .duns. I forgot
Так,
that
DJs
Race Time has this
9
really
вроде
cool
бы.
feature where your chat or the runners thing flickers when someone finishes.
Да.
So
3
I
часа
saw it at the
25
corner of
минут
my eyes.
45
Oh,
секунд.
so I just finished at a 3:09.
Real quick, I just want to
PRJ
say congrats
10-й.
DGs with the 9th place finish
Вот
and 5
топ-10
seconds later,
образовалось.
PJ in 10th.
Yeah, this is a super tough games list. Like Punch Out, like if you lose like something in Punch Out, you lose a ton of time. If you lose Tornado and Kirby, you lose a ton of time. Like this was a very friendly yet challenging games list. And I really enjoyed this one.
Yeah, I think the addition
Grey
of a
School
lot of the ROM
сейчас может
hacks
быть
that-
11-м будет
that
прямо
made
сейчас.
games finishable, but you were still playing like decent parts of them, I think was a really good addition to this one in a way that you're not just playing either the beginnings of games or the same old goals that we've had in a lot of these best ofs.
Yeah, for sure.
Any other games that maybe were new to, well, probably not a ton of games that were new to you, but anything you want to keep grinding down or playing a little more after this?
Да,
No,
Grey
because
School 11-й.
not to self-promote. I actually have to start
3.26.58.
I'm gonna be running Zelda 2 at GDQX at TwitchCon next month, so I gotta start derusting that.
Oh,
Heck
let's
yeah.
go! That's
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah, no, promote. This is your time. This is you did the race. You did 20 games back to back. Promote the heck out of it.
Yeah. But yeah, if you're going to TwitchCon, you want to hang out, let me know. I'll be there all 3 days. I'll be there doing Zelda. I don't know. We don't have a schedule yet for GDQX, but I'll be racing JSR, who
Ooh.
Big 20 number 13. JSR finished 10th. I finished 11th. This Big 2017, I finished 6th. JSR finished 7th. It's a trend.
So when first and second?
I don't know. Lack in OS and
Так,
Pika
Сайтаун
and Prezi,
только
different
почти
level.
последний данжен
Different level.
заходит.
Yeah, I mean it's tough. Obviously, like both you and JS are incredible runners, but yeah, it did seem like there were a few that were just a little bit better this run and were tough to catch up to.
Just take out some Mega Man games, and we got a good chance here.
I mean, to be fair, the thing that made the difference this time was Zelda.
Yeah, probably. I had a 1030 Zelda, something like that.
I'm gonna say Lack was
1040.
down 95 seconds going into Zelda 1.
My chat told me that, and I was like, oh my god, that's incredible.
Okay, speaking of JSR, we got to get him in here next.
Yeah.
Anything you want to say before we let you go?
No,
наверное, куда-то не
GGs,
туда пошел.
thank y'all for putting on this awesome thing. I had a blast practicing and hanging out with all the people from, Big 20 stuff. And GG's to our top 5. I was a smidge too slow, but it's okay. We got 6th, and I'm happy with that.
Awesome. Well, congrats, and hopefully we'll see you next time, and good luck for GDQX.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Что же у него произошло-то?
Okay, as we're bringing JSR in, we're going to also say congrats to Grey Skull. Finished in 11th place with just under a 327.
And yeah, GG's the Grey Skull and JSR. Welcome in, GG's. Awesome race, awesome run.
Thank you guys. It was a lot of fun. And that being said, you know how it is. Like I'm like hecka disappointed with how I played, but at the same time, I'm kind of happy too.
The duality of these events.
I think that's why that's what happens. Where
Ну,
part of the
Аркус
reason
только
why you're
закончил.
someone that is such a good runner and
Видать,
gets such
или
a low
нет еще?
time compared
Нет.
to such a large chunk of the competition is probably part of that thought process where how well you can do, and that's because you've put the time in, you put the practice in, and you know what like a perfect JSR run looks like, and it's just that's what it is. 20 games, it's so hard to just nail the perfect JSR run back to back. But I think this race showed like it was so close, kind of top to bottom. So definitely GG.
This is a very difficult games list, and I came into this race with a lot of experience that made the learning process much easier than it might be for somebody who's relatively new. And so I focused, as you probably should, on the games that you just learned. Like my Ninja Gaiden 2 was really kicking my butt. And the irony is that today, all the games that I was scared of went okay, and the games that I'm strong at, especially near the end, like I'm pretty solid at Castlevania. I nailed Cave Skip, and out of nowhere, this bat spawns that I've never seen before in the cave, like at the roof, and hits me, and it messed up my timing, and I died. And from that point forward, man, it was... I felt like I was on a roller coaster. I couldn't regain control. That's why I got the potion in Z1, man. This has a knack of making you suddenly nervous, even though you've practiced, like you said, time and again. It doesn't matter. You still get nervous.
Yeah, it really is tough, and like you said, it's the we always make jokes about it and stuff like that, where there's always something that like I've never seen that before, and then it's more of like a how do you bounce back from that, or you just being able to use your knowledge to all of a sudden a run that frame to frame exactly what's going to happen. All of a sudden you're in a situation where you're improving in a live situation with a bunch of people watching. It's never the best feeling, but I think that's what makes it. I guess that's what makes it interesting sometimes too.
It's definitely a lot of fun watching the different runners from different walks of the NES life. You know what I mean? Like people who are Zelda runners. I'm pretty familiar and comfortable and big part of that community. But like seeing how they handle these other games that they've never played before, and then on the same side of the
Хотя вы этого не видите, но я вижу отдельно.
From, like the other communities, the Castlevanias, the Punch-Outs, the Ninja Gaidens, etc. How they learn the games I'm comfortable with, and the sense of the community coming together and helping each other.
ТМР 12 место, 3:32, 32.
Like
Нормально.
it really has. These are kind of, I don't know how to describe it necessarily, but the race is almost an afterthought to me. It's the process and the time leading into the race that I remember fondly. From like past ones, and I imagine this one will be no different. I've had so much fun being a part of this and learning.
Сайтаун
I think
13.
one thing I did want to at least mention, and it's not just you, obviously, but
3:33:05.
hey, you mentioned like coming in with a lot of experience in some of these games. Like I really love how the community kind of bands together and makes a bunch of tutorials and stuff. I think you did one for Z1, and you and Ice Blue did one for Z2, and maybe you did some others too. But just thanks for kind of being part of that, like helping everyone else learn the games. I love the cooperativeness of speedrunning in general.
There were folks that taught me. There were folks that helped me learn well before I ever, got to the point where I could help others. And I never forget my friend Cantaloupe, who's in the race. He told me, dude, people will always teach you. People will always show you what to do. Just don't forget to pass that on, because that's what's going to help the community and the games you run to grow and succeed. I've always tried to keep that mentality, because these communities are something unlike anything I've ever been a part of. And I've met genuine friends and people I love and care about through speedrunning and through the NES community, and just... This is like, to me, kind of a culmination of that. Like, we all come together, and this is not easy, and I told one of the runners who's in the race, don't get upset if you're not doing what you think you should be doing, as far as like oh, I'm going slow or I didn't do as good as I
Полгора
hoped.
начинает проходить последнюю
You're
игру.
doing something very difficult that a lot of people can't do, and that in and of itself, the experience of being part of it is just something you should take away from this. Like, that's the more important thing in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree. And like you said, like everyone has that thing that kind of, like you said, it makes you learn at different points. You become a bigger part of different communities. You become, sometimes you get that special thing that you become like known for or something like that. And I guess I would ask one more thing before we get some of the other runners in too. I guess talking about that,
А Жозеф
do you
только
have anything
начал
coming up? Is
тоже
there any
последнюю
game here
игру
that all of a
проходить.
sudden you feel a little bit, closer to, that you want to grind a bit, or do you have any like events or races coming up that you want to,
Так,
want to shout out real quick?
Рай,
I
OT,
will mention that Ice and I don't know if you mentioned it, we're going to be
15-й,
racing
Аркус
Zelda 2
14-й.
at Games Done
Yep.
Quick Express next month here in Vegas. It's kind of cool. Like, I'm born and raised in Vegas, so we finally get a speedrun event here, which is really exciting. I've got some cool stuff that I'm planning for GDQ submissions for AGDQ as well. And other than that, I'm kind of still in my post AVG and trials kind of state right now, where I'm just trying to kind of breathe a bit. But there are definitely some games in this list I could see running. Like, I really enjoyed Mega Man 2 and 3, and honestly, outside of Metroid and Tetris, I'm never playing those again. But the rest of them, I really enjoy. I genuinely had a great time, and I appreciate all the Best in S and the staff for putting together this list and this goals. Excellent job, phenomenal job, and to all those that voted, thank you. Like, this was awesome, and I'm just glad to have been here.
No, thank you. And it's awesome that, stuff like this is still going on. We got to bring the community together. And I hope maybe next Big 20, maybe we can get an entrant. Maybe PB wants to enter. So for anyone that doesn't know, that's JSR's dog. So yeah, if Gyromite is in the next Big 20, we might have a four-legged
We are going to
friend.
be doing Wild Gunman. He can play Wild Gunman, so we're going to be doing that next.
That is hilarious. Well, thank you for joining, JSR. Again, GG's, and we'll be talking soon.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. Take care.
We did have a slew of finishes during that interview. TMR finished in 12th, Scytown in 13th, Arcus in 14th, Rayo in 15th, and Packy just finished in 16th. So we're
Holy
up to
cow.
our top 16. All 5 of them were within about 4 minutes of each other. I think we're gonna bring in OS next.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Так, Пеки.
Yeah, we're gonna bring in OS.
16-й.
And, because we're getting so many people are finishing back to back to back to back to back. We're gonna be swapping people in and out, but we're gonna try our hardest
уровней.
because
По-моему, это последняя
everyone's
сейчас
finishing
комната
so
будет.
quick that it's gonna be hard to get everyone in. So it'll be there. OS, what's up? GG's.
Да,
Hi guys.
последние комнаты.
How you feeling? Now that the race is done, you've had a few minutes to decompress a
Ух
little
ты,
bit.
Энди, Social
and kinda
Network.
Look at final standings, final times, maybe look back at specifically how your race is done.
I've mostly been ranting about Punch Out for about 5 minutes. I'm not very happy with my performance.
Так, у Стенза уже Геннон.
I do like how close the race was. Like, it sounds weird, but like all of us underperformed, which I guess is better than like one person just like running away with it as far as like entertainment goes.
И убивает Геннона.
Like, I was a little nervous at the
ГГ,
start, which is unusual
Стенз
for me,
занимает
but, it wasn't a
17
great
место.
start. Like, I lost a bunch of time in Castlevania 3, and like it dropped so many things, and I was just like waiting. I was like, the next one's gonna be a dagger. Kill the guy. It's a dagger. Gotta wait.
3.38,
And,
36.
like Ninja Gaiden 2, like I didn't die, but I kept bleeding time everywhere. And like Punch Out, Bald Bull, I had a series of safeties built in because occasionally Bald Bull can just block your punches and not counter. And if that happens, you can get down to like really low amounts of hearts, and then you can be stuck in like a charge situation, have no hearts. I was like, I don't want that. What can I do? And I found a safety where you could just take a death from the charge and then knock him out easily as long as you have 23 seconds on the clock. And another one where you could just buffer right dodges with one quick dodge and you get all of your hearts back, no time lost hardly at all. And then I did Nightmare.
Так, и Энди Social Network тоже заканчивает.
And from there, like I was just downtrodden. I was like,
Ну, а
"That's
тут
the end of the race."
Фарбров
And I lost more time
18-й
in Kirby
пришел, Энди
and,
19-й.
lost even more time in Super C, and it wasn't until Mega Man 3 that I started to gain confidence back.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
Неплохой
it's. I
перформанс.
guess, like you said, having that confidence back.
Так,
and
Канталюпим
it
и
was important
Тягуч,
because I think
что у них?
everyone. This was a really close race,
Канталюпим,
specifically
Марио
like
2.
top. I mean, it was like top 10 for a really long time.
Тягуч
Even
на
top 20, and then
черепаху.
kind of narrowed down in Zelda top 6, top 5. I guess talk about how does it feel for you knowing that this is probably one of the more competitive races, at least between top 5 and stuff that we've had in a
Гифка с
really long time. And so,
группой
like,
Queen,
you're feeling getting
We Are
into
the
those final few
Champions,
games. I don't know if you were paying
который
attention or
исполнен
not to
в
the race itself, or people in
77
chat were
году.
telling you or not, but like it was super close, and how you kind of played that out.
I expected to get 6th pretty early on. Like I knew after Punch Out, I was out of top 3, like unless there were like serious disasters, and there really wasn't until like Pika late in the game. But knowing like that I was out of the top 3 was kind of disheartening because this is the first time I've never not been in top 3, and it bugs me knowing that like just Punch Out or just the walk in Zelda 2.
Так, ну давайте
could have
посмотрим
potentially changed that.
за некоторыми остальными.
I was constantly
И, наверное, я все-таки закончил где-то к 12 часам.
And the only actual change I made
Долго
in Mario
мы не
3,
будем
instead of
сидеть.
jumping off of the last donut block, which
Прям до
occasionally I
того,
missed that,
как
I was like, I'm gonna let it fall,
основной
like you
канал
do in,
закончит
like,
стрим.
kid percent. Like if you have a kid play, you're supposed to jump on that block, let it fall, and then walk and jump, and it's an easy jump. And then I missed, and it doesn't respawn. So yeah, I had to get the tail and fly up there. So I lost 30 seconds to Bowser, right at the very end, and there was no chance for me to catch up at that.
Ну, Дэмин на Марио.
Level 9.
Огор сейчас. 8-й
Yeah, it
уровень
was very
данжа.
exciting. Lots of close calls. I only had 4
Но у него
misses
время
left
в
after
минус
Metroid,
идет, так что...
and that was with
That's
picking up
spooky.
2 extras.
Oh man, yeah, that's spooky. So I'm glad you got through that.
Yeah. A lot
Так
of stuff
что
I was
может быть
worried about,
нормально.
like never really happened, and stuff that I
Кабана все еще
wasn't
впереди,
as worried
конечно.
about, like I bled time, which is weird. Normally I hit within like 5 to 10 seconds of my PBs in a lot of games, and it just didn't happen in any of these. And like DuckTales, I lost a bunch of time. Like Castlevania, I saved time. Like Super Mario Brothers 3, I'm normally like low 8s, and I lost a minute there. Like it's just, this is the weirdest run. It's just, I think this might be like my 3rd worst run I've had, and I know a lot of other people probably have the same thing. But it was very exciting hearing that it wasn't like one person ahead, and I'm also very glad that it wasn't like something I was worried about coming into this is that I do not have a game on this list. Like Lack has Legend of Zelda, Darko has Mega Man 3, Prissy has Mega Man 2, SBD Wolf has Castlevania, and like I don't have a game. I have okay times at these games, but like they're not that great. Like even like my Legend of Zelda, I got a sub 30, but it was like 4 years ago, and other people very quickly got up to that time, and so I was worried that like the top placements were just going to be the people who had been playing some of these games for years and years and years and got all these like really tough top PBs, but that's not what happened. So it's kind of a testament to how well something like Player's Choice can work, because it doesn't matter if somebody happens to be really good at like one game. They have to be good at all of them, and like disasters are going to happen.
Ё-моё, Фиди, PG на Тетрисе.
Second, and there were a couple of disasters there, but everyone was running really clean. And today, no one ran clean because it's the real race, and nerves are on the line.
No, it's a real thing, and I think, like you said, with Player Choice, I think people really enjoyed the goals, and I think people really enjoyed the race, both playing and watching. And I think we'll have to, talk about after this what people thought about goals and like looking at future events and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah,
but I do know. Oh, there's gonna be a lot going on. Survey for sure, and then I guess OS we got we'll probably hear from you more. The community here will hear from you more. But we got like I think 10 people in a line for an interview, so we're gonna get I think we're gonna get Prissy in.
Yeah,
So.
so GG's to everybody, and big GG to Lack. Someone asked me, like, who do you want to win other than yourself? And I was like, honestly, Lack, because I don't think he's won a Big 20 before this one. And the ending games are, like, they're all Lack games. Like, he's just great at those games. And the beginning games are just normal, run-of-the-mill games. And I was like, if there's going to be a Big 20 for somebody to have this, like, stylish photo finish, it's Lack in this one. Like, this has to be like one of the most entertaining endings from any Big 20 ever, and I'm really excited to go back and watch it.
Yeah.
GG's, everybody.
Yeah. GG's. So yeah, we're gonna bring in Prissy. Prissy, what's up? GG's. How are you? Yeah, I don't know if you were warned that you were coming in, but
It's okay. What's up, guys?
How are you doing, man?
Экс-Христин. Интересно.
Super stressed.
У нас девушка играет, получается.
Like constantly stressed out by the games. I had like, you probably got I don't know if you guys saw it, but my punch out. I finished the last fight with 259, kind of like a throwback to Mike Tyson, the fight against Mike Tyson in Big 20 number 13, where I finished the fight at 3 minutes as well, or 256, sorry, and then almost tapped out in Tetris. Last line, height 5. That was like my last. I mean, if that was a different piece, I was just rip, just 1 minute, and then Metroid 33 HP, like unbelievable.
Yeah. We had some technical issues at the beginning, but we saw the last couple of those. But there were a lot of things in your runs and other runs that were just like so nail biting. It was stressful for us to watch it. I can only imagine what it was like for you to play it.
Yeah, Cove. It honestly was the most stressful run for me. But I've heard from my chat that the race was actually really close. It was back and forth. Probably like the craziest race, lead changes in terms of lead changes, like ever. So I can't wait to rewatch it.
Yes,
and GG's to everybody and to Lack.
I think it was Castlevania, one of the games in the back half, like game 13, 14, 15, like the top 6 were, I think, all on the same like screen. It was a long screen, but like everyone was right there for like all top 6.
Amazing, man.
Yeah,
wow.
It was incredible. And like it's set up perfectly because we knew you would take a big lead after Mega Man 2, which you did because you're incredible at the game. And then we knew that it was set up for Lack to at least try to come back because of Zelda at the end. And like it was a really, really good game. You were slightly in the lead, finishing 8, but then you went down to get the potion, and Darko and Lack did not. And so that kind of put you behind a little bit.
The thing is, I didn't watch the restream, but my chat told me about it, and I was thinking about it, to be honest. Before the race, I was like, there's no way I'm not gonna take the potion. Now, at the end of the day, I didn't use it because you just don't know, you know? You just don't know. It's a 35 seconds time loss. But, so I was going into 8, and then people were telling me, oh, Lack is like 2 screens behind me, 2 rooms. And I'm like,
так, Экс-Кристин.
There's no chance.
20-й.
I should have played better in the other games. Like, that's on me. Like my Rockman 2
3
was
часа
good, but it was not
48
good
минут
enough
и...
to keep me up long enough to tell me to not get the potion. So at that moment, I was just like, okay, finish this. All
Еще
right, get that top,
не нажат кнопку Дон.
get that sub 310, and be happy with it.
Ну, короче, 15 секунд.
Just glad.
Cool. Well, I mean, you've always been one of my favorite people to watch speedrun, so I always love watching you do this. So congrats again. Is there anything you want to say before we get moving to the next person?
Yeah, I just want to thank the Best of NES crew. You guys are awesome. I'm just happy to be, participating and be in this community. It's been a lot of fun, even though it was stressful.
Наконец-то только 3:49:05 по
everybody
времени.
watching this, if you think you can't do this, you can. This is just dedication, passion. Has almost nothing to do with talent. You can do this as well, and you don't have to do everything like frame perfectly or optimally. You can just join the race and yeah, just give it your best, and finishing is already a big feat. That's all I want to say. So thanks for coming.
Туранин,
Thanks for watching. Thanks for having me.
21.
Awesome. Congrats on top 3, Prizzy.
3:49:28.
Okay, I think
Так, ну
Apollo,
что там,
SPD
Фугор
Wolf is
должен
next.
же быть
we're
на
gonna bring
Геннене уже
in-
теперь, или нет
We are
еще?
going to bring in SPD Wolf. SPD Wolf, what is up? GG's, how are you feeling
А
about
вот
the
Джозеф
race?
на предпоследней комнате.
Hello, and thank you. Pretty alright. I mean, I think I didn't have a single huge
Джозеф
disaster.
на
Like, I mean, there
Геннене
were stuff
теперь.
that cost like 40 seconds or a minute, but I didn't have like a death in Metroid or like several top outs in Tetris, that kind of stuff. So overall, I think it was a pretty solid performance. I got to the end, I saw how close it was, and I decided to skip the potion in Zelda 1. Had a bit of a rough level 9, arrived to Ganon with 2 hearts, he gave me the bat pattern, the backup didn't work and I died. But I guess I still finished 5th, so I'm pretty happy with
Так,
it.
ну все,
Overall,
Джозеф завершил Биг 20,
the race is a
22
one-time
место.
thing, and I'm overall like happy with how I prepared for it, and honestly couldn't ask much more with how the race went.
Yeah, no, I mean you gave a ton of content and like the lead up to this race. Like you put a ton of practice in. It really
Так,
showed you
Фугор.
were on screen for a really long time on this
Предпоследняя
race. And like you
комната.
said, you know, you knew how close it was, and so you know you made the choice to just be risky. And when
Теперь
you're going to be
Геннен
risky,
остался.
sometimes things can happen. But you were trying to definitely win the race and put your skills to use. So it was
Well,
really
and, yeah,
close.
I knew I wasn't gonna win because Lack was ahead of me.
Well,
but
you know,
I thought I might have been able to beat Overswarm and Pika, so that was kind of the idea behind that.
I do just want to say thank you for being the madman to actually go for the screen scrolls in Castlevania and get
Все,
one of
Фугор
them. That was awesome. That was
заканчивает.
awesome to see in
У
a
него даже
race.
ПБ по
Well,
времени.
happy to showcase it. Happy to
САП
showcase.
4 часа даже.
I got
Во как.
the 2 coolest one. Probably
Охренеть.
the door warp and then
23 место.
damage boost up.
Yeah, so that was
Ретро
awesome.
Джей.
That was one of my favorite parts of the entire day.
Ретро Джей сдался.
And then I proceeded to just die in DuckTales right after.
Well, I mean, you know, stuff happens.
Yeah. Landed, you know how in DuckTales when you land on the edge of a block, you can't pogo? So I landed on the edge of one of the spikes, and like that had never happened to me on that specific spike, and out of reflex I just held right.
ГГ.
And that just
Фугор
put
даже
me,
с лучшим временем
you know,
показал.
into knockback range, and then the knockback pushed me into the pit, and I was pretty mad.
I mean, you know, you've had enough funny things happen to you over the
Yeah,
past
I
month
guess
that
so.
it wasn't
I
going to
guess
be a
so.
real race without something dumb there, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah, true.
But I guess I know like you
Ну
came
да,
this and you
как
helped
раз
out a
в
ton with,
самое
like,
время,
Castlevania
когда
stuff and
нужно
whatnot.
подождать
Are there any
наших
either games you're going
остальных
to
и
keep playing, or is there anything you
уже
have any
потихонечку
events
завершать
upcoming
стрим.
as we get ready to start bringing in some of these other people we're interviewing as well?
Ну, в принципе, Биг 20 получился неплохим на этот раз. Были какие-то у нас смены позиций, но концовка на Зельде прям все зарешил. Абсолютно.
I really liked Mike Tyson's Punch Out. But I don't know if I'll actually end up running them. Probably not, I want to say. My favorite game in this Big 20 might just have been Kirby's Adventure.
Хоть и, конечно, Локотак отставал, но ему повезло за счет некоторых ошибок от остальных соперников.
I could see you playing that. I could definitely see you playing that.
It
So
was
I hope you
fun.
do.
It was really fun.
But yeah,
И
so
все-таки Зельду
GG's.
зарешал под
Wolf,
конец.
Again, thank you for joining. I hope you had a good time. I hope your viewers had a good time as well for the lead up and for the actual race. And we hope to definitely see you in a future race as well.
Absolutely, this was a blast. I'm, definitely happy with everything. This was fantastic, and I might just join another one. This was great.
Awesome. Well, have a good one. GG's.
Фух, ладно, господа.
Okay, I think we
На
gotta get
этом будем
through all these
завершать
finishers. We had a bunch more. We had
наш
Stans in
просмотр
17th,
Биг 20 с
Firebroth in
моими
18th,
комментариями.
Andy Social Network in 19th,
Было очень
Christine in
интересно.
20th, Turinin in 21st, Joseph H. Tobin Jr. in 22nd, and Fulgore in 23rd. So I think we had, what,
Ну и,
another
в принципе,
7 or so finishers. We're up to our top 23 as we're still
следите за анонсами
under
в
an hour
Телеграме.
from the finish. So getting over 20 runners to finish in that first hour is
И
pretty
до
incredible.
следующего стрима.
I think here, Apollo, we got a couple. Go ahead and bring. Let's bring